Welcome to CBLOL English, where we're going to be covering CBLOL in English as if that wasn't absolutely obvious. This is round three, week two, day one. I am Search, alongside me, I have Axman. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great stuff. I think it's my first time actually on cast with you here, so I'm pretty excited.
I think so too, yeah. Super excited myself, and we have a little switcheroo. I used to do color when we met, so now I'm doing play by play for you. Exciting times.
Oh yeah, no, it's gonna be a great time, and we got a lot of great matchups today.
Yeah, we do. And speaking of matches, we're going into round three. Last weekend, let's start our standings up because I have heard that we had 100% win rate for blue side, given that all of the teams are 1-1. So anyone could be first place or last place, you decide. And do you have anything in particular for today, Axman, that you're thinking about? Do you think the curse or maybe the blessing of blue side will continue?
Yeah, I got one thing that's sticking out in my mind today. Both Furia and Liberty are playing this weekend, both days this weekend. Both of Last Split's finalists, Pain Gaming and Loud, both days. So it's Furia into Pain today, Liberty into Loud, and then tomorrow it'll be the opposite. It'll be a really tough schedule for both those teams. But honestly, two teams I think that can perform this week.
Yeah, me too. Me too. And speaking of teams this week, the first matchup will be Kaboom versus Fluxo. So coincidentally enough, last weekend on Saturday, we also had the first game being Kaboom versus Loud. It was a little bit of an uncoordinated game for Kaboom because Loud really brought in that experience they had last split. And well, three last splits getting first place for CBLOL, right? So how do you think they're going to be faring against Fluxo today?
Honestly, today I think Kaboom will be bringing the hurt in the mid jungle 2v2. I know Fu got a lot of mileage out of the Akali last week, but I think Malrang's got something in store for him here today. I think Kaboom's going to do pretty well.
Yeah, me too. I think this is a more balanced match instead of fighting against the reigning champions for three splits in a row. But since we're talking about what we think of the next matches, let's bring our prediction standings for CBLO English because there
Oh
are some
boy.
interesting bits and bobs looking here. So, of course, first place is me.
Oh my
As you would
goodness.
expect. Thank you, the President Brazilian. Thank you so much. I am incredibly humble. Alongside me is Hawk. We are both on 6 points. Then tied on 5 points, we have 4x4, Rudude, Trajan, and Yeso. Then there's you, Solari,
man.
and Rose on 4 points. And last place, usually our biggest of analysts, RMC. He's got the numbers, but this time the numbers are not on his side. But I hear there's something else that's coming through in after RMC. I don't think he's last place. We'll see if that's going to be the case because, oh, Twitch chat, you are minus infinite points. How about that?
Mine is infinite. That's pretty tough. In defense of my 4 point self, it was a tough week last week. Everybody
It
going
was.
1-1 was not what anybody expected. Pretty funny, you could have gotten 100% points just by going blue side every single time. But maybe it'll be red side this week. Wouldn't that be weird?
Oh, it would. Definitely would. I think the odds for that would be maybe minus infinite. Let's tell me about that, Twitch chat. But I think that having seen what we expected last week, what we expect this week, oh, no time for rosters. It's champion select on the screen.
Straight
Fluxo
in.
on the blue side, Kaboom on the red. So Fluxo already on the upper hand, having the blue side.
Yeah, they certainly are. Varus will be taken away by Kaboom. Netsuno taking that one down the bottom lane. Kiari will get Rumble, a champion that's been very powerful up top side. I think we've only seen Rumble lose to Udyr. I think that was super clever Udyr so far in the tournament. And we got Rel locked in for Seos there as well, the GOAT of the support position in Brazil. Interesting draft to start things off.
I agree. I think Kaboom going in for the Varus first pick is just something that makes sense according to the meta. We don't have those ADCs going for critical hits anymore. Then the Varus, you could go lethality, you could go on hit with him. So that's pretty interesting. On the side of Fluxu, there's that Rumble you mentioned, Maokai, now Tristana. I think it makes sense that Tristana would go in the mid lane for Fu, considering how they played with the Akali. They want to go in and just really exploit people and get out. So I think that would be a wise choice.
Yeah, it could be the Mao top here too. I still think it's going to be Rumble top. You like having the
Hmm.
resources there. The equalizers are a bit stronger coming from the top lane. Corki locked in, not locked in yet. A little bit prematurely. They're expecting the Azir pick coming through from Fu. Nah, I think you're right about the Tristana. I'm not really sure about this Corki pick. Doesn't make sense to me. There is the Azir ban here, so we're not getting both Azir and Corki locked in. Very interesting drafts so far. Still looking for something for Malrang.
Yeah, and that's next for the Senna. I think we've seen quite a lot of Senna in the other regional leagues like LPL and all the more Asian side of the world. And right now, for us, we've seen quite a lot of that, especially when you have predictions from Tabs in the Brazilian CBLOL quarters. She's thinking about like sometimes a Seraphine coming through because of how the support items have been playing, and having that alongside a Sona would work out pretty well since we don't have any supports on the screen. But the Cassante is going to be the next Ben for Fluxo and is right now the champion with the biggest win rate on the round 3 of CBLOL, and currently 60%.
Yeah, not bad at all, especially compared to last split's Cassante win rates, which were awful. It seems like Udyr's replaced Cassante as the bad top laner in Brazil this year, which I'm happy to see. I think Cassante's actually a really good pick. Yeah, Udyr totally cursed. I really hope we don't see the last pick Udyr here for Lonely. I don't think that's Lonely's bag, but the Ezreal gets banned out here. Karma's still left up. We'll see if Fluxu take advantage of that pick. We got one last ban
Looking
here.
interesting, right?
Yeah, Renata getting it banned away.
Okay. So we got the bot lane through, I mean, not through banned, and then with Ezreal as well, you're not going to have much of that escapability. So looks like Kaboom is thinking Fluxo is not going to go for the Tristana ADC. It's going to be more of a mid lane pick. Then there's an Ornn. So I think we're looking at House having the Corki in the mid lane. I think that makes more sense, right?
Yeah, 100%. And they'll give Malrang that counter pick. This is also a flex pick between the Rel. Could lead the Rel with Malrang. Could take something down in the support role as well. That's why you see that Renata ban taken away from Seos. They're trying to block all of their opportunities there. Jhin will be locked in. Jhin Nami would be interesting. I think I like Jhin Nautilus a little bit better there, but you were correct about the Tristan in the mid lane.
Okay. I think it's finally a meta where we see a couple of these different picks. Aside from Nautilus was like 100% of the time tank supports previous split, but now we're seeing the likes of the Nami, the Bard coming through, but it's not going to be the case. On the side of Kaboom, you have the Rakan being hovered, makes quite a lot of sense. You can protect really well. On the Varus, and you have good engage alongside the rest of the team. Hovering a Morgana as well. I'm not going to talk about any of those hovers because, goddamn, they're never really decisive until the very last second.
Yeah, it should be the Rakan. Yeah, the Rakan will get locked in here for the Varus alongside. Honestly, nothing too out of the ordinary. I think the Maokai jungle might be the weirdest pick that you're seeing here, and that's not too out of the ordinary. Everything really in line with what we've been seeing so far in the CBL. Also, another exciting draft. I think Netuno getting Varus is very exciting for Kaboom fans. Netuno's had like a rough go of it, I think most of us would say, over the last few years in terms of what he's able to get resource-wise. But he's fallen to a position really amongst AD carries where people are fine to leave up champions for him, and that's led to a lot of success so far this year. Let's see if Netuno gets that going once again today.
Yeah, and I think we have quite a lot of these champions that have had much priority. So the Cassante was banned, the Azir was banned, and then the third most picked to win the highest win rate would be the Rel, so now confirmed by Kaboom. And you have the Varus as well that has been doing better, as you said. I agree. This is the best of places for Varus, but considering that we've seen Varus being picked on the red side like it is right now. So we'll see how that's going to fare with the blue side curse. But on the blue side, Axeman, do you have anything that jumps out? You mentioned the Maokai, but otherwise, very straightforward.
Yeah, really straightforward. The Tristana mid is exciting there for Fu. I think Jhin Nautilus has a lot of control down the bot lane so far, but honestly, I'll take Netuno and Seos over that bot lane. Yeah, really nice team fight ultimates from the top side of the map. Good stuff. And let's look at the game one predictions. I think I'm Kaboom on this one. Let's see. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay, okay. Most people on Kaboom, and then there's RMC, myself, and Rose on the Fluxu train. All right. How do I think about that now that I've seen the draft? I think I'll maintain my pick, although I miss quite a lot of that AP damage that's just going to be supplied by the Rumble. But now you have the Voidlings, the Void Grubs in the top side. That could be a bit of a priority for the Fluxo side, guaranteeing that, having Rumble ahead and then rotating for the mid side. That could be a strategy that works. We'll see if that's going to be the case. All teams are really just adapting to the new patch, the new Summoner's Rift, isn't it?
100%. And I'm still spinning if somebody could help me figure that out. I'm on Team
I
Kaboom here.
know.
In either case, whether you're for Fluxu or for Kaboom, very even draft between these two teams. I think this is going to be a solid game one to open things up for CBLOL round three.
Yeah, me too. Me too. Much different than Fluxu. No, yeah, Kaboom versus Loud last week. It was a little bit of a disparity, a gap there, should
Yeah.
we say? But it is not just on the teams and how we know the players and how they've fared before in CBLOL, but also the drafts we mentioned. They seem very solid on both sides. There's not much of a big this is a weakness on this end. So we'll see how things are going to go as we jump onto Summoner's Rift. Fluxu on the blue side, Kaboom on the red. We are already almost 2 minutes in, so bot lane looking spicy, trying to get that control over the level 2. Jin is going to wait. This we have the champions' names and not the player names. That's quite a choice.
Yeah, I think that's coming like from our CBLOL feed too. I don't think that's on our productions.
Yeah.
Production involved. I was thinking about it. I was like, Rose, can we get the names up? I was like, hey, that's not Rose's fault. That's definitely not coming from us. Yeah, hopefully we'll get those fixed here in a little bit. Should be an in-game setting for the production, but we know who everybody is, right? These are all our favorites. Couple things we want to look for in the first few minutes of this opening game. So this game is going to work a little bit differently than other games we've seen so far in the CBLOL. If you look at the junglers, we got a couple support junglers, right? You got Maokai, you got Rel. What's special about these junglers is that they're not too good at taking objectives by themselves, right? It takes them a long time. To cut through those dragons, cut through those mites, through the grubs, excuse me. So they're going to have to unlock lanes from the sides, from the mid, to help them with those objectives. So we're going to see more ganking. We're going to see more team play and more skirmishes.
At the same time, we're looking at Fluxu having big aggressive positioning on all ends now. Nautilus rotating to the mid, and
There we go.
Maokai trying to scout around there, going for the Rel in the blue, in the red buff. Now Kiari and Lonely just fighting against each other. Nobody really going down on health. But that is some control right there. Okay, this is looking very deep, and it's a 3v1.
Wow.
The first kill onto a house. What a switch target on the turret, but there's a 1-for-1 taken. Oh, okay, even the graphics are a little delayed today. What's going on?
It looks like Replay Obs has the nameplates on, but Main Obs doesn't. So we're seeing some weird back and forth cuts here.
It's back.
There we go. We got something going on now. House and Fu back on your map for you, not just Corki and Tristana. They're going to take down House in a very early dive. I said it was all about unlocking lanes. We're already seeing that bust wide open. This is why you don't pick Corki unless it's into his ear.
Going really well for Fu. We mentioned how they can be, and they get to be aggressive, enabled there by Sting and also Scamber going for a very quick rotation.
Wow.
Top lane burning through Lonely. Look at that. That's the overheat. So no more trading for the foreseeable future. But things are under control for Fluxu.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and say it here. So if Ornn is your red side counter pick, so first pick Rumble, maybe just stay home. I don't know. I don't know if you're going to have as much fun. That doesn't look like it's fun to play for Lonely. I didn't want the Udyr pick out of him. He didn't have Kasanti available. I think it might be another top laner that was banned from him, but it's got to be something better here than just burning down to this Rumble. Late game, that Ornn's going to be good for primary engage for a team that brings a lot of damage to the table, but otherwise, yeah, not a great pick.
And while you were talking, there's a cleanse coming through for Kojima, so the damage was raining there for Kambu's bot lane, but not enough to take them down. There was an ignite as well from South, so both of those summoner spells are out. Malrang looking for the mid lane. There's the pink ward, so they haven't been spotted. Going for the Scuttle Crab. Also on the rotation is Cells going for the jungle, maybe getting a flank position.
Wow.
There is Fu going on, and there's the Rakan for the help. They can surely escape. That's the thumbs up for Fu. They don't even care
They
to
can't
2v1.
fight him. Yeah, no, they can't fight him whatsoever. They miss the knockup, but I'm going to say it. So if even that knockup hits, I don't know if House has the damage really to do anything about it. Malrang's going to unlock that mid lane, like we talked about, and going to fight over the dragon. This is the better play for Malrang to do this. Sting's just going to try and solo these grubs. It's going to lead him to slowing down quite a bit behind the rail. We'll see that as the game progresses.
Agreed. At the same time, it's just such a good play considering you saw that aggression coming from Cells into the mid lane Fu. You might be in a bad position. You got to try to escape should they get a good angle. But no, they are fairly protected going to the top side of the river on the lane so they can escape more easily. And as you were saying, if Sing gets that pressure on the top side, oh, never mind. There's another potential dive coming through. There's an equalizer unlocked.
He's
for
got
Kari.
6.
There's the knockup. Oh, but the rocket jump is enough. What a lot of resources from Kaboom onto Fu.
Yeah, and Malrang spends so much time here. It's actually Sting that comes out on top with the tempo and the camps moving forward. He's able to catch back up, take some topside camps down, and he's right back in this game. Not a great macro play there from Kaboom. They try to apply pressure, but they just don't have it in the tank. Kiari comes down. He's got the equalizer, threatens, and there's no play for Kaboom. Now we're down back in the bot side. Looks like Flukes have pushed that wave out, maybe looking to roam once again. There's been so much cross-map movement from both teams.
At the end of the day, the cross-map rotation for Fluxo have been more on point. As you said, Kaboom kind of making faulty decisions here and there, not really reading what's going to be the next play for Fluxo, but I think Fluxo is reading them much better when they decided to go for those Void Grubs instead of the Drake, and then rotating immediately for that mid lane, so you get even more pressure onto Fu. Now going to the bot side, there's Sting going out with the Nature's Grasp. There's the stun
Really
and
well
the snare, and another one with a hook. That's going to be enough to get them down. And another hit is there for Kojima, getting them the kill. Natuno survives, but that is Fluxo coming out on top once again, Axman.
So if this isn't a great play for any bot lane here, but Sales plays this better than anybody could have. He blocks Nature's Grasp for Natuno. He almost makes it out, and were it not for the fourth shot from Kojima, he indeed would have. So very close there from Rakan, but the effort from Sting, Kojima, and Scammer is just too much. Nature's Grasp, huge here for the Maokai jungle pick. He's making it work. He's unlocking his lanes. He's accelerating them and looking to play for objectives.
Oh, and there it is. There's the cancel rocket jump, and there's another hit with Ignite to finish them off. And finally, Fu gets taken down after such a big effort for Kaboom. Now, House taking the kill.
Well played. And once again, down to the efforts of Seos, an incredible player in this region, up a level over his lane opponent. Here's that replay. And look at the effort. I just want you to focus on what Seos is doing. He's so far behind this play, still is able to get in front of Netuno for the Nature's Grasp, and almost makes it out. But that fourth shot takes him down. Really, really close, but that goes way worse for any other bot lane in this region.
Clap, clap, clap. I love the coach's reactions mid-game. It's immaculate every single time, Axman. And I agree. I think Kaboom is trying to do now, finding themselves in a position where they need to fight much more, considering how they fell behind in the early game. Not in gold, but in positioning and maybe even in confidence.
Could be in confidence there as well, though. You mentioned the gold. It's dead even right now as far as I'm concerned. We'll see another play here in the mid lane. The mid jungle 2v2 is going to be a high point for Kaboom going into this. Ooh,
yeah, but
big
bot lane
fight.
looking very aggressive.
Wow.
And there's the arrow onto Scamba, taking him down top lane. There's the on horn, and they dodge it. It's a flash away. Now going on to Lonely, and the equalizer. There's no escape. Here, Ari takes that kill on top lane.
And it's just not close either. So Kiari with the ultimate flashes that primary engage from Ornn, that big Call of the Forge God, I think is the name of the ability, with the flash. And yeah, easy fight for him after that. You see why Rumble is so high prio in the meta right now. I don't think they were able to catch Fu in the mid lane either. We saw that play a little bit developing before he cut to the bot lane. Fu was able to escape. Fortunately for the Nautilus, he goes down. Varus just does so much damage.
They do, and we're looking on both sides for the lethality builds, right, Axman? So now, whenever they have a positioning to go in because of those big tanks in front of them, oh, they can do damage.
They sure can here. Another play. Malrang over the wall.
Yeah, getting in. There's going to be Nautilus taking so much damage, and Scamba has to sacrifice themselves. House takes that kill now on 2-1-1.
If there's one thing you're going to do as a Nautilus main in pro play, so it's die over and over again. It's almost like, yeah, like it was the fate for you there. We'll see staying in the wings. House maybe in danger here.
Yeah, looking for that flank sting. Has a good angle, but House has that first view on that Malrang alongside Cells. It's a 3v3. If they can rotate on this one, 5 seconds for that Drake to spawn. There it is on your screen. Trying to get a good moment, but Scamba going for Natuno, just scaring them away from the minions. No more platings for you. They still have to get more pressure and control over the Drake to actually initialize it.
Exactly what I was about to say. They just need a little bit more here in terms of positioning. Nature's Grasp available. Sting will walk up. He's got to hold on to it, dude. You need the perfect angle for that Nature's Grasp.
You're so right, Axeman. And now they have cleaned both sides on the wave. So having priority is going to be Kaboom. They also have the pink ward on both bushes and in the pit, as well as that pixel bush. So big moves for Kaboom, how they control out that wave. But Scamba is there. Kojima could try to get a steal. That's the Nature's Grasp, but it's not enough. It is still going to be a fight, and it is. The curtain call gets the damage from afar, but now the front line gets help from Fu. Nobody gets killed on the side of Fluxu, but Kaboom is the one taking him down. Now it's the going on forward with the rocket jump, and they take just one. Fu escapes very close. House could still chase them down, and another one hits in the flash forward. It's going to be another kill for House, and Kaboom comes out on top now on 7 versus 4 kills on the map.
So this is huge. House comes out of this fight with 5 full kills. Holy moly, he's going to take the reset and spend so much gold. They get the dragon in that fight as well, and that brings him up to that 2 dragon point that you're looking for with the bot side control. And yeah, late game's going to be huge for Kaboom. House is absolutely massive on the Corki, almost for no reason. I mean, it's down to the rotations from Kaboom there in the early game, but this matchup isn't super Corki favored or anything, and it's not like Fluxu weren't trying to take him down. He did get first blooded under turret in the first few minutes of this game, but against all odds, Sylvie's going to turn it around, staying looking for the 6 grub buff, and he should be able to find it. I don't know if anybody's going to challenge him for this one.
Can they? There's a pink ward in the pit. There's also Scamba going down for the flanks. Now bot lane, Fu goes down to Natuno. There's another hit. Close enough. One auto attack is enough. And Fu takes down Natuno in the bot side. But I am worried and interested about those Void Grubs get taken by Fluke. So that's huge, Axeman.
Thing gets all 6 grubs for Fluxu. Man, oh man, and oh god, don't give us a close-up. Put that away. Not the little grubbies, but nah, they're kind of cute. They grow on you, I think. Yeah, with all 6 there, you're gonna get tons of true damage onto enemy structures. Taking out the dragon here, you see the big Nature's Grasp. Scamber tries to step up, but of course, it's not going to go well for him. Hex Slash over the wall. He tries to get in. He locks up Seos. That leaves Netino open for a couple Jin shots. And Kiari in burns everybody alive before going down. And look at the health bars from Kaboom here. House just able to turn this one around. He's the healthiest one on his team. He's going to shred through everybody.
It was interesting how there was a fight going on there with Kiari going for the backline as the Rumble, as you said, but the Equalizer doesn't hit in the best of spots, and at the same time, when Fu goes in, somebody, either House or Cells, get that blast going to get them out. Very nicely done by bot lane. Going on to Malrang, going on to Fu. They have pressure, but House is going to easily take this bot tier 1. Now getting both sides now. 26,000 for Kaboom, 23,000 for Fluxu. Those Drakes are starting to stack up.
And I like that you point this out too here, so because I think theoretically Fluxu wins these team fights. They just have better team fight ultimates, better tools at their disposal. It really is just Kaboom hands diff, man. House is huge, absolutely huge in this game. Seos as well with the support coming through has been incredible so far. Just better players, man. And
no bias whatsoever.
Yeah, no bias whatsoever. Like they're making better plays. They're just having better team fights here. Rift Herald coming through. Sting will try to take that one down. He's gotten all the purple monsters so far.
Yeah, all of them very close. Cells doesn't have his might, so that's going to be an easy pick. Call of the God of the Forge goes in, gets that knock up, going now very, very slowly. But is Maokai taken down? At least Kaboom gets that one kill after losing the first Herald of the game.
Lovely looking for a little foo action. He's not going to find it. But yeah, Rift Herald will go down. And they'll convert that into even more structural pressure, blowing the map wide open in this game. Fluxu with a neat little edge here. They're out in terms of gold, Soph, but they're not down yet.
Absolutely not. And you mentioned like the quote unquote skill diff for Kabuma those team fights, and I agree with you. They had incredible micro, but what we saw from Fluxu in regards to macro in the early game really set them up for a good spot in controlling those objectives. So they got the 6 Void Grubs, the first Herald. They have a Tristana. The amount of damage they can do to turrets is insane. Now it goes down to Kaboom and try to get those team fights going, although Fluxu has the better comp. Kaboom has had the better fingers.
They certainly have here, and something we haven't talked too much about this game so far, Soph, is the range. Not too much as much an advantage between the two teams, but both teams really playing from incredible range. You got Jin, Varus, everybody hitting each other from very, very far away. And Corki, of course, dishing in the rockets from distance as well. A lot of these team fights are going to be played out over a very wide area, and you got to avoid poke as much as you can.
Both sides having those front lines on. Rel, then Nautilus, Maokai, but going in here in the mid lane, Cells gets a little bit of a bait, but it's nothing to be concerned. Now, Fluxu wants to take down this mid lane tier 1. They have the power, but Kaboom is not leaving any opening. House gets on the potato there in the bush, but it's not going to be any engage coming out from Fluxu yet.
Nothing really to look for there. Foo's going to use his Void Mites up top side. Little pressure across the map. We're not seeing the answer. Oh, the Dragon going down for Kaboom, actually. The package will be used by House. He's not able to convert on that particular kill, but they'll get their third Dragon.
At some point, you're going to take it any day. And that's the only thing. Oh, okay, so there was a flash as well out of Chiari on that play. So very nicely done by Kaboom to take out those resources. Looking at this mid lane X-Men, they want to try to find an opening. Then they got that one, at least on the top side. Now there's the Herald. Let's see if there's going to be a drift. How do we see in Tokyo? If you see me, then you need me. Then you know you have to go.
Yeah, we got to get the electronic music in here. The Rift Herald will crash, takes down the turret. This will be the fight.
Hey, will be going on to Sting. They try to get away, but it's not enough. Trying to snipe them down onto Kashima, but they escape. I think this has been the name of the game, right? Fluxu gets an objective, and then Kaboom retaliates with a team fight.
It seems to be that way so far. Yeah, Soph, but yeah, I'm still looking for that big primary engage from Lonely. Still looking for Kaboom's big fight here. I mean, kind of reactive, so it's going to catch him out. But they'll take down the turret of their own.
There you go, 1-for-1 on turrets, especially in the mid lane. That's huge for Kaboom now that they're getting onto Soul Point. Whenever they do reach that, there's going to be so much movement speed across the map with the Cloud Drake for themselves too. Chiari finding Lonely here in a bush. But there's the damage coming on both sides, I would say. So Chiari not finding much on 1v1s right now.
No, he's really not. He's going to find a lot of CS in these side lanes, though, if they keep leaving him out there alone. That equalizer just gets bigger and bigger with all the new burn items. It's going to be pretty scary looking forward into this late game. But I think late game, in terms of control here, I would still put it in Kaboom's control.
I think so too. I think they're doing that pretty well, but I think Fluxu still has good grasp and view of the map altogether. Let's see if this is going to be an engage, and there it is. The hook comes forward. There's a TP as well.
Going damage. To the minion. There's just nothing they can do.
Yeah, Nautilus just doesn't survive. Call of the God of the Forge into an equalizer, but 4v1 is a Rumble taken down.
For Chiari, I think the report card on the equalizer is not going to look super good here. Get a little shot of the Baron swimming through the river. Yeah, these equalizers are not, they haven't been super solid. We get another kill in the pocket of House. Sting maybe going down here. It's Seos and Malrang, though. They don't have any damage between the two of them, so they'll have to let the Maokai go. But yeah, House, you're just going to be able to pick somebody off like this, play after play. Eventually, we're going to get to a stage where there's just no playing the game for Fluxu. The Corki is too strong, and there's just no way for them to get in. We thought maybe there might be some damage issues for Kaboom. They have Varus, who's been massive. Corki maybe was a big question mark here, but that question mark is certainly answered at this point. Now it's just a massive Corki with all of the engaged potential in the world.
Fighting here for the pink ward and the tri-bush. Lonely takes it down, and Kaboom has really shown a lot of control over those jungles, especially on the enemy jungle bottom side. And look at the amount of wards they've got there. There's so much vision. Let's see all of that going on. Kiari alone on the bottom side. I'm thinking Kaboom has a really, really good upper hand for a Baron fight.
I would say so. Still looking for that big fight. Honestly, Flukes have been avoiding it for a long time now, and that falls squarely on Kiari. The equalizers haven't really been there. I think you need to start the fight with that. You need to start with Nature's Grasp, and just hasn't been an angle for Sting and Kiari yet to look for those fights, and it's starting to cost them objectives. That third dragon goes down, fourth one's up in a minute 30.
Looking really, really good on those objectives, as you said. Axeman for Kaboom. Flukes who tried to get that upper hand on the top side. Fu was very much ahead, but now still staying on 3 and 2. Just finished that Navoris. Not doing much damage. We'll try to see if Flukes gets anything done on those team fights, but Kaboom looking really good for the conflicts. They have been spotted. Oh, but it doesn't cancel the recall.
No, not going to cancel that one.
Ooh.
Not just yet.
Looking to cancel them all together. Equalizer goes in. Curtain call to follow it up. There's the hook.
Very
and
nice.
Neutralized there. Shut down onto Varus. Last hit doesn't go onto Lonely, but they can still take it down should they want to go for it.
Is he out?
He's out. Damage. Malrang protects them.
Yeah, Lonely going to walk right out of there. They're just able to catch Netsuno. Not the primary damage dealer here, so House is still up. Lonely just missing a bunch of health, and that doesn't actually unlock too much for Fluxu. Although what we did say earlier was that House able to get these picks down play after play would eventually make it impossible for Fluxu to play. If Fluxu is getting their own picks, well then we might have a little ball game on our hands here. So if Malrang looking for
yeah, we might. There's the pink ward, and the ulti goes on to Malrang. There's a TP that might have been wasted.
Here's House!
Do they catch it? Oh my god, the packet is in, and House is going to obliterate the Justana. This is for the early minutes of the game.
Holy cow, another pick goes down for House. 8-1 and 3, huge damage from the Corki Soap. And they'll two-man start on the Baron. Incredible for Fluxu. Look at what they are doing. That fourth dragon going down. This is Dragon Soul for Kaboom.
There's the blue trinket that went into the pit, so they have vision. There's the pink ward as well. They could stop it. They have to stop it because the TP has been spotted on that bush. And now the Baron is going to reset, and Kaboom takes down any possibility of that Baron being taken. At the same time, the soul is theirs.
Yeah, just a little bit too early, I think, for Flukes. They don't have as many on the objective as early as they needed it to for that one to go down. You can't really start Baron up with just 2 players anymore at 23 minutes in Season 14. It just doesn't work like that. You need all 5. You got to get everybody there to start hitting that objective down. Maybe they could have taken this one. As it stands, they back off a little early. You see the teleport coming through. You're thinking, oh, man, this is definitely House, but it wasn't House. It was Lonely. Maybe they could have finished this one off.
It's true. And if they had maybe a little bit of better communication there, maybe Fu should have said, then the TP was coming from House in the bot lane. That could have been played completely different. Going on to the mid lane, 4v3. Malrang coming out, maybe for a flank. There's House in the back line as well, but the knockup goes in. There's damage raining onto the Rumble. They get taken down. Call of the God of the Forge. Close enough to go, and Scamba is going to be the double kill for House. Kaboom have the Baron on their pockets right now.
Absolutely crushing it there. And the Baron will go down in short order. Kaboom just able to out-rotate Fluxu. Unfortunately for Fluxu fans, they'll take down this Baron and an incredible effort thus far from Kaboom. I think they take this one handily. You take the Baron, take the reset, so push your way out, establish some wave control in the sides, and you'll be just fine in this game.
Yeah, the only thing that Flux can do is go for the siege. Justana can do it, but we've seen a couple of times where it hasn't worked out pretty well. Now, talk me through this play in the mid lane.
Oh yeah, just another battle of the pick, right? I mean, you get these big ultimates, locking up key targets and trying to take them down best you can. Double kill for House, and pretty much the same old story, right? House just kind of hands dipping them.
Looking to push in mid lane is wide open. 4 players with that buff. There's the one on the bottom side, no TP available, but it's fine clearing out the wave. There's the tier 2 taken down by Kaboom, opening everything up so that the game is looking to a close. Cells get spotted, but now there's just so much that Fluxo can do. Fu going for a split push, going for a backdoor, but you can't do anything when there's a Baron buff in the enemy's hands.
I love Fu's split push because you see this so often in solo queue. Your carrier will just be like, look, I can't stop them, so I'm just going to go take as much as I can in the sides. And you guys try and slow them down as best you can. And not really much Fluxu could do at this stage. You have Equalizer up. Maybe Kiari drops it here, tries to get that on a carry or something. But other than that, not really anything you could do for Fluxu. Fu will get that turret down. He's going to have to reset to defend his Nexus, though, as Kaboom have realized, wait, where's Tristana?
Well, she's at your base, but you can definitely take down the enemy base quicker. There it is. There's the Nexus turrets. The inhibitors are down. Quite a lot of damage that can be dealt with. House goes in. There's the Nature's Grasp as well. And the knockup, but there's no damage to follow it up, Axeman. They're trying to get it, but not even the turret is taking him down. There's the 4th shot. Doesn't do anything at all. A cleanse comes from Kojima after that charm on Cells. And the Nexus is open. Kaboom finishes the first game of the Saturday.
And Fu never really does take that reset, does he? He just kind of keeps going and keeps looking for that Nexus. He got onto the Nexus turrets, but other than that, didn't get quite close enough. Kaboom takes this one down handily. Another successful prediction from X-Man87.
Hey,
let's hear it for me in the chat. Finally got one. Maybe I'll catch up with Soph one of these days, but probably not. Yeah, I mean, this once again, it's just a huge skill dip in the support role, and the mid lane is something that a lot of viewers will be surprised about after Fu's performance last week. Yeah, it's still all about House. We're still in the madhouse, baby.
Yeah, we are. That core keep, we were thinking a little bit sketchy about it in the early game, but then it doesn't even matter. As long as you get that your mana in the beginning, you finish it off, the damage is going to rain. And there's so much lethality going on nowadays that even having that on, even having the Nautilus, you're burning through that front line.
Yeah, really cutting right through that front line and able to get them down. Also, just getting the damage on key targets from range was something that was huge for Kaboom too. And that's what we talk about when we say the mechanical difference, the skill difference here. Landing, all these big skill shots, the rockets, the arrows from Varus onto Tristana specifically, very difficult. I mean, she could dodge so much. And honestly, it's more of a case where she jumps onto you and has deleted you before you get to get any rockets out. And we just didn't really see that apart from the first few minutes of this game.
Yeah, and I think, at least in a wider perspective for Fluke, so he felt like Fu was playing their own game. In the beginning, it was a little more coordinated. We saw more macro plays, especially going for those void grabs, collecting the 6. Wonderful. But then you didn't really convert it onto anything when you had Fu going onto to side waves. Yeah, they were there and then they got killed. Cool. What do you get from that? So it didn't work out really well, but really props to Kaboom for noticing those rotations and being like, they can't do anything without Fu in the team fight, so we just wrecked them.
100%. And the picks were huge there for Kaboom as well. Looking forward to the next matchup. This should be a fun one.
I agree. And the next matchup will be, let me get it on your screen, VKS versus INTZ. Exciting. Should we go to predictions now? Do we do predictions after the break? Tell us, producer Tamil.
Let's go to a break.
We'll get a break in there. We gotta break it down. We do predictions, but give us your predictions in chat because VKS versus INTZ is quite a lot of letters. So tell me your favorite ones. We're going to be right back. Stay tuned for CBLOL English. Welcome back to our second match of the day, VASINTZ. You're feeling hyped, aren't you, Axman?
Oh yeah, and one of these days I'll get a camera with a higher frame rate. I don't know what's going on with the after image here, but I'm not actually moving this fast, so it is what it is. Yeah, Soph gets all the frames. Can I have some of my frames back?
I think I've stolen it. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'll try to send it mail.
It's okay. Yeah, production said, "Look, I can make you green if you want." All right, sure. It's time to be
I
green.
prefer the Baron. I think the Baron is nicer.
I think the Baron is nice too. Wait, the Baron? He's behind me, isn't he?
Ah! Oh no!
He's
Do you have
right
a
back
smite?
there. I don't have a smite. No, unfortunately,
No,
I
you
don't. Hopefully, our junglers in
you're
the
done.
next matchup have smite. Oh, segue.
Oh yeah, smooth.
Yeah, real smooth move.
You know what's purple? VKS. Let's look at that roster, shall we? We know that things looked a little different last week with 100% win rate for Blue side, but things are starting out different. So looking at VKS, we have Gigu in the top lane, Dizami in the jungle, Tukui in the mid lane, Smiley as ADC, and Predelta as support. You had a couple of thoughts about Tukui, didn't you, X-Men?
Yeah, absolutely. I think Tukui wins the day here, VKS, all the way. Tukui's massive mid laner for this team. And I had a couple notes as well about Pro Delta. I think Coach Seal owes me a Karma pick. I need to see Karma here for the Vivo Cade Stars. I think it would be so powerful for them.
No, I'm such a Pro Delta fan. I think they performed super well with Pain last split, now coming with VKS. I think we have a couple of predictions to go later. Well, I really like this roster. But let's look at the next one. Of course, the contenders for VKS are INTZ. And their roster is looking like this. You have Tai in the top lane. Okay. Love to see it. Top lane for Tai, Yumpy as the jungler, Yatuza in the mid lane, Ninja Kiwi as ADC, and Damage as support. You mentioned you're going all the way for VKS, so I think you kind of spoiled your prediction, didn't you?
Yeah, I spoiled my prediction a little bit here, and I am predicting against what they were calling the best AD carry in the league on our podcast, Ringos Liberados. I think it was Trajan called Ninja Kiwi the best AD carry in the CBLOL. Here are those predictions for you. Yeah, I'm all VKS. Looks like you're frying TZ. I think we're split on all the predictions so far today. Maybe all of them the whole day long. So we'll see who comes out on top. You got quite you got a little advantage on me going into today, but I think I can catch you up.
Oh, you definitely can. No worry about that, especially because you already got the first one for Kaboom, right? So it's a 1 for Axman, 0 for Soph as I cry in the corner, but it's okay. I'll recover. I'm looking at this matchup right now, and I think both of them look very strong. Maybe on our podcast, I don't know exactly who it was. Maybe it was RMC. RMC thinking this is the most balanced of CBLOL's rosters. What are you thinking? Do you agree with that?
Yeah, 100% agree with that. I think both these teams actually are remarkably well balanced, and I think this matchup is going to be one of the closer ones. We said today was going to be all about tiebreakers, and a lot of the matchups today, barring the Liberty and Furry ones, are between what most people would call middle-of-the-pack teams, and it's going to be separating some of the fluff out from the good stuff.
The not fluff?
The not fluff. The fluff from the not fluff. Yes. Yeah, exactly.
I agree. Looking very similar, looking very strong in the same areas. Although in the previous game, I wouldn't have said that Fluxer had such a better macro game in the first 5 minutes and then just abandoned it. I think they flopped the ball on the last one, and Kaboom really took advantage of that. So every one of these matches where we think these are so balanced is the time where we've really noticed the biggest differences. When there's a big disparity, you already expect the disparity. So I really much like what's going to come out into play. You mentioned Tukwil. I love how things are going towards mid lane. We had House going out super ham. You mentioned Pro Delta. You're wanting them to get the Karma. Do you have anything for Tukwil in mind? Maybe in Azir?
Oh no, for Takui, it's got to be Oriana. I just love, I got this whole comp built out in my head where it's Ezreal Karma bot, and Oriana mid, and an Olaf top, and Poppy jungle. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. They're not gonna pick it though. They get Nocturne first round pick here. That's okay. They can still pick the other 4 though. But a couple bans coming out. Varus banned away. Melio out of there as well. That's okay. We don't need any of those picks. Everything's fine, but it will be 6 bot lane bans. I'm saying, go Seal. Ezreal Karma's still up. We can still go for the...
Yeah, it is up. It is definitely up. But now if you're thinking about what Trajan said, INTZ, you were smart on that one. You have the red side, so second pick, stealing out the Oriana from Tukwid. Very nice play. But I want to talk about what you mentioned there, like all the support, all the ADC bans coming. That really shows how Pro Delta, how Ninja Kiwi have a big presence in the game.
I'm trying to remember if Ninja Kiwi has an Ezreal. I think he might have 3 pro games of Ezreal. I'm trying to remember.
Go on remember. I'll try to get the
Okay, cool, awesome. Azir's getting it locked in. Takui gets that one. He's gonna pick that one into the Oriana. No quirky pick for Aithuza. That will be the Oriana there for him. Still looking for that bot laner for VKS. Looking for something big, man. It doesn't have to be Ezreal. It's just got to be something big, not Katarina, not that big. Something with big skill shots. Yeah, they're going to take the Kalista, actually. Renata still available. That'll have to get banned in the second round of bans here, so they don't pick that up. There's no Rel either. And hopefully we'll see that in a little bit. But yeah, no Ezreal. It's all over.
Okay, so we have confirmation from RMC that...
Did I call that? Wait.
Indeed. 3 competitive Ezreal games, but unfortunately 3 losses.
It's all up here. It's all up here in the brain.
It's there.
He doesn't have an Ezreal. Cut the clip. Cut the clip. No,
He
they're
thought
gonna
he did.
they're gonna take the. I really did not look that up. The Felios is gonna get locked in for INTZ, which is incredible. There were not a ban, which he called there as well. Not sure what's gonna go down there with the Callista. I'm thinking maybe something big. We throw something big in with the ultimate. Maybe Nautilus, something like that.
Yeah, I'm on the same page for sure. You already have the Senna, the Milio, and the Renata out of the table, so you have no enchanters, no healing. I don't think the Nami works out really well with the Callista, like throwing out your fish. Like, why would you play with your food, you know? And I think Callista with the Nautilus works out much better. Have now for VKS that Rumble ban. We saw that being so well played in the last game, but didn't quite finishing it off. Those equalizers needed some calibrations, but Nautilus is going to be taken out by VKS themselves. Huh.
Yeah, no Nautilus formed there, leaving a big question mark on what VKS is about to pick. Not really sure. They leave up counter pick once again for the support there coming through. And it's just not going to be a huge here for damage, I don't think. Not really sure what the support counter pick thing is, if that's really the best thing going for him. Please pick Olaf. You're not allowed to hover Olaf, all right? That's not nice. Aatrox locked in for Gigod, and yeah, no, that's going to be a lot of fun for him there on the Casanti. And is it both sides are last picking support? What's going on right now?
Yeah, I think this might be a Rakan for VKS. I think is the one that makes most sense because Rel is already out, Nautilus is out, all the other enchanters that INTZ banned.
There's like 6 supports banned.
Yeah, that's insane. Okay, so taking out the Rakan, so we're really narrowing down the bot lane here for INTZ. That would be Anami, I would say. For the Aphelios, I think it works out really well. Oh,
wow.
Lulu. All right. We've seen, and we have a couple of clips for CBLOL English with Prodelta on the Lulu just really playing out of their minds. But it's going to be INTZ getting that one potentially for damage instead.
Watch them switch it at the last second. No, they do lock it in. They did lock it in. Now it will be the Lulu coming through. Okay, so a couple things here. First, so much engaged from VKS, right? You have Paranoia, you have Rakan. Rakan is, by the way, just a being that's made entirely of engaged. There's no other part of Rakan. Head empty, no personality. He's just going to come towards you.
Go in.
Yeah, he's just he's coming at you. Aatrox much in that vein as well. Lots of forward momentum. This team comp is trying to come at you early and come at you hard, especially post 6. On the side of INTZ, a little bit slower. They want you to come into them. They want to use the big shockwave. They want to use the big Aphelios ultimate to get lots of big AoE damage. They also want to play like with wings coming in here too. Casanti looking for the big flanks that we saw work out well for Liberty last week. So they're trying to play a little bit more to set up objectives and have the enemy team push into them. Both sides really getting what they want in this draft.
I think it's interesting because as much as we have a lot of engage for VKS, for the Nocturne, you would expect them to at least get the Paranoia, right? The level 6 to really be more proactive on other sides of the map. So to me, VKS really needs a lot of vision and control over where Yampi is, because I don't know how well they do against the Vi in the early game before 6. I think she can out damage, especially if she's like 1 or 2 camps ahead, considering the good clear wave that she does, jungle clear that she does. And on top of that, I think there's a scaling time for VKS that maybe INTZ could punish on.
Yeah, I think absolutely you could play for scaling. There's lots of time available to you in these games, I think. You just got to play your side of the map, right? Pick a side of the map early and try to play for those objectives, and that'll get you into the late game here. I do think VKS play a little bit better around the bottom side of the map, might play for those dragons. Meanwhile, INTZ may be playing for that top side. However, we've been seeing blue side play for top side just off the token of being having easier access to the grub so far. In the meta and the CBLOL. So it might be actually the complete opposite here. We might see Nocturne playing for those grubs.
It's very possible, and I totally agree with you. Having that entrance there for the top side allows the Void Grubs. But going into game, Thunder Drifters on your screen, VKS on the blue side, INTZ on the red. Already looking at VKS scouting this side of the river. But there are preemptive wards for INTZ at the entrance of their jungle as well. Ninja Kiwi and damage, trying to bait out something onto Tukwil. That's some damage coming from Aithusa, but Tukwil going to the right side of the map, still getting quite a lot of damage from haha, on that Lulu, because we know how annoying she can be in the early game, and that's just going to be a recall. Nothing really wasted.
Bunch of freebies there for damage. You don't have any dashes this early if you're a Zir, so no way out of this one except to right click away. You'll do just that. Nothing taken out too early, but that is something that Takui's going to have to worry about early on in this game, is that Yampy's coming in. It's coming in early. A mid-jungle 2v2. Pretty rough for the Azir. Post 6, it gets a little bit harder for INTZ to do stuff, but you got more damage coming out of the Orianna at that point. You got Shockwave as well. So really a volatile 2v2 throughout the game.
We can see as well that rotation for the bot lane here in the mid was really, really good, because you got to Queen out of a couple of those minions, full control for Aithusa as well, setting things up nicely for INTZ.
So Aithusa with the Orianna pick, and what I like so much about it is you have so much range, right? Even from the early stage of this game, it's just that this early, okay, little trades down bot side, Pro Delta may be in danger.
Maybe in danger indeed. And Ninja Kiwi also trading out for
wow.
Smiley. Really winning this 2v2 in the bot side. Nicely done. Now they can control the wave, getting that level 2 as fast as they want, and freezing out should they want to do so, as they are indeed.
The level 1 is tough for the Kalista. Snowball's a little bit better, though. Level 3 should be easier for him. Jasamis is already clearing camps around the bot side, having started top. It's a full clear for him so far. We'll see if he skips Krugs or goes all 6. If he skips Krugs, he's going directly to the bot lane. So,
yeah, that would be juicy. There's the wave crashing down here. Ninja Kiwi and Damage don't have any wards. They have just expired a couple of moments ago. But there it is. They're going to try to at least have some vision, and reaching is the best choice. Even going for a recall on both of them since the wave was pushed.
Nice play from Yampy. Jens is clear in the middle of the map, able to exert control all over. He's going to see the fight up top side and path back up top towards Krugs. See if they can intervene a little bit. Meanwhile, Nocturne is going to take the Krugs. He's going to set up Vision. He should take the reset.
Yeah, for sure. Taking down their reset, potentially staying just until the Scuttle Crab spawns.
That's the Scuttle Crab. Nice.
Yeah, for sure. And then there's also Yampy going out for the top side, so we'll see if anything is about to happen against Gigo. The 1v1 was already very intense, but the wave is so pushed that I don't think this is going to turn out to anything. It's just the trade out on Scuttle Crabs across the map.
So no gank? Man.
Feels bad.
Feels bad. You know, I say that. Nocturne's still out. Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. Nah, he has to reset, right? I mean, there's no way he stays out here for the Lulu gang.
Yeah,
so, you know?
For sure. They're waiting for a grump or something?
Is this the dive?
Looking for the
There's
back
no
flank.
shot we dive.
Disami is going in, and it's a 3v2 on the bottom lane for
wow!
TP comes through,
this
and
is
the
so
tower
bad.
is going to go for the fast blood for Ninja Kiwi. Disami has to try to escape, but Yumpy and Aithusa are going to follow them back down. Damage just trading it out with Smiley, and that was definitely a bad choice for VKS. This might be a 2-for-0, and it's a 1 for a flash for INTZ.
Yeah, I mean, Pro Delta's going to die with his flash up, which is wild. He goes down fully to turret damage. Again, not sure where the juggling's at. I think we'd have to see the replay on this one. I think he just starts this fight with, is he going to hit the Q or something? No, he just autos and then takes full turret aggro, and there's no play to be made. Aithusa with the teleport is clutch. Yampy coming up off the reset is clutch as well. But these things aren't things that VKS can't anticipate, right? I mean, you have to be thinking that this is going to happen when you're going for this play. This is not a good play from VKS.
I agree. They didn't have enough pressure. They didn't have enough damage. You're talking about a Kalista. Yeah, you had level 3 for sure. But then when you go in, as you said, you can't just take that many shots. And having an Oriana that could be rotating, that's a lot of damage and protection that INTZ had. Not looking great. Not looking great.
I want to frame this as like a better play from Yampy than it is a worse play from Jasamis. Yampy has an excellent clear pathing, ends is clear in the middle of the map, takes the top side scuttle because he doesn't want to fight for the bot side scuttle. Little fight top. I don't think this ends in anything here. I was wrong.
I might
was wrong.
because there were two ulti spend. And
There we go.
I ends up escaping with their last potion in their pocket. Looking for the bottom side though, it's the Dragon Pit. Starting out as a me onto the Drake themselves. VKS is gonna take it. We didn't really see what happened, but they got control and pushed INTZ out. Well done.
Yeah, and without paranoia too, which is really nice. Looks like Takui did not shuffle in that fight either. Actually, no ultimates burned so far. Shockwave's still up for Ithuza there too. So just kind of forcing Ithuza off the objective and taking it for themselves with the threat of the shuffle with the rotation over from Takui. Once again, Takui, incredible mid laner. We haven't seen him into some of the top mid laners so far in the region, so I'm going to refrain from saying he's the best, but he's doing really incredible stuff so far. Nice little kill for Ninja Kiwi, and that is the only one on the map. Takui maybe flashy Ithuza out here. We'll see.
There's Yampy in the backline, so they have to be really careful about it. There's no vision really for VKS. They have control over that bottom side on the Drake because they were going for it. They took it themselves, so at least there is some stacking in objectives for VKS. Bottom lane goes in, Predelta doesn't get the knock-up. I don't think they did. It was almost out of range, and they have to reset. They have vision from those Ws on the Callista, but you gotta be a little safe on those plays.
Sean is going to start up the grubs here. Take his consolation prize. Yampy's in the area, might stop him out, find him out here. Could just rotate up to the Krubs, to the Krugs. I called them Krubs. That's not good.
I mean, grubs, Krugs.
Yeah, I think I got caught there. Yeah, that's what I would say. Grub's going to go down to Jasamis.
I would say, Axman, it's interesting that Yumpy didn't contest it. Isn't that full? Full Void Grubs for VKS?
Nope, just 3. Definitely gets the 3. I think there's this weird thing where it shows an announcement for taking the objective for both VKS and then the final one that they got all 3 for INTZ. But I'm not 100% about that. Okay. Ty with a little play here.
Yeah, going into a tower dive. Not really doing much damage. Have the potion to back them up. It's a refill, so that's going to be very, very helpful in the mid lane. Though Predelta goes in, doesn't get the knock up again, and Ithuza escapes with that little extra move speed on the W.
It's looking like mid laners in the CBLOL are immune to recon shenanigans so far
right?
in this particular round. Not really falling for it as they used to. Smiley here now.
That they don't really go into Ithuza. They go in, but they don't get anything out of it.
And there's no shuffle from Takui either, showing he really didn't think he had the angle. Ithuza also just with flash up, so maybe not wanting to trade flash for the ultimate there, having rotated his bot lane up. Maybe just looking to blow summoner spells more than anything else.
Yeah, I agree. Just trying to bait out those would be great cooldowns. Giga gets quite a lot of platings here on the top side, none for Ty. But on the bottom side, we have Drake still on 1 minute and 40. I don't know exactly what they mean to do here. Maybe INTZ trying to get an angle to go for Tuquil, and a TP here from Ty getting back to lane. They're gonna cancel that recall. They have been spotted, so Giga has to walk away.
He's gonna have to back off for the time being, but we'll be back in short order. We see Predelta having to walk Jasamis through the jungle a little bit. They're trying to stay central to that bottom area of the map so they can respond a little bit better, try to sweep out vision a little bit better, and they're not entirely sure what exactly they want to do, as no one is on the map so far for INTZ. It's just a bot lane. They're looking for Ithuza, they're looking for Yampy, trying to figure out what INTZ are up to.
And they don't really have vision, like at all. We saw a sweep there from VKS. There was just one pink ward. They got it all, but top lane, Tai going into Gigo, taking quite a lot of damage. Gigo's gonna get taken down, or are they? It's enough healing back on the Aatrox with a World Ender to keep them healthy. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's the Gui God. He hasn't killed Ty yet, but boy, has he escaped him a number of times. At this point, dragging up in just 30 seconds, looking like Jasami's gonna have the angle on that one, but they poke Smiley down. It's a tough fight for the Kalista. Thu's looking low there as well. We'll have to rotate into Takui if he wants to get to the dragon.
And then look at the amount of vision that you have from INTZ there on the bottom side. There's that one on the pixel brush getting taken down. One mid in the river. They know that this amaze is there? Now they do. Yampi trying to get some out of it. Ninja Kiwi goes in paranoia. Everything is black, but not the screen for any of these players yet. That's the kill coming onto Yampi. So Tukui takes that one for themselves. Smiley trying to get away. They don't have much to do. Their support is not there. Producers on the other side of the map, they can't really ulti. There goes Gigu going onto the back line with the TP, getting nothing really out of this fight. Everybody's just scattering around. INTZ has to escape. It's a 5-stack and a flash forward, but the knockup is not connecting. Double flash for INTZ as they escape.
Dragon will be, not VKSs. They're all going to take the reset, not play for this particular dragon. They'll have to get back onto Summoner's Rift if they want to take this one. Teleport out for Takui. He finishes Nashor's very strong on the Azir. Nice little fight there. Shuffle kills Yampi. And you think, hey, maybe they just turn back on the dragon. Nope, it's a teleport from Gigo in the back line. They're going to hunt for more kills. They don't get any, so.
Yeah, things are looking rather interesting on that team fight, didn't they? Just walk me through it, Axman.
Yeah, so interesting engage here from Dasami. It's really nice from Pro Delta on the Rakan with that engage. And yeah, nice big shuffle going to take down Yampi. This teleport coming through from Gigo is really nice. It kind of it breaks things up a little bit. You can see INTZ were looking to try and kill out, but they're not able to once the Aatrox arrives.
Looking at that Drake once again, and about 50% for INTZ. They have positioning, but per Delta trying to get an angle. There's a me as well. There goes the knockup. Yampi taking damage, but now they're going to be taken down. No jungler for INTZ. The smite is unavailable as VKS is going to steal this one away, getting themselves onto 2 Drakes into this game.
Great play from Jasamis. He's going to get all 3 grubs the first go around, and his top laner Gigo will get him all 3. Well, he's going to get 1 on the second go around. He's going to have to back off. Those grubs deal a lot of damage if you don't have a smite item. Here's Jasamis. He's got paranoia.
Ooh, okay. So they have been spotted. Tukui though goes in, gets the shuffle. There's the Lulu out of dodge. Damage is almost down. Goes in, is the Rakan, and the knockup is going to finish them all off. Top lane, Gigo taking damage. Tai was going for a dive, but Gigo said, nah, I'm going to end your world. Last auto, and Tai is finished.
Really nice play from Gigo up in the top lane. Finally gets Ty's been looking for him all game long, but it's Yampi. He's going to pick up the grubs in the absence of Jasami's having gotten... Oh, there's 1 grub left. If Gigo could steal this one, Yampi does have smite, but this would mean 5 for Gigo.
Very close, very close, but that's the smite, and it finishes it off. Gigo is going to be taken down. So split 4... Wait, did they steal it? Wait, hold on.
Nah, he doesn't get it. Nah, he doesn't get it. It's 4 for 2.
How does VKS have 4 then? It should be 3 and 3. I'm very confused.
Gigo got the first 3, and earlier he was able to pick 1 off, but then they started killing him. He had to stop doing the grubs, so they ended up with 4 there and don't get the 5 grub buff. Huge dive here from Desanis and Pro Delta. The engage is incredible. They do all of this without paranoia.
That's insane. Okay, not guaranteeing the actually guaranteeing the 4 buff on the Void Grubs is so huge, especially because VKS was falling a little short on those decision making. But now there's a pause. And tell me something, Axman. Looking at the game right now, we have VKS, 2 Drakes, 4 out of 6 on those Void Grubs. What is the next step for VKS, or what is the next step for the enemy?
Next step for VKS to make it through this pause unscathed. Could be difficult for them here. What's the next step for VKS? I think that they need to capitalize on the objectives that they've gotten, start pushing down structures, and look to get some more advantages there. I still want to see more shuffles from Takui. I think that'll be a good time.
I agree. I was happy to see that going on because that was the ward. I think Dizami got spotted, but then Tukwili comes in over the wall. That was really nice. And although Lulu can survive quite a lot, 4v2 is not a favorable outcome for INTZ. Finally, we see VKS connecting on those aggressive attempts they've tried to do since the get-go.
Yeah, 100%. I'm trying to think of what would be a good strategy for INTZ coming back into this game. They have a lot of really immobile carries, which is something that's hurting them. Really think they needed more peel out of Vi, and the Kasanti might need to play better as 5. But at this point, I think it's just a Guigod diff, right? I mean, they dropped the Aatrox in these team fights, and he's able to sustain his way through them, get on those backline targets. There's nothing really you could do about it if you're INTZ. We talked about that a little bit in draft. VKS just have all this all full ahead composition trying to get onto your backline, and there's nothing INTZ can really do to stop them.
Yeah, not at this point. Definitely not, because having the Verkan on the opposite side, as you said, there's the Aatrox, there's the Paranoia, everything goes into your backline, and I don't see INTZ really getting into a scaling stage where they can protect their carries or even build a front line, because I think VKS is just ignoring the front line. They're just going in. They don't really care about it. It would have to be something relying heavily onto damage, getting a good knock up and a good wild growth on that Lulu, having the shock wave connecting in the mid lane and finally protecting someone, or even trying to start the play themselves, because if VKS starts the play, they're done.
100%, they are done. I'm ready for this pause to be done. Looks like we got some kind of peripheral issue with Takui. Maybe that's why we're not seeing the shuffles come out. We'll have to see if they can get that fixed for him here in just a little bit. I maybe didn't translate that right. Might not be Takui, sorry.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I have no clue. I can't really listen to the original feed. But yes, it's a technical pause. It's usually peripherals. There's every time it's peripherals, but it's fine. At the same time, I think we saw one of the games last week where a technical pause really threw the momentum off.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Yeah, that was awful. Gosh, right? What was that? What game was that? Was that, it might have been Liberty. I'm not 100%.
It's possible, yeah. I can't remember exactly what it was, because honestly, we have 10 games per weekend, so things are really stacked on the Brazilian front. Going back into the game, X-Men. Let's see what is going to come out of this, because we got a couple of ideas, a couple of orientations, guidelines. Is it going to come into play?
Yeah, we'll see if it's going to come into play here in a bit. VKS already doing what I wanted them to, forcing their objective control advantages into more success. They get that bot lane turret. Smiley takes that one down. They rotate back up, and now they're on to Rift Herald. Desamas takes this one. Looks to be uncontested. The MP's on the other side of the map. Not really sure how they're going to get anybody in there. You see Prodelta playing the vision control game a little bit. And yeah, just objective after objective falling for VKS.
And it's interesting as well, X-Men, because we mentioned how VKS could have better protection of this top side and then go for these Void Grubs and then the Rift Herald. But they also have 2 Drakes. That is insane.
So Coach Seal said in an interview, and I'm going to try to recall this from memory, last weekend, he was asked how he got so many excellent players to come with him to VKS, to come with him to Brazil. And he said it was a lot easier than he thought it would be, actually. And he made the offhand comment, no one wants to play for INTZ. A lot of people were, very heated on Twitter about that comment. He actually had to clarify a little bit.
Oh, God.
But he actually ended up doubling down and saying, you know what, he didn't really mean anything toxic or anything by it, but just that was his read on the program, and doubled down on his comments. Now in an INTZ this round, it's not looking too good for him.
It really, really isn't. VKS trying to find an angle here in the mid lane. Giga haven't been spotted. There it is, the ward. So Ninja Kiwi is safe for now. But being on the red side, this big opening here on the terrain, allows VKS to have a good interest into this dive, pushing out to Queen with Smiley. There it is, 4v3. Can they do it? I think they're just going to focus on Siege, and they take tier 1.
Another structure going to drop for VKS, still pushing their advantages forward. Ever onward, 5,000 gold lead for the team now. Not really much to play for INTZ. I'm not really sure where they go from here. You've got to play around those big team fight ultimates, I think. You got to play for a big 5v5, but at this stage, you're so far behind in every single role. I'm not even sure that would end up working out. It's one of those games where it has to be the perfect shockwave, Sov.
It is. I totally agree. And not just the shockwave, it has to be like momentum of so many things. Ninja Kiwi getting the right combination of weapons and Aphelios, followed up with the shockwave, getting the ulti as well, and then into Tai, reaching the backline with Yampi, and Damage finally trying and it's succeeding in defending everyone. But as we speak, a TP going into the mid lane with Damage just to clear out the wave. Nothing really aggressive about it. But 20 seconds for the Drake to spawn. Both teams trying to get vision here into the river. They think they're really looking for a fight. Per Delta gets caught out. Yumpy goes in, but they end up missing the Rakan. Now NTZ have full priority on the Drake.
Tai with a truly difficult spot. He wants to play from the flank, but there isn't really a backline for VKS. All of the damage dealers want to get up in your face, want to get in melee range. Takui's trying to get forward to shuffle you back towards his team. Smiley wants to play from close range. It's almost like Tai finds himself on the opposite end of the fight.
Way. Giggle, what are you doing? Okay, failed Herald now into the fight. Goes into Zami, into the backline. Now everything's black. There's Yumpy trying to escape. They still have the smite. Should they want to go for it? And
wow.
there's INTZ confirming that Drake. But the rest of EKS is still standing. Goes in. Giggle, what a knock up. But that's not enough. There's Smiley with the last hit onto from Aphelios. Ninja Kiwi guarantees it. And it's a 2-4-2, but INTZ taking out the Drake in the end.
So if INTZ bite back with this play, this is the best play Tay could have hoed for. He dodges the shuffle with W, not able to be moved while using that ability, and dashes forward with his ultimate, takes down one member of EKS, takes down Smiley, and then backs off. And before he is killed, meanwhile, on the backside, his team takes down the Dragon. Look at this replay. Jasamis is deep, but Tay steps up, uses the W, dodges the shuffle. He pushes forward with 3, takes Smiley back, and doesn't quite get this kill. I think Ninja Kiwi gets it here on the end. But look, the Dragon goes down. I think that Shockwave comes out from Ithuza. Big ultimate going to take down Smiley eventually. Double kill for Takui. And the best fight INTZ could have hoped for, in my opinion. They get one of the first objectives they have got, I think, the first, apart from a couple of grubs.
For sure. Not just that, X-Men. INTZ got the upper hand on that fight. Kudos to them, playing better, yes, but VKS had Giga slamming the Herald onto the wall, so there wasn't much of a pressure for Siege for VKS in the tier 2 mid lane, and at the same time, Giga took a little bit of time to get into the river. Now, Baroness Pond, though, this new animation, woo.
Yeah, no game is complete without a nice shot of the Baron. It should be in every game, in my opinion. As long as there's no fight, we got to see that animation. They work so hard on it, and it looks incredible. Ithuza going to rotate up to the top side. He's on a little bit of vision, so they're going to track him up there. Takui's up as well. Shockwave and Shuffle both up.
Looking for an angle. VKS all over INTZ's top jungle. Close to the Baron. There's the blue trinket going on to the pit, but no vision really for INTZ. I think a couple of 2 players maybe were spotted. They're going for the damage to Quilis behind the pit. They can do it as a Zir, melting it down to 50%, and VKS going to melt it. There is no contest for INTZ. They can't get there in time, and VKS confirms the objective. What? Coming through. Giga into the back line. Okay, that's a setup for a shockwave, but didn't really connect. Very close. Going on to Yampi, but now VKS have to play carefully. They don't want to lose their Baron buffs. Tukwil is on the back line though. There's the
He's
setup
on the
with
wrong
the turret.
side.
Oh my god! And the Vault Breaker goes into them. There is the
Wow!
kill. Yampi gets taken down, and the next one goes onto Tai. Now following up, Gigo trying to take down damage. The only one with low health, Aithuza, could save them here, but maybe a reset will happen. VKS though doesn't even care. They're going for Siege. Tier 2 is down, and Tier 3 might as well.
True damage from the Grub's going to come in handy here for VKS. They take down the Tier 3 turret, looking for the inhib. Nothing to stop the INTZ are out. Aithuza's in. He's got Shockwave.
Can they do it? Oh, wait,
Big damage.
Was that really? Oh no, that couldn't really do anything, but that's going to be the last person down for VKS. Incorrect. Predelta gets saved to Smiley, but Smiley might be the one paying for it. Predelta goes in, gets the knock up. No, but Gigo's in the back line. They don't reach it. Ninja Kiwi doesn't get the snipe.
Gigo!
Taking down damage, but almost connects. And INTZ takes down VKS's top laner.
Really surprising play there. I thought Ninja Kiwi maybe had the pentakill. He's a replay coming through. So Kiwi's on the wrong side. He's got Shuffle. Tai does not care. He's in all over the Azir. Yampi with the big ultimate to follow up. He's going to shuffle both of them out. Meanwhile, Jasami's paranoia. He's playing for damage. Does not catch them. Gigo, he goes off on his own tear, but in the mid lane, look at this push. Huge. All the way down. Takes down the inhib. Aithuza, Ninja Kiwi. They have to reset. They come back out. Ninja Kiwi puts a black eye on the face of VKS, pushing them back out. Not able to catch a kill.
And VKS now on 8,000 gold ahead, but INTZ connecting a couple of these team fights well, but not if VKS starts them, Maxman.
100%. Yeah, you can't start them out, and nothing really to look for. Now the push down the bot lane. They're looking for another inhib. Very difficult for INTZ to put the stop on this one. That gold lead is up to 9,000.
Yeah, indeed. For Delta having the front line, trying to get an angle once again. This composition is all about angles. Tukwil with Smiley can take this down very easily. This is a very well utilized Baron power play by VKS. There's the Drake that is on board. They're going to take him. So point. VKS looking super strong in this one.
My prediction coming true here. Self to Kui, hard carrying VKS through this game. He's got all the gold stacked on him. 3-item Azir at 25 minutes. Incredible effort for this mid laner. Gigo following right up behind him. Aatrox, the solo lanes to this team are absolutely incredible. Smiley and Pro Delta got lots of room to develop as the season progresses, but as it stands right now, VKS looking like a playoff team.
Yes, they are. They have that mid lane, as you said, to Quid on 5-0-3. The death cap is also completed. 3 items on that build. This Azir is melting out not just the backline, but also the turrets. Looking for the space rush. The Baron is already over. Maybe the inhibitor will survive. One last hit from Tukwil, and Ninja Kiwi almost taking the front line to protect this alongside Aithuza. Going close, Yampi baits out Tukwil over the wall. Now Damage trying to defend this side, but top lane Gigo goes alone by against Tai, and they're getting it. One last auto. Come on, VKS. Okay, finally Smiley is going to be the one to do it.
Yeah, Gigo's got that wave up top side, like you mentioned there, too. So, Ty's going to have to push that one out if they want to hold on to their last inhib. But, excuse me, VKS don't even need that to go down to end this game. Zakui going to teleport here in the mid lane. It's already looking for a shuffle. He's got plenty to lose, right? It's a big shuffle, not a big shuffle, a big shutdown to give away. It's 1,000 gold. But, I mean, what are they going to do? Kill him? Not going to kill him.
Can they do it?
Can they kill him? I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Tukwil confident enough to be on the front line even, trying to get down. VKS on this turret, tier 3 taken. They don't need Baron. Goes in paranoia. There's a Mies directly onto Aithuza, trying to escape. There's the knockup as well with the Kalista ulti, getting Predelta out of dodge. They don't even need to take those kills. They need to take the turrets. The structures are gonna go down very close to taking the first one. Nexus turret. VKS can't really expose this. INTZ standing a valiant defense. And with the next wave, can VKS finish?
Like those just got one last shockwave, but this is it.
Oh my god, Ninja Kiwi almost taken down while we were looking side. Oh, this is the Nexus turret. This is going to be the first one. Can they go for a next? Is it going to be a dive? How do they play this? To be fair, I think they could be going all in. All the waves are in as well. Why are they not finishing this game off, Axeman? There's Gigo trying to get a flank. Going in, gets the knock up, but not quite enough yet. Dealing damage. Please someone take down the Nexus turret. There it is. The Nexus is open. Finish the game, VKS. What is going on?
Yeah, he finally forward with the dash of the Vault Breaker there, but there is no follow-up, no ultimate. VKS just going to back up. They're going to drop back onto their Dragon Soul here in 2 minutes, threatening that Nexus take. All the while, this is a very controlled, very disciplined play from VKS. I know a lot of teams, though, would just go hit that Nexus as many times as they could before they died. And yeah, I've been a part of those teams, man. I mean, who wouldn't go for this Nexus? It ends the game, right? But the disciplined approach showing that it's a well-coached team. They'll play for the Baron and make it sure. So
I respect that. I think you have a great point, X-Men. I respect that. Although I was getting angst about it. I think they had enough damage positioning. They were outnumbering. Everything was looking good for VKS. They could have finished the game off. As you said, they go for the Baron. It's going to be an easy takedown. That allows INTZ to push in those waves, clear out. There's the mid inhibitor already respawned. But with the Baron buff, this could be the wrap-up moment.
Should be the end for INTZ in this particular game. We'll move forward into our next matchup. An exciting one. Stay tuned to CBLOL English for that next game, Game 3. INTZ in the defense. They have Shockwave available. They have Vault Breaker still up. Tie with the all-out.
Looking close, Paranoia gets the blackout. It's enough to go for Ninja Kiwi. The Shockwave gets them out, but they're still dealing quite a lot of damage. Giger is going to go directly onto Tai, and this is a wrap. VKS now on 2-1 in the overall scores. You're looking good at those predictions.
Yeah, I'm looking 100% solid, rock solid on these predictions so far today. Super happy with that. I think with that game, I actually catch you up at 6, but we'll see if I can pull ahead in the following games. Doing okay. We'll look at that math for you here tomorrow and see if Soap's able to make a comeback. Could be a good stuff moving forward here. But back to us here in the remote studio, I guess we'll call it. Holy cow.
In our houses. I mean, to be fair, you are in the Baron pit.
In our houses, yeah. Coming to you live from the void. Here I am.
Yep, yeah, basically. Say hi to Kaiser for me.
Things are not good. Things are not good in the void.
All down. All down. They're killing out your void grubs. That doesn't feel great.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, Belveth is nicer than you think she is. She's actually really nice. Yeah, but yeah.
She's a queen. She's a queen. Will we stand?
Yeah, 100%.
And maybe this is Belveth propaganda, voice of my conscience. Maybe it is.
No, it is.
But X-Men, you are right. Not just as you get the both predictions, you're right. The next match is also going to be a banger. If I'm not mistaken, we've got Pain Gaming versus Furia. That is a hell of a contender match.
100%. Got big belief in Furry. I think I predicted them on this one. Hopefully we come through. Please, I need Zion Pike. We got to get Zion Pike if we want to win.
Looking very interesting. And, well, the meta looking to be solidified in our CBLOL grounds. So stay tuned to CBLOL English. We're going to be right back with your next match. Welcome back to CBLOL English for our third match of round 3. I'm Surfjan again with X-Men, and the next match is going to be a little spicier here.
Yeah, a little bit. I gotta update you though. I got swallowed by the grubs just a few minutes ago. This is a different
Oh
jacket.
no.
The other one is very slimy. They were lucky enough. I was lucky enough that they let me go in time to get back.
Okay, good. I'm glad to have you back. Let's go.
Yeah, those guys are really hungry. But yeah, the matchup, Pain Gaming Furia, awesome matchup. I think I'm probably gonna be alone in my feelings about this matchup, but it should be an absolute banger here. As we already mentioned, both Furia and Liberty are taking on finalists from last split in Loud and Pain in both their games, both round and 3 and 4 this weekend. And so we'll have Pain into Furia here. We'll have Loud into Liberty later today.
Yeah, and looking at this matchup for Pain and Furia, let's talk about the Pain roster, if we can bring that up on the screen, because we have plenty of the same players from last split and one specific change in the bot lane. So, and the ADC role. So Wiser in the top lane, Carioca in the jungle, Dinkedo in the mid. All the same roster from last split. Titan on the ADC role and Kuri as the support, coming as new players. But we could say that last split Wiser was really one of the biggest constants for Pain. So I have big expectations for them in this third game of the split.
Certainly, big constant for Pain, big constant for Brazil as well. We call teams like Pain the iron that sharpens Loud. When we send Loud off to international competition, it's guys like Wiser that make sure Robo is sharp and in shape to go to those competitions. And Titan, I would throw into that lot as well. A very capable bottom laner. Did you see the pictures on Twitter of Titan's kid? Really cute kid.
Oh, adorable. It's so nice when they have it on the studio pictures. Love the coverage with a good family photo.
Yeah, love the shots of Brunsey's grandson. That was a good one from. I think they're talking about that on Gringos Liberados this week as well. Very fun stuff. But yeah, moving on to Furia's roster, my favorite roster in the CBLOL right now. Liberty up there with them as well. But you got Destroy and Mir coming in. Mir from the NACL over in North America. And then you get IU and Zai, the best bot lane in Brazil, baby. Oh, yeah. We got Zai on Pike. Yeah, IU on Belbeth, maybe? I don't know, something. We'll have lots of fun down in that bot side. Zai's the only support, I believe, in CBLOL history to get a pentakill. I'm going to call that one out. I think that's true. But
oh, shit.
Yeah, really cool stuff. Mir, mixed performances last weekend, but I think he's going to do much better in this week.
So, with that said, let's have a look at what the CBLOL English casters think of the predictions in this match. Because
Am I alone? I'm going to be alone.
One out.
Yeah,
oh
it's me. And I'm doing flips now. Okay. Very good.
You are literally three-dimensional.
Yeah, and no one else can say that. Bunch of 2D images,
That's true.
And then me. I'm still spinning too. I'm upside down there. Yeah, I'm thinking Furia for this one. I think they lash out. I think they take him down. I think a lot of it depends on this draft. I need Zion Pike. I need big damages from him. Also need IU to step up a little bit. We saw IU with a really nice Varus game last week. I think that's going to be good there for him too. Big chance that Pain just bans those champions away here. So then it gets a little dicey. Then we'll have to see. But I think Furia got it in him.
It does. And you remarked there in the bot lane for both teams, right? And last game we saw 6 bot lane bans. 6 all throughout the 10. Aha, I know.
The 10 bans? Yeah.
I was like, yeah. So that's a lot. That really is a lot. And it's funny as well because I would say that there is a big presence for how the ADCs have been playing this split and this meta for 2024. But at the same time, I don't think that it's on them for these teams to shine. It really has been on top and mid laners.
No, it really has been. And we'll maybe see that change coming through here a little bit in this game. The mid-jungle 2v2 got to be electric for both of these teams if you want to control the early objectives and roll those into big control moving forward. Should get into the draft here in just a little bit. Big champions we're talking about. We already talked about the Pike, about the Varus. I think Azir Corki has been another big pick in the mid lane. Could be the Orianna there too. And like we've already said, Aatrox Kassanti. Huge mainstays up top side. Xin Zhao, I'm thinking for Mir is going to be another big pick we want to look out for.
Definitely, you could add that as well with the Oriana. Cassantes have been like so present every single game. There's a Cassante, it's either banned or picked, and there it is. And when it is picked, there is such a big win rate on it. So I would say it's something that is definitely going to happen. But at the same time, I would like to see more variety because we're seeing this a lot of bans, yes, especially for the bot lane, but then the picks are the same. Like, I know there's going to be more. There has to be more. You mentioned a couple of spicy things that could be bringing the CBLOL essence into play. I miss that.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of the bans include things like Renata, which we haven't seen in the CBLOL yet, I don't think, and we're seeing all over internationally. Lots of other champions like Udyr that we saw last week. We haven't seen it all so far this week, which I'm big in favor of. Just keep that champion out. Nobody could play it, I guess, is the big issue there.
Yeah.
We also saw some stumbling blocks on champions that have been successful so far in the CBLOL that didn't work this particular week. We saw the Rumble totally fall apart for Chiari. Couldn't get the ultimates down in the correct positions. So that might be more of a skill pickup than maybe just something you lock in B1 as they did in that first game. So we're seeing the meta unfold a little bit.
Yeah, we are. And I think not just we have the equalizers going a little bit astray, we also have the new Herald mechanics and people hitting walls, hitting tower nubs and stuff like that. I think they very much need calibrations and getting used to the meta, but I mean, Rumble has been in the game for a while. Time to learn it because, gosh, they were doing well up until the team fights. The equalizers just couldn't do anything.
Yeah, I think they need to have a rotating game mode where you just like run Rift Heralds through a track or something. I think that would really help out the pro players figure things out, and could be a lot of fun for everybody. If you hit a wall, you take a bunch of damage and you have to get back into the Rift Herald. That could be really cool.
I agree. Could be a mini game or something, like an intermission segment. I would like that because I think there were a couple of fights last week. There was the going on to nothing. This week we already had going onto the wall, like immediately the tower nub. So we'll see how things are going to unfold, given that most of the champions are looking very much the same. I can dream that things are going to be different. I can dream that we could have more of that Lucian army that Tabs talked about. I would love to have more Milio. The likes of Renata, Milio, and I would say, what was the last support that it hasn't been showing up that much? I forgot which one it is, but all of them only had like 3 times to be played all through the weekends. So it has been constantly banned. Does it need that much attention? Like, is World Atlas that good, X-Men?
I gotta say so, especially if you look at Melio, the disengage there is so wild. We just saw a team absolutely dominate with a full forward roster there with VKS, the Paranoia from Nocturne, Guigo running at them with the Aatrox and everything. All that stuff is disengaged by the Melio, so it's a must ban for compositions like that. Yeah, Melio gonna get picked up here with that Nocturne ban from Furia, and the Lucian and Kalista banned away as well. No supports actually banned so far.
Yeah. We have the Senna. So there's one thing, of course, the Senna could be flexing there, fasting Senna, the item, sharing out both the ADC and the support having World Atlas. But as we were talking about Milio, it showed up. I think it's a very strong first pick, as you said, with the disengage tools. Furia going for that Azir that had been before the weekend started on 40% win rate, picked out 5 times on top of the list. Varus as well has been up there, but red side hasn't been doing that great with Varus on the red side. That's so obvious.
No, you're right. No, they haven't been doing well. I mean, red side in general didn't win a game in first week, right? So nobody on red side's been doing well with anything, I guess. But yeah, are we still 100% on blue side? Wait.
No, the first game was
game was red. Yeah, okay, cool. So we're good. That was the first game that the red side won. Actually, really cool.
Finally.
But Tuts with the Azir coming through was huge for him last week. Varus, obviously, on IU, we talked about as well. The Pike's still available. That might, honestly, hey, we could just lock that in third pick right now. There is no counter pick ability here for Pain Gaming. They want to keep the solo lane and the jungle counter pick. No more support fifth pick counter picks. Please, you're a mono champion. Pick Pike. Come on.
Take it. Take it.
No.
Well, it is support, but it's definitely not like having Renata Glass there on the table. I think speaks for Furia in such a long range composition, right?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, definitely. With a big long range composition, big disengage potential there for the Renata as well. You can keep the Varus up a little bit. Keeping Varus up for a couple of seconds is huge. You can pick off a kill with Q from range and actually avoid death. Much easier with the W from Renata, which is nice. Xinjiao going to get banned away. A couple more junglers get banned out here too. There's no jungle pick in the first 3 picks, which we haven't seen in a little bit. But now it's down to top laners and the junglers for both sides.
Yeah, looking at that Rel, looking at the Xin Zhao, I would actually say that Xin Zhao could work well for Furia, as they have not just the range, but they can also do quite a lot of disengage with the Xin Zhao ulti, but it's not going to be there. On the side of Pain, I could see something like a Vi making sense. You have disengage, but you also have quite a lot of access with the Shockwave and having the ball onto Vi herself. Next for Furia and final ban is going to be Lee Sin. Kinda feels a little bit like the Vi gameplay, but it keeps it open.
Yeah, keeps that one open for the time being. More junglers banned through here as well. Rel not on the table. Should be Aatrox K'Sante. I think probably you lock Aatrox here, 4th pick.
Oh.
If you're Titan, I don't know what they get for free. There's that Vi ban.
Okay, that is indeed interesting. I think you're totally right. Having the Ben now being the Vi makes K'Sante and Aatrox be on the table. Because if you did one of those, then you wouldn't have one of those, considering that Furia would have the next pick. Jarvan is going to be next. Pain, what do you have for your jungler here? Do you go Maokai? I don't like how passive that would be. Okay.
No, don't really like that either. Maokai going to be hovered, the jungle position. Once again, I think it's going to come down to Aatrox and K'Sante. Kind of dealer's choice here. I think it's probably Aatrox or Wiser. We've seen him on a number of other picks here too.
Indeed. At the same time, I do agree with you. I think Aatrox could work really well. It suits Wiser's style. There's a lot of damage that can be done. K'Sante can withstand more, but takes a little longer to keep on growing in regards to damage. All right, hovering that K'Sante instead. You see, all of a sudden they switched this draft, X-Men, from one team that can really engage into a team that's just protecting Orianna and Caitlyn.
Yeah, a lot of protection there for Caitlyn, a lot of disengage potential. Some nice flanking there too. And really nice team fight ultimates. The Gwen's going to be hover here. The Gwen's going to be lethal in this fight with the K'Sante. We see Gwen's and K'Sante's going back and forth, but especially mid to late game, Gwen's going to shred through that K'Sante, and provide lots of good value up top side for the team. Destroy, really an untested top laner, hasn't been into Wiser yet this season. We'll see how he fares, and this is going to be a big test for Furia. I don't think they have too many draft advantages, I would say, going into this. So yeah, it's going to be all hands to from here out. I said it would depend on the draft. Not a bad draft for Furia. They got tools, right? They got Varus on IU. They got the Azir available there for Tuts. Some big team fight ultimates of their own. Renata hasn't been in the league too much. Could be a powerful tool here for Zai. So I think they still could get it. This isn't exactly the draft I was looking for, though.
Yeah, I can see where you're coming from, Axman. At the same time, I like what they have in regards to what Pain does. So Pain kind of baits it out. They were going to go for something like the Vi, something like the Xin Zhao that had already been banned, maybe the Jarvan themselves. But because the Jarvan was taken out, they go for the Maokai. So from an aggressive play style, they can engage, they can disengage. They kind of have like jack of all trades kind of feel to it. They can defend and they can have a lot of damage on the range department. But Furia, I think they have a lot of capabilities on the split push potential with Destroy, with Tuts as well, should they want to go for something like that. And in regards to team fights, I think they can withstand the damage. I think they can do good bailouts with Zai. You said how they can do really well on those enchanters there. No, actually, you mentioned the Pike. So a little bit of a different play style, but I know that this composition, if executed well, can get very high value, more than even than the Pain Gaming could.
100%. Yeah, they can make some incredible plays going forward here. I got to ask, though, as a Pain believer, do you think Pain got what they wanted in the draft?
I think they kept it open. I think it was purposeful there to go for something that looked one way and then changed into another. I think it makes quite a lot of sense. But we are jumping into Summoner's Rift as we speak. In Gaming is going to be playing on the blue side, Furia on the red. Maybe things will be defined by the first few minutes of game.
Certainly could be. And if it's the first few minutes, I got to give it up to Mir. I think he's going to put up big numbers today. He's got to if Furry are going to win. Zai flashes forward. He catches Curry.
Gets Goody out of that flash. So it's going to be a flash for a flash on both of the supports there. And Pain Gaming trying to get an angle onto Toots, just hovering it out. Very interesting rotation, I would say, there from Furia. Just forcing out the ability, yes. Forcing out the summoner spell, yes. I don't think they should have wasted the flash on Zai. But having the numbers advantage, they could have just taken Cody's flash with regardless.
So if this is huge for Furia, Mira is going to have lots of value going these first few plays. He can make his way down bot, and he knows the enemy support does not have their flash available. Does have heal. Titan still has both summoner spells, but he knows he can catch Curry out, get that early play down. Curry just now walking back in. Titan going to take some poke damage. Zai's off to the races.
Yeah, I think there's value, as you said, is not just the summoner spell, there's also the amount of gold you're getting with the World Atlas there on Zai, and it could mean quite a lot. There's a rotation for both junglers on both sides, on the same side of the map. How is this going to be played out will definitely be different considering how fast the Jarvan can clear compared to the Maokai.
Yeah, I think the Maokai is going to have to go cross map for his Scuttle Crab, maybe starting out at the red buff, moving back up into Raptors, and then taking out that topside Scuttle. Meanwhile, 6 camps from here. It's looking to get nice and big, not rotating the bot lane in the early levels.
Like, yeah, bot lane, as we speak, Pain is very advanced on that, while topside Destroy is pushing out quite a lot. To me, that means that Mia is really looking for something spicy on the bot side. There's the vision. They don't have vision on the pixel brush, but it's just enough for them to scout it out. But Pain might be in a good spot to avoid the Mia gank should they not know that they have been spotted. We'll see how things are going to go. Carioca is going for the bot lane,
I have no idea what he's doing. He took Raptors first. Yeah, which is the opposite. Yeah, I don't know what he's doing. This is the lane gank, I guess. We're kind of standing here a little bit. It's not optimal, I would say.
Definitely not. The positioning on the lane is not great.
I would say at best, this is the counter gank. He's expecting Mir to come in early to not go for 6 camps. And he would be correct if Mir had not taken Krugs, but he did take the Krugs. Ooh, tough play now.
Ooh,
oh, they see him. How did they see him? Huh? Oh, it was a trap. Did you walk on? Nice. Okay.
They did.
Really nice trap. Yeah. And that will send Maokai back to his camps and maybe walking up top for Scuttle Crab. Probably just resetting, though.
That was actually interesting. I agree with you, Axman. Probably just going for a counter gank.
I agree. See? Look, this guy says, why didn't they pick Pike for Zai? And I translated that because I'm a genius. But I fully agree. You got to pick the Pike for him here. This says, let's go. My Pain? Good, My Pain? Something like that.
Yeah, there you go, huh?
Let's go, Pain. Something for that. And good stuff there. I've been learning Portuguese for a couple months. It's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, he's been doing great, I can tell you that much. Oh, speaking of lane gank, there's Carioca, but I don't think this is a moment in the wave that could be optimal. As you said, things are not looking like the best place for Maokai gank. Now, both wards are in the pixel brush. And the clear in the river is all Furia. Look at the amount of vision they have.
Yeah, lots of vision there through that river, making sure there's no Maokai walking up and down for you there, making sure you have a nice wide open corridor for Mir to make his way around the map between these lanes. Curry going to pull the wave. Look at this.
Nice.
That's good
So
wave
good.
management.
That is wonderful. Love to see it. The thing that gets me the happiest in solo queue when the support does that, I just go, what a moment to be alive.
I like doing that on really bad times to do it, and I'll take like 1,000 damage from the wave.
So much damage,
and then just
die.
reset. Yeah.
Have to flash, yeah.
I gotta flash away from the wave so it doesn't kill me. It'll be Dragon here now for Mir. No grubs for Karaoke, who is pretty decently behind. And Mir will have lots of help with this Dragon, so it's not going to slow him down too much either. The Maokai pick really floundering against the skirmisher J4. Didn't have the Jinjiao available for Mir. That was banned away from, but there's plenty of skirmishers left up on the table.
And very well executed by Foodie as well, Axman, because they had control over the Drake. They take it. They know Carioca's going to be down in regards to pushing. They know it's a good shot. They could even rotate here and try to deny Carioca anything on those Void Grubs, considering topside very nicely pushed by Destroy, denying any sort of escape there for Ryza to... Oh, Shockwave in the
Shockwave.
Okay, was it like a presentation? This is what my ulti does.
Not much of a shockwave, really. By the way, Destroy has checked the grubs, so Mir fully knows. He's just kind of playing it slow. You know, I don't need those grubs. I got bot side control. Everything's going really well for him. I'm going to take this reset and try to get back down bot and keep controlling that area.
Look, in the bot side, you have 4 minutes still until the Drake, so... We'll see what's going to be the direction for Carioca. I would say just finish out this jungle clear, go directly for those Void Grubs. There's still some time for Mir to get there. But one thing that's missing for Pain is vision, right? I think Foodie has full control over it. There are some poke going on for Zai, and Titan is still staying very healthy in this bot lane.
Mir's a man after my own heart. Resets, buys the tunneler, back on the map, full clearing for Cataclysm. Good stuff. Don't need objectives when you have Cataclysm. Oh, he's got it now. Look at that. Level 6 procs. Karaoke just hit level 5. He's almost 2 levels behind Mir now and has not even looked at these grubs yet. This will be the first time Pain Gaming have actually seen them. Donkato is going to walk up and check to make sure that they're still there. And now Karaoke is going to say, hey, look, I don't even have Nature's Grasp. I don't have a top laner right now. I don't know what you want me to do about it. I guess I'll walk over. I don't know. But he's not going to be able to get... I mean, Zai's up here too, so look, they're just going to get it for free.
Yeah, that's the pink word you said, X-Men. Support coming for the roaming. TP as well for Wiser going to the top lane. Carioca still trying to clear very slowly. It's like the feeling you get from the walking animation on Maokai. This is what I'm getting from this jungler right now. Unfortunately for Pain, being very, very pushed behind by Foodie Mir on the bot lane. There's some vision, pixel brush is there, but there's still 2.5 minutes for Drake. There's only so much that can be done into controlling the wave, managing things out, getting an ace in the hole onto its side. This started to run cold.
Yeah, it really has. Only 8 minutes. He's just down 1 full CSPM, which would be really bad later in the game, but right now it's okay. You see he's making some headway there in the jungle position a little bit, bumping the numbers up. But yeah, I mean, you're J4, you got Cataclysm, level 7 even, and now you're on the bot side of the map, playing central, looking for the play. He's going to capitalize at some point. It's just inevitable. Oh, Tut's going to walk with him, so.
Okay, yeah, they can do some shadowing. It works out really well. They have control over the wave. There's Carioca going to meet out Mir here, but they can definitely take out these Rapes quite easily. There's a smite coming for Carioca, so at least they don't lose that camp. Run the mid lane to it's dealing a lot of damage onto Dinkedo, running super low on mana. But one thing I would say, Axman, is that I think Furia could have capitalized on those Void Grubs a couple of minutes ago.
Yeah, they're both sides just leaving the grubs alone at this point. Zion going to fight it out. Zion taking a bunch of poke. He dodges the Q, though. Karaoke's here.
Coming for a flame, yeah.
He's finally got Nature's Grasp.
Finally, we'll see. These dives in bot lane have been pretty wanky recently. In the matches today, we're looking at that bush have not been spotted. I think that's Mir having that recall. Now they're gonna be, and there's gonna be. Oh, I was sure that's gonna be stopped, but it wasn't. So there's a successful reset for Mir onto that bush. 37 minutes for the Drake, and why is everything so slow right now?
Things are super slow. Mir is out playing karaoke across the map, and not really anything you can do about that. We're up to the 10-minute mark and no kills. Top laners trading back a little bit of damage. We're at the point where this matchup starts leaning the way of Gwen a little bit. No kill pressure yet, I would say. I think you're pretty fine if you're wise. Yeah, I see all the MR and the inventory there. You're probably fine, but Destroy is going to start controlling this lane.
I think what you pointed out there for Amar is very interesting and necessary for Pain Gaming top laner, because you have not just the Gwen but the Azir going to really destroy your backline should you let that happen. Now they're going for that 1v1, getting the ulti, doesn't really connect, and there's gonna be next the flash. And
Dodged
Wiser
everything!
solo kills. What a great play. While on the bot side, there's the Drake being taken by Furia. The final fight is going to commence, but it's not quite connecting. The next one down is Maokai. Now Pain Gaming trying to get something out of it. Flashes after flashes. You might be escaping, and what a blast cone!
Beautiful for him there. Furia get that dragon, and they make off. The getaway with murder, really. Just one kill down for Mir. I also need to update my Gwen Casanti knowledge, or Wiser just dodged everything. And I'm pretty sure he dodged everything. Destroy should have had 5 points in Q at that point. Should have been able to tear through the Casanti, but just kind of didn't. Here's that replay. Nature's Grasp comes through, locks up Zai. He blocks from Mir. Mir's going to walk up, flag and drag forward. That will spell his doom. Titan going to net out of the Cataclysm like an absolute pro. And he's laying down damage from there on out. Karaoke goes down to Tuts on the back end.
It was a great rotation from Dinkedo as well, X-Men, because if it was just Tita on that position, I think Furia could have taken them down. But yeah, the fight preceding Drake was insane for Wiser, dodging so many of those abilities for Gwen, and now going Carioca into the Void Grubs that I still don't know why they were up, because Furia could have taken them down like ages ago, but it's going to be confirmed by Pain Gaming now, pretty much uncontested, considering Mirror's on the other side of the map.
So this is the first set of Void Grubs. I know you probably said that, but wild that we're at 12 minutes at the first set. Yeah, just totally incredible. I mean, Mir's a J4, right? He could definitely take those. Gwen had plenty of timers to rotate over. They just don't go for them. They had plans within the plans, Soph, and none of them will come together. Looking to take down the plates in the bottom lane turn. Mir series on Vision. Curry's going to walk up. Titan not in the lane yet, but is roaming over. He's off of Vision. They don't know where the Caitlyn is.
And we know as well that that's a Hackstack Drake spawning out those Hackstack gates into the map, really helping for connecting plays for Furia, I would say. But that has been something lacking on that team. No, not on the team fights, I would say, but on the rotations, because as you mentioned, taking those Void Grubs 12 minutes into the game, they could have done that. Gwen could have had that pressure, maybe even taking the Void Grubs by themselves. So something is missing for this game, and maybe they're feeling a little afraid considering what Pain Gaming has in mind. Maybe they are getting caught up in the mind games within the mind games, but we're pushing out here in the mid lane. Pain Gaming trying to get some pressure onto the platings. 15 seconds to go, and there's not much platings that we're taking down all across the map.
No, not too much just yet. A little steal there. Karaoke gets... Ooh. The buff there's Renata all. Oh, it does catch Titan. He'll have to cleanse.
Wow. That was very nicely done. An instant cleanse there for Titan, taking out that hostile takeover from Zai. But now Furia really spent a lot of resources on this fight. Couldn't really connect into a kill. Overall, 14 minutes into the game, 2 and 1 kills on the board. Things are looking rather stale.
Yeah, just a little stale, to be honest. And gold fairly even, I would still say. I think most of our staff here who predicted Pain Gaming might have also predicted that things a little bit more Pain favored at this point in the game than perhaps they are, and I'm perfectly happy with that. Want to talk about the top lane matchup a little bit more? I think it's on this Kaenic Rukern item. I think it's giving so much MR to Weiser so early in the game that it's making it very difficult for Destroy. I might just be coping though.
No, I think you're totally right. The amount of MR they're stacking is really doing some work against the Gwen, and I think that makes them feel not comfortable to rotate out and get any pressure across the river. Now, looking at the EXP, Weiser and Dinketo are really far ahead. Now, Toots following just back alongside Destroy. But as we said, the team fights aren't super connecting. There was one in the Drake where it was an actual team fight 4v4 if I'm not mistaken, and Furia managed to get both the buffs, so that's really good for them. Mia looking to go for the bot lane, takes out that ward. Zaya also coming around. Are you and Tutsa here on the side of the map? 14 seconds for the next Drake as we were talking about it. It looks like they can take it very, very easily, X-Men.
Certainly looks that way. I don't think there's going to be even a contest here. Karaoke can move in with the Nature's Grasp, but that's about it. I don't even know if Dinkato's Shockwave is going to hurt all that much. Moving in here. Might be famous last words, though. We'll see. Tuts got to shuffle up. Oh, it's looking like a good shuffle.
The TP, yeah, TP in the back line, followed up just shortly by Destroy on the TP as well. There's the ace in the hole going for Mia. Now onto Destroy, doesn't really connect much damage there. Weiser. Now Pain finds some space into the Drake pit. Are you having a front line set up? Why are you there? Are you there? But getting that Drake onto 50% health is very much good for Pain when they have control over it. There's the flash forward on Weiser, trying to connect, but they don't. And now going in, there's Mir onto the Cataclysm. Hostile takeover on most of Pain Gaming, but still a smite. Certified Karaoke smite onto Drake guarantees it for Pain Gaming, and they win the fight on a 1-0.
Destroy goes down. The veteran top laner, Weiser, killing him there. Really good effort from Pain Gaming. They finally get a dragon under their belts there. They're going to take down the mid lane turret as well. Fury is starting to fall behind. Not looking good for the predictions.
Things looking a little different and basically changed all of a sudden as well.
Nah, don't fade him in. Don't fade him in. No. This is bullying.
Oh my God. All right, no, we're good. You're still good. You're in 100%. Take on that faith and that confidence, Axman. You can still do it. I'm rooting for you.
Here's the replay for you. It was Mir forward with the Cataclysm. He doesn't have much health to start, but he's going to have a lot of less health here in just a second. Isn't able to get the smite off. He's not. He just walks away from the dragon. Yeah, doesn't want it that badly. He's going to step on a Weiser instead. Flashes out. Destroys left alone with Weiser. Finally takes down that Gwen once again. And there's the reaction there from Furia coaching staff. No, Pain coaching staff, excuse me.
Oh no. What's going to happen there? To be fair, I don't think I would have expected Karaoke to get that smite. Really, the 50-50 was looking more like an 100-0 for Furia because of such a perfect hostile takeover by Zai. Then the fact ran out, and Karaoke confirmed it. That was pretty nuts. Mir trying to get in. They haven't been spotted. They're in the fog of war. Weiser doesn't have help. But okay, Mia just said, well, I don't think I'm going to fight for this. Meanwhile, on the top side, Toots gets taken. Karioka's going to go for the Nature's Grasp. Dinkedo trying to get there, but it's just going to be a little bit of pressure asserted on the top side.
Certainly some pressure, some ults traded back and forth. Weiser caught out. He's 1v3. What do you think, Sov?
Oh, what do we think of it? There's Zai trying to get that bailout, but it doesn't really help. The kill is still there.
There we go!
Takeover connects on 3, and now finally Footy is coming back. Cataclysm goes onto Titan. There's the TP to follow it up as well. Dinkedo in the backline could get something onto Destroy. They're trying to get away from it. Carioca, you are still taking damage from the turret. Now Dinkedo facing the Gwen by themselves. Furia has reconvened. Do they still have Shockwave? They do. So if this does connect, could be huge for Pain Pain Gaming going on Ayu, trying to get that dive going. But it's the end of this fight here that started so menacing and turned into a 1-0.
Just the 1-0 there, yeah. Weiser going to go down, and a little bit of a shutdown turnover to Furia as well here. That Baron will finally spawn. You always need a Baron shot. I mean, just look at it, folks.
So good. Oh,
I love his little hands. I think a lot of people fall apart at the hands. They don't like the hands. I like the hands. I think it's good.
I think.
No, don't agree with me. I know you hate it. Yeah.
It's weird, but it's one of those things that's gonna grow in us, like the void grabs.
He can grab things. He couldn't grab things before.
Oh my god, you're right. Now he can grab like every player.
Yeah, he can grab every player. Yeah, God, that would be terrifying.
That's how they got you, right?
That is how they got me. Yeah, they caught me with the hands, unfortunately. And yeah, honestly, you'd be surprised. Soft hands. It's nice.
There you go. Live information from X-Men on Baron hands. That's what we have on CBLOL English. Right. Overall, Pain on 4 kills versus 2 for Furia. 3,000 gold ahead. Many of those structures and objectives, especially with the Herald, onto their pockets, but Furia is still stacking on 2 of the Drakes. This could be a good mid-game starting now on 21 minutes and 40 seconds for the next Drake to spawn.
You got to set up your lanes if you're either of these junglers to make a play. But the bot lane's going to be sitting in the mid lane here for just a little bit. Then we'll get back into the action for you here. Still looking for big plays from Zai. I don't think this Renata pick is necessarily all it's cut out to be. Honestly, I think we might see less Renata bans after this game as well. A lot of coaching staff watching this one, saying it's not the best. I think we've seen some good Renata ults, but just hasn't really turned the tide for Furia.
You're right, because they have blended really well. At least 3 members there for Pain. And still, Furia couldn't really out-damage at the end. Dude's now taking down that tier 1 while Pain is confirming their second Drake of the game. So both of the teams will be soon on their soul point, which gets things much more competitive for the 25-minute mark. 30-minute mark should we get there. The Baron is also on the board, so trying to get some space. Pain, Mia looking for a flank though. They have been spotted on the ward, so they stop and they don't really advance. That could be too dangerous, especially with that Baron we mentioned.
Look for the primary engages from both of these sides. Nature's Grasp, some karaoke, bring the fight to Furia. Meanwhile, Mir bringing the Cataclysm back. Flag drag, trying to get it onto Caitlyn as best he can. There's Nature's Grasp.
Titan getting that front line, going on to destroy, getting them out of the fight. Ayu, Zai get separated in the mid lane. This could be just enough to open up some space for Pain into the Baron pit. Weiser has TP, takes down the tier 1 on the bot side. Could be going there right now, but it's still going to divert some attention. Fighting against Destroy, pushing out the bot lane. Now we're looking at the river top side. There's Furia clearing out those wards, and they suddenly got Pain Gaming away from this objective very successfully.
They have, and they forced them back just a little bit here. The disengage tools from Renata doing their job. Here's Weiser. He's stepping up pretty far, looking for Ayu to step out a little too far from that turret.
Maybe it's going to be there. Zai could be the one. Oh, nice. Instead of going for the face check, they use the ability spot out Weiser and get Ayu safe. Now looking at Pain Gaming, rotating for this top side jungle, taking the Furia vision, trying to get some of the pressure themselves. Could be getting a bait, or we'll see how that's going to be faring now, because closed spaces is great for a hostile takeover. And a Cataclysm. Mia's going to get caught out by themselves. Flash over the wall. Carioca can get enough. The Nature's
He's just gone.
And the last hit by Tita is going to be enough to take the jungler out of the fight. At least 35 seconds to go. And finally, the TP from Weiser gets in, and that's going to be an outnumbered fight for Furia should they try to do it.
I mean, it's practically free, right? You lose your jungler, there's no smite available, there's no way in, and look at the traps. Look at a nice little row of traps. Look at that. Yeah, perfectly in a row.
Everyone.
Yeah, cupcakes for everybody. They're going to take down the Baron. record time here, just the 24-minute mark, and nothing really to trade back if you're Furry. They push the wave up, but they're not even going to get an angle on that mid lane turret. Here's where things start to fall apart for Furry. The Baron power play. It's going to be a 5K through 8K gold lead for Pain in just a few minutes here as they push out all the waves. All those waves, by the way, here are pushing into them, which is not great. Not great for Furia.
Yeah. You're right. At the same time, one thing that we mentioned could happen is Destroy trying to get that split push angle. They can do it, but we saw Tristana trying to go for that split push in the previous game. Didn't quite work well. The Baron buff power play has been much more successful, especially when you can get good angles for those fights into the soul points. Destroy is in the bush, haven't been spotted. There's still 1 minute and 40 for that Drake, so I don't exactly know what Pain wants to do with this positioning. They're quite losing power onto the mid lane. Maybe they're going to trade out that tier 3, the tier 1 for a tier 2 in the bottom side. It looks like it's the case. Only Wiser left alone to defend this, and Furia gets pushed back. Oh, look at these Voidlings. Actually, not really the Voidlings, but just the damage over
the Baron. Yeah, the Baron power play, and some true damage there from the Grubs as well. Only 3 Grubs in this game, but each one gives you true damage on structures. Should be a fight here.
Yes, definitely, because Destroy wants to get a flank, but they are quite alone. Can they get it in time? The Nature's Grasp gets everyone from Furia on the other side of the fight. Still waiting for it. Shockwave lands. Dinkedo is going to be absolutely fantastic after this game, because this could be the one that gets them into the base, going on to Ayu. But there's the ability there by Renata Glass getting the Riser ability out, but he gets it! A double kill, a triple kill, and a tier 3 destroyed with an inhibitor. Could be following up with a Nexus turret, and X-Men. This is a big Baron buff power play.
This could be it. So to push the Nexus turret down, they got the Baron empowered minions. They're gonna end it.
Getting so close to finishing with the Nexus. That Shockwave was everything that Pain needed. Dinkedo connecting that with Wiser going into the backline is premium. Pain Gaming gets the exposure onto the Nexus, and they wrap up the win against the Furia squad.
You cut too early. Bring back up the game. They cut too early. Bring it back up. Furia stop the advance. They're going to have to take the reset, and Furia are still in this game. Come on, bring it back up. Bring that shot back. What? There it is. Yeah, we're still in it, baby. Pain gonna have to take the reset here. It'll be one final fight for Furia. This will be the 3rd dragon going down for Pain Gaming, and Furia is still in it.
The Brazilian production just really baited us out. We were bamboozled. When that tiny screen comes out to the left is when the game is over. But it was not over. Furia still stands a chance to defend this base. Axeman, you are right. But how can they do it?
How can they do it? Zai's going to have ult back up just here in a second. Tut's also going to have that ult available in just a few seconds. Cataclysm will be up. Destroy's ult will be up. They have all of these cooldowns. They don't have a lot of flashes, but that's okay because they can win with these ultimates. There's not a lot of summoner spells available for Pain either, and they used a lot. No, they have all the cooldowns up. Whatever. It's going to be a close fight anyway. Furia are going to be able to win this one. They're only down 7,000 gold.
The worst point here for Furia is that with the Hextech gates, there's so much access that Pain can have into the backline, and looking at it, Wiser trying to get a position while Ace in the hole gets Toots down on health. This could be the moment to end it all. Dinkedo is in the top lane trying to get that wave pushed. Getting the tier 2 could open up more space into the jungle. Wiser, Carioca are your front lines, and as we have been seeing from Tita and Kuri, they are so controlled in their effort, hence why they're so protected. They're going in. Toots is not taking damage. Mir has to escape, goes out with the flag and drag into their base. But now tier 2 is down. X-Men. This has to be the last effort for Furia. All this is done.
Mir's looking for the back line. He's not able to find it. Just finds Carioca. Yeah, you got to get all the way back on a Titan, and you got to avoid so many disengage tools from Pain. So many peel options for them, but the double super minions are pushing in.
Oh my
Destroy
God.
has to sweep them.
They're gonna try to defend this in the bottom side. There's top and mid lane exposed. They're trying to get 2-2, 2-3 into splitting out the effort. Now it's Titan getting the damage down. The siege can be so easily done
That's
by
Nature's
Caitlyn and
Grasp.
Nature's Grasp just to zone them out, but they can't really get in. They don't feel confident enough. There are traps just around them, but they don't connect at the end. They don't finish the tower. Bottom side, Destroy still trying to defend against the minions. The wave has to collapse on the top side. They don't even wait for it. Maybe this is tier 3 taken down. They're finally putting efforts onto taking this structure because the Nexus, somebody felt like they could have destroyed it earlier. Or TP in the back line.
TP in the back line. Here's Destroy.
Coming through, trying to do something, but it's a 1v3. X-Men Zai gets into a position to defend for them. Mir trying to get a flank. Maybe this could be good, but they're really just scattered around their own jungle. They don't have much vision, trying to get it themselves, but that base is exposed. Toots has to come back. That super minion wave is going to destroy your Nexus if you don't retreat, but the game is extending.
It really is. So a lot of gold streaming into the hands of Furia right now as these minions continue to crash into them. But I remain incredibly impressed with Titan's ability to line up perfect little rows of bear traps. I think that's really cool. I think that's probably the best thing he's doing this game. Actually, 404 is cool. 404 is cool. I'm going to see that. That's cool. The rows of traps are probably better in my mind.
Yeah, it's just satisfying to watch, isn't it? We'll see if anything satisfying comes out of Furia. They don't see Wise, and now they do, spotted by a pink ward. Titan, what are you doing? Just feeling so confident that goes in with a gold, the Nature's Grasp, but they use the net away with a hostile takeover just to stop them on their tracks, but really doesn't affect anything on the team fight potential. Pain Gaming is on their way to getting their second Baron of the game. And again, how is this extending so much as it has?
I'm not really sure. Just pure effort and belief on the part of Furia. I think that might have been their big chance to turn the game around. Titan was way out too far, overextended. I think if they pulled the trigger and picked him off there, it might have been the best thing for them. However, you don't have vision on anybody else, so what are you going to do, right? We're talking about essentially just shooting your shot at a random time there, but might have been their best option. It will be the Dragon Soul up here for Pain Gaming, quad stack Hex Tech Dragons. That's so much damage coming out of Pain, and if they can get that last one, might be over for Furia.
Combined with the Orianna, Caitlyn, things are going to be dicey for Furia because their Hex Tech power is going to stack so well with the ranged composition on Pain. Now they're trying to split. There's Wiser going onto the bottom side. They all have Baron buff. So if there is an attempt from Destroy on the top side, that is not a good call. You got to recall right now. There's Wiser getting the front line, going onto this inhibitor. Has respawn, so no more of these super minions. Why? I don't understand. What exactly is the purpose of getting Baron if you don't push in forwards? They didn't even have the top laner, but they choose to go for the soul. I guess that's understandable.
Yeah, just playing the game out really slow. I think what they're relying on at this point is just the Mechanic Recurrent item itself. It's all magic damage for Fury, right? I mean, you're bringing in the Vayne, not the Vayne, Varus, Azir and Gwen. All your damage is magic, and that's really what the big MR item there is. So there's a Hex Tech Soul, the shock bonus, true damage, and slows a little bit there too. Harder for Fury members to run away. This is not going to be a good fight for Furia.
Absolutely not. There has to be a good Shurima shuffle to get things done. But we have Pain with so much pressure and confidence on this push. Wiser can take the front line, even Nkedo and Tita can take the front line, flash forward from Wiser. There are no Nexus turrets. They're taking quite a lot of damage. Mir is falling low as well, but there are the headshots coming from Titan onto the Nexus. They are safe into the Cataclysm. Double kill for Tita. There's another one that could be coming through, and there's the ace in the hole that doesn't connect, but the auto attack does, and the true damage from the Hex Tech Soul finishes them off. A win for Pain Gaming.
Pain finally closed things out there. I was incorrect in my prediction, but congrats to all the Pain voters there. That's really good stuff for him. Titan with a massive game. I don't think he ended up dying this game. Picked up a couple of kills there on the tail end of the game and goes like 5-0-4, something like that. Really good effort from him. Also, Wiser, huge performance. You see the difference there between the veteran top laner and Destroy coming newly into the league. And yeah, a lot of that was down to Kanik Ruker, and oh my goodness, so much MR in this item.
Yeah, it's really something that gets Gwen in a lower place into the meta, considering how much we have been having the Aatrox, the Cassante. So I totally agree with you. Wiser was such that solid rock that we have seen from them in the previous season. But at the same time, Chitan was really the biggest highlight to me. If there was an MVP to choose for CBLOL English, I would do Chitan, because how do you go as Caitlyn against 3 people onto a bush when there's, I don't know, when Varus, Renata, Jarvan, 1v4, no vision, and you still survive? Like, how?
Yeah, no idea. It just had to be disbelief on the part of Furry, I guess, that he'd be up that far without it being some kind of trap. So yeah, they won't be able to take him down there. But yeah, towards the end of this game, Pain had every single advantage. But even early on, they were dominating the Rift at that stage of the game there too. I think some interesting macro decisions across the board there from Mir. Took the Krugs down early instead of getting down bot side, using the advantage of blowing Curry's flash early. You can even see Karaoke anticipate him to do that and was kind of left hanging in the counter gank area when Mir didn't show up. So a little bit of difference there in understanding of the game at this stage for Furia, but things that they can work out as they progress.
Definitely. We're just in the round 3 of the season. And I think you just said is so right. The control that we saw from Pain Gaming into this game really threw Footy off their track. So they wanted to do something here, and well, they had already been read basically like a book, and we saw that happening from Wiser, coming from Carioca, especially there on the bot lane with Chita and Kuri. Overall, such a balanced team that we know is playoffs and finals material. But it's not over. It's not over for CBLOL English. There's still 2 matches to come. Next one will be Loud versus Liberty. Then Red Kenneth versus Lost. Can we bring that standing back if we have that updated or not updated? Let's just have a look at how everything is looking before we go into swapping those casters.
Yeah, you could take a look there. Here's your current standings. The position number is a little bit incorrect there, but that is okay for us. And you can see Vivo Cade, Pain Gaming, Kaboom, the cream rising to the top already. Got to tell yourself going into this next matchup, it's Viva La Liberty for me. Come on, bring it home. We got it.
Do it.
Lock it in.
Do it. Do it for Axman. Poor guy has been eaten by Baron Nashor already. Well, it's all good. He has survived. Axman has been here with you, and I have been Sophie as well. But next is going to be Solari and 4x4 bringing the next 2 matches of the day. Stay tuned. This is CBLOL English. We're going to be back after a short break.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank y'all so much for being here. The CBLOL English rolls on. Week 2, day 1. I am 4x4. I'm here with Solari, and we've got two games that, Solari, I think could be, unfortunately, a little bit one-sided. I think the scheduling gods did not bless us with game 2. Vivo Cade Stars INTZ, that was the one that I was really looking forward to. I think it delivered. I think it was a really a fun game, shall we say. But look, Loud versus Liberty, I would say the disparity has never been higher for Liberty, but they've got quite the opportunity here to prove some haters wrong.
Exactly. I mean, that's kind of what we touched upon just here behind the scenes before jumping onto the show. These two games that we have ahead of us can go either of the ways. It's either going to be two storms, one after another, very unfortunate for us. Just, 20-minute game when one team just walks through the roof to all the way straight to the enemy's nexus and destroys it. No big deal. Or it could be the complete opposite. It can be 40, 50, 60 minutes for each game because everybody is going to be fighting with each other like lions, like some beasts in the wild. I hope for the second.
I kind of hope for the second. Yeah, just give us something a little more to talk about here. Let's get into this Loud roster, though. Let's pull that up on the screen. It is the one that you know and love if you've been following this time around. And if you've been following for the last 3 splits, it's more or less the same roster, except for that handsome fella at the support position right there. It's Redbird taking the place of Seos this past split. Root is his AD carry partner, and returning the rest of the championship-winning roster, Robo, Croc, and Tinones. These guys have won 3 titles in a row together. Those 3 have, anyway. Root and Redbird have been shuffled in and out over the course of the last few splits. But Solari, look, Loud, they had a rough one against Pain. Robo kind of got bent over a barrel, to put it mildly. And but otherwise, look, they dismantled a Kaboom team that's supposed to be a title contender. What have you liked from Loud that you've seen so far?
I liked Redbird. I'm gonna tell you straight on, because in the first game that I had the pleasure to cast, actually, the first game of Loud in this season, I believe I said something between the lines of I had a lot of expectations for Redbird going into this season, and he wasn't really playing up to them in the first game, but the first game was a really tricky one, and honestly, after that, looking at further the second game from Loud, I think Redbird is a good addition. She still has very big shoes to fill, but he has been performing exactly what the team needs from him. He's a very solid support there for the team, and he still has a lot of room to grow into, you know. So I have been looking at him, and I will still be looking at him very closely as the season is going to progress further. But so far, I think I really like what I'm seeing.
On the other side, Liberty, talk about a team with a lot of upward mobility, a lot of room to grow. It is a rookie-heavy roster, except for Mikau, a CBLOL champion a couple times over, actually. The only AD carry besides BRTT that has won multiple CBLOL titles with completely different rosters around him. Makes Drake Hero, Pilot, Mikau, are your roster here. Let's get a champ select, though, because apparently that's jumping out at us. But look, that's what you need to know about Liberty. It's Mikau is the veteran, but otherwise it is a lot of rookies, a lot of young players. Pilot has been kind of in and out of the CBLOL, making his debut. Drake Hero making his full-on debut, and Cavallo back in the CBLOL for the second time. Not considered a rookie, but given a starting job for the second time here. As far as the bans, nothing too wild. I find it, I was surprised at the earliness of the Corki ban, I will say, but Milio, Nocturne, Nico, that kind of tracks a little bit more to me.
I would love with this hover. Oh, this is not a hover anymore. I love what is happening right now. Loud are on the blue side, and we often see Kalista being the ban from the red side because she really excels as this some of the early peaks and playing on the blue side where you can try to pivot a little bit more into the Drakes. I love it for Loud so far because Orianna, yes, a very safe pick for the mid lane, but Kalista paired up with Renata is a very strong and a very scary bot lane that just wants to dominate the lane from the very first level on.
And Renata in the right hands can be so deadly in the late game as well, right? Like you said, such a menace in lane. If you can manage those cooldowns very well, that Q is a game-changing ability. The bailout, obviously, as well. The cooldowns are extremely high. But like you said, with the Kalista, that is a very, very popular B2, B3 after the drafts gets rolling. On the other side, Varus, and it looks like it will be Ashe support indeed. That is what Cavallo will be locking in here.
It makes total sense because the two things that you need against Kalista are the lockdown and the slow, and already have both of them actually in the hands of this support for Liberty. I love the Ashe pick for the bot lane because otherwise, even though Varus does have quite a lot of strengths in the early game, it is hard for him to stay against Kalista and Renata together. Paired up with Ashe, he has a little bit more chances to at least survive the laning phase, maybe even get it a little bit rolling, but let's not get too far.
Ashe, this is actually the first Ashe pick in CBLOL this year. I was surprised by that. 8 bans. It is the third most banned champion. LeBlanc and Nocturne have eaten the most bans, 9 each coming into this week. Ashe second, or third, whatever, if you want to count it. 8 bans. Jarvan, the next ban, and Cassante going to be taken away from Makes, not allowing any sort of backline access. You're not happy with that?
I am happy with that. No, don't get me wrong. I am very happy with that. I would also love to see Vi ban. Sorry, I can't even speak anymore from Loud right now because they would be a perfect scenario. First of all, I'm just happy not to see Xante in a game. Thank you very much. But Vi would make total sense here because she would be an excellent lockdown for Kalista, and that is something you need to avoid at all costs if you're allowed right now.
The Darius taken away as well from Makes. Interesting there. I think maybe they know something I don't here. There's Darius. Yeah, usually that's a pocket pick sort of thing. Makes, I guess, maybe he's goated with the sauce and we just don't know. But like you said, Solari, you've got Lockdown here. You've got 2 pretty big game-changing ultimates. Actually, 4 really powerful ultimates here. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow, the Shurima Shuffle, Chains of Corruption, and the Magnet Storm as well, coming in from Rel. That could be, well, actually, no, it's going to be in the jungle position. Although I did hear rumblings of, I don't know if it was in the LEC or the LPL, but someone played Varus top. Can anyone verify that, whether it's you or anyone in the chat?
I mean, I've seen AD carries being back on the mid lane again, so we've seen Lucian rotating back to the mid lane as in the good old times, but top lane? I have not heard of that. I've only seen Karm on the top lane so far out of
Huh.
those, unconventional picks there. But I really hope that you are wrong right now. I hope I don't sound rude, but I hope that he's going to be Varus staying
Okay.
on the bot lane.
No, I really hope so too. All right, Remu211 in the chat said, I think, said the LEC. So maybe there is some credence to that. I heard that just kind of in passing, and I was like, did I hear that correctly? But anyway, yeah, but I think it will be the Ashe support, Rail in the jungle. That wouldn't surprise me at all. And the Jax will be locked in the top lane. I like this. I like this a lot. This seems to be just a pretty easy to execute team composition, but it is pretty short range. And especially if you're going to build this Varus poke, that is where you can start to see things unravel, I think.
Varus and Azure alike are going to be a very big threat for Loud. Before any fight is going to start, the poke damage from them can be lethal for Loud, even for their backline, to be fair. And now with Pantheon on top of that, quite literally, because I assume this is the top lane pick for Liberty, this is an interesting draft for Wave 4. I love what Liberty are cooking right now.
Wow, given the Pantheon to makes. All right, you can't have the Darius, but you can have the Pantheon. So you got a big, impactful global ultimate. Can be able to potentially maybe get down to the bottom lane, right? Help gank, help alleviate some of the pressure that blue side is apparently imposing kind of at will here in Season 14 on the red side. Yep, it will indeed be Pantheon in the top lane. Drake Hero, Pilot, Macau, and Cavallo piloting the Rel, Azir, Varus, and Ashe. And Solari, now we've got backline access it wasn't the backline access that you wanted to go into Liberty, but Croc has himself the Vi now and has himself the ability to get into the backline, and it's going to be, but into this team, I worry a little bit. I mean, you've got pretty decent disengage on the side of Liberty.
They have disengaged on the side of Liberty, and they also have a lot of poke on their side. So if Loud and Liberty are going to be in the situation where, both of them are looking at other, trying to understand whether or not to commit into a fight, that is going to be lethal for Loud, actually, not Liberty, because they're going to be outpoked massively and will not most likely be able to commit into anything. For Loud, it is a do-or-die situation for them. They need to be all inning into Liberty and hoping that they have enough damage and that they are in a good enough. Honestly, positioning is going to be the thing I'm going to be looking forward the most for Loud, because if they're good enough on the map, if they clear out enough vision from Liberty, if they can outflank them, this is going to be the composition that is going to shine to the fullest, with the Vi delivering the ball from Orianna in, with the Jax follow-up. But if they fail in anything, Liberty can destroy them.
Yeah, that's the thing. I've got a point I want to make kind of similar to get on top of that. But first, let's get the predictions on the screen here. Like we said, this could has the potential to be a pretty one-sided matchup. And, well, our desk certainly thinks it will be. Everyone, and I mean everyone, going for Loud, except for, of course, Axeman, the lone Liberty believer, contrarian. No matter how you want to slice it up, Axe believes in Liberty supremacy. On the red side, no less, Brave from Axe. But let's dive into the rift here. Loud versus Liberty. First place last year versus last place last year. But yes, but Solar, you mentioned, look, yeah, to me, there is a lot of poke, right, on this Liberty side. But poke comps are tougher to execute. And so that's, I think, what I worry about here. Like, if the teams were flipped, I'd say, well, Loud is going to absolutely rinse them because, yes, it's a harder composition to execute, but Loud has played together for longer. They are, this isn't a controversial statement, they are better players pretty much across the board. And so, yeah, I mean, this is an easier competition for Loud to execute, but maybe tougher to play into this. But, like, I still believe in the strength of the players.
I wouldn't say that all-in compositions are very easy to execute per se. The usual front to back is going to be the easiest one in any case for you, the safest one. But here, yeah, they are easier than Liberty because you just press all your buttons onto the enemy and hope that you survive after your cooldowns are down. But it's going to matter a lot how both of these teams are going to play with the vision going later into the game. But even right now, already, look at that. Liberty are in with some shenanigans into the enemy jungle. But the problem is Loud there already.
It's going to require a lot of coordination. Like you said, you press all the buttons, but you got to press all the buttons at the right time. Now, Root and Redbird, they four champions are running. Two of them are running the wrong way. We're going to get a level 1 scrap here in the bottom lane. Root has to pop the heal already. Or rather, Redbird pops the heal. Didn't do any cleansing, but Macau takes a ton of damage here. Barrier burned from Cavallo as well, and the heal burned by Macau. So Summoner advantage by 1 here over to Loud.
You gotta remember that that's Kalista we're talking about. Nobody's stronger than Kalista on levels 1, 2, 3. She's going to outburst with her damage against anybody. The problem is, however, that it's double 80 carry on the side of Liberty on the bot lane, and it looks like they are managing to take everything, the most out of this composition for them, because they can throw away Route and Redbird. They can maintain some sort of control over the bot lane just because they have enough damage and slow in the dash.
Robo gets the counter-strike out against Makes. This Pantheon pick, Solari, is there anything that you kind of wanted to add about... I mean, we talked about how maybe it might fit into the poke composition that Liberty is trying to run here. Drake Hero looking to execute a level 3 gank here, crashing this cannon wave onto Robo. They're both a level up here.
Oh my god, they can do it.
Robo going to go immediately there with the leap strike, ignite down. Good Aegis Assault from Makes. Drake Hero taking up a couple of tower shots here. One more Q back, but it's not going to be enough. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, guess what? Croc got himself first blood.
I hope we see the replay of that.
Oh, and on the other side, they got the execute. How about that?
He didn't even get the kill in return. Oh my goodness, what is going on across the map for Rayford? This game is looking really interesting. That's 1 wipe already, just 3rd, 4th minute in the game. I hope we see the replay of what happened on the bot lane, because we're kind of jumping back and forth between the top lane and the bot lane, because the action was suddenly going everywhere. But the first blood is in the hands of Croc right now, and apparently there was an interesting move then. Yes, we have the replay. God bless it. Let's see what happened.
Man, this is just like an observer's worst nightmare, I feel like. But look, they did get the replay down eventually. Macau burned the flash already, and it was just easy pickings there from Croc.
Yes, it's a no-brainer, honestly. You just follow up. You know he's not getting anywhere. You still have your flash, just to be absolutely sure that you can secure the kill the first blood, especially since the action is happening with the top lane. This is the moment where you cannot hold on to your flash. You have to make sure that you are the one getting the first blood and the sweet gold from that. And the fact that it was an execute for Drake Hero, he didn't even give anything to Laura in return.
I mean, and that's huge, because I feel like, I mean, I'm assuming that Robo auto attacked him beforehand, but it's like what, 13 or 14 seconds in between, when if you get hit by someone, then like I know about this from ARAM, right? Like if you're trying to get an execute, but you think that, oh, someone damaged me, can I now suicide into the tower, right? Can I now jump into the tower and get the execute? I think it's like 13 or 14 seconds, but Drake here, I guess, waited all that out and got in there, and Robo didn't auto him.
Yeah, to be fair, Drake Hero was dancing around for a really long time, and the whole thing on the top lane took a really long time, so it's quite possible that he was just waiting out until the cooldowns are going to be off on the auto attack from Robo. Either way, a really interesting play from Liberty. To be fair, it's an interesting play from both of the sides right now, because what is going on? This map is looking really spicy, but I have a spicy thing for you, because you asked me a little bit earlier about Makes and his Pantheon. I'm not going to tell you about Pantheon Peak, but I'm going to tell you about Makes and Pantheon, and Makes has not played Pantheon in a professional game yet. This is his first one.
Okay. Well, I mean, I suppose there's one school of thought that says as Drake starts up the Void Grubs here with the help of Makes, gets a nice little shove there onto Robo, that says, look, you're up against Loud, you're playing with house money, right? Anything that you do here that is vaguely positive, you weren't expected to do. You're not expected to win this game. Nobody expected you to win this game, except for Axeman, and like Makes' mom, Drake Hero's mom, Pilot's mom, Macau's mom, and Cavallo's mom, right? Like, that's it.
Yeah, sure. But that's why I have nothing to lose, right? You don't really have a lot of people to disappoint. So you might just disappoint a lot more people who were voting for Loud to win this game. It's quite interesting to say.
Exactly. Croc able to grab the jungle, or the dragon, excuse me, on the other side, trading that for the Void Grubs. Yeah, that's one thing that was kind of a takeaway from the first game between, I think it was, Fluxu and, who the heck was it in game 1?
Oh my goodness.
Fluxu Kaboom. That they got 6 Void Grubs. It's the first game I've gotten to see where one side got 6 Void Grubs, and you got Tristana as well. Fu was playing the Tristana, and you go, oh man, this dude is going to just dominate in the side lanes. But like, there wasn't really much they could do with it, right? You still have to know how to play the side lanes out. Yes, it's really, really strong, but if your macro's not there, you're going to be in trouble. Oh, speaking of in trouble here, well, who's really in trouble here? Croc and Drake Hero trading blows on with the handshake. Redbird almost lands it and potentially could have gotten Cavallo into a sticky situation here. Robo, not going to be able to interrupt the recall just yet with a wave pushing out. Makes might be able to get out of dodge here.
Oh, Genones is finally having a chance to recall. Poor guy was staying on the mid lane for ages, just trying to recall, but knowing that something is fish and Liberty are around. He didn't have a chance to recall. This stopped him, like, 2-3 times, I believe, but finally the guy had a chance to go back to the base, walking all the way back to the lane because now teleport is available to him. That's an interesting game that Liberty are playing, including Mix just flying all the way onto the top lane. But there are some mind games for Liberty in this game, and I'm loving to see it because they're very proactive on the map. They're invading the enemies constantly. They're looking for ways to go as deep into the jungle as possible and to just drop things across all the map. So that's a breath of fresh air, especially if you remember Liberty from the last year and their very unfortunate run through the second split of 2023. Right now, Liberty are looking much more interesting than ever before.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with you there. RMC made a point on the latest episode of Gringos Liberados, our podcast, which you guys can check out. The links are on our Twitter and kind of all over the place here. But he said he thinks that this split is probably going to be the most balanced we've seen in a while. He doesn't think that like the bottom teams are just going to roll over and lose every game. We're going to have like a clear bottom two like we did last split with Kaboom and Liberty. Robo going to get the Ignite down on him. There he goes with the Assault and Battery. And Makes actually able to, oh gosh, it looked like a ghost. He got out of there in a hurry. Now Drake Hero coming up here. Gets over the Shrouded Vision from the pink ward, but I think he placed that down pretty much immediately, so able to walk over it. Tinones has the Shockwave should he want it. He and Piloto just trading empowered autos. There goes the Shurima Shuffle, going for the all-in. No, maybe not the all-in. Just getting Tinones, removing him from his way.
Exactly, but it's rather interesting that everybody's fighting so much, but nobody's dying so far, and nobody seems to be fully committing all in into getting those kills in. But that means that whenever we get to the big fights later on, around the objectives especially, that's going to look very spicy. Maybe even spicy right now because Drake Curie still around, has a blast cone. Will he? Yeah. Will he? Will he? Does he? He wants to. I know it.
Certainly thinking about it, but a very intelligent recall by the veteran Tinones. Recalling on the side nearest to Croc. Here comes Croc, able to queue forward. One auto down is going to get damage on a Drake here, but he goes for the kill on a Tinones, gets the Magnet Storm down. Says, I'm ignoring you, Croc. You are not the issue here. 1-for-1 traded back and forth.
A beautiful read there from Drake here, just knowing that the Shockwave is going to come out of Tinones and jumping right over it. I want to see it in replay. I hope there is going to be some sort of slow-mo over that, because that was beautifully coordinated by Drake here. He still went down in the end, but it's a kill onto Tinones, and it's much more breathing room for a Pilot that really makes the difference here.
And Pilot doing all right here in the lane, even in CS. Comet Spear lands onto Robo, but Croc very much happy to keep farming up the Void Grubs here. Not sure if he walked over that Herald Vision, but either way, there's nothing that Makes can do about it. Neither Makes nor Pilot really have any sort of recourse in this one. So that is 2 Void Grubs going down. He'll get the third one, so it'll be 3-3, and no dice, right? Everyone loses.
Everybody gets a little bit of additional true damage against the hearse, so it's fine, but nobody gets the adorable but ugly pugs running with them when they attack the turret, so I'm not sure if it's more of a win or a lose, to be honest.
Yeah, I love pugs, but
I'm so conflicted about them.
Yeah,
both the real pugs and the void pugs.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, no, we're not going to get into that one right here. Yeah. We might upset some people. There's your scoreboard, 3-3. Cavallo still hasn't hit level 6, but Redbird has. You're looking for a fight here in the bottom lane. Maybe this is where you want it. Maybe you want to start up this dragon right in 3 seconds. You've got hostile takeover, and Cavallo does not have an enchanted crystal arrow. So should Tinones and Croc want to pull the trigger here, Croc pathing from the top to the bottom potentially. Maybe you've got an angle here, but Redbird gonna go back, grab himself Fairy Charm and the little item that everyone hates for some reason, the 5 ability. Hey, Tinones almost got hit by that enchanted crystal arrow.
A very patient Cavallo was waiting there for so long, but oh, look at that, Makes is in trouble.
Oh, and Robo gets the counter strike down, saves the flash, Makes flashes early. GG, thank you very much. Robo will eat the ignite, grab himself a kill.
But Drake here, in the meantime, can start the Drake because he knows now that Croc is on the top part of the map and there is no way he's going to be there on time. But Drake here is alone and doesn't really have too much damage. Where is his bot lane? Where is his bot lane? Why is it not helping their jungler?
Yeah,
they're wasting the time.
Yeah, a bit of a rough timer there, right? Because like you said, Drake Hero knew, look, if I take too long on this, Croc is going to come back down and he's going to make my life very, very difficult. But Cavallo had already recalled after he blew that enchanted crystal arrow, said, all right, look, I can't really do much here, but I think, yeah, you want to stay around and help out your jungler. But look, all's well that ends well. And they trade a jungler, or they trade a dragon back and forth. So it'll be the Mountain Soul up for grabs in about 15 minutes here. See where that goes. But first one to that completed item is, in fact, Croc. 100% kill participation. He's already onto that Black Cleaver. Going to help the team out. Just shred as many targets as he can. Jax and Kalista will be very, very grateful.
So pretty much the most important item for Vi is already in his hands. Feeling very comfortable, I assume, because it's pretty much everything that Vi needs right now. It has been needing for quite some time to start dealing tons of damage to the enemies. And there are many enemies she can jump onto, but especially, of course, Mikau with that Varus is going to be the main target for this Vi to eliminate in the fights. Either that or Pilot, but Pilot might be a little bit trickier one to get because of his Shroom Shuffle whenever it's available.
Yeah, exactly. There's that's that little bit of disengage that we were referring to, right? And Makes has the Aegis Assault where he can mitigate some of that damage. And even, you've got 2 skill shot CCs that can be very deadly in the Chains of Corruption and in the Enchanted Crystal era, but they are skill shot ultimates. And we have seen, for every great Chains of Corruption we've seen in the CBLOL, we have seen some really rough ones. We have seen ones that have just been absolute whiffs. But look, when that lands, it is deadly. And the way you can combo this, right? I mean, I talked about it last week. Part of what makes Magnet Storm so powerful and part of what makes Rel so powerful is when you have like a hostile takeover over the top, or a Chains of Corruption over the top, or a Stream of Shuffle over the top. It's just such, like, it's primary engage, but the setup for any sort of big ultimate just makes it so much easier for any of Rel's teammates.
Exactly. Rel is not about just being the sole controller of the enemy team. She's about stacking, or rather having the chain of this control going against the enemies. She's so powerful when you pair it up with at least anything else on your team. So yeah, I agree with you that Drake here and Mikau have to be working together really well, because if they do, that's going to be a deadly duo. Speaking of deadly duos, look at the top lane.
Pilot standing on a ward. Opts to take the other way out, knowing that wave gets rinsed. He probably walked over the vision. Both are ceasing and desisting here.
Exactly. Croc is around, so it could have been an interesting fight should Pilot have decided to commit a little bit further, but the tension around the top part of the map is very intense, and it's because the Herald is up already for the grabbing for whoever is brave enough to do so.
Let's see, Robo walking into a pixel brush, and here comes the TP on top of it. Counter strike goes out, leap strike onto Croc. Chance of Crystal Arrow gets absolutely nobody.
But I just, how many people can fit in this tiny pixel brush? You never know, just walking by, being, a very nice, peaceful top laner, just how many people might be waiting for you there. Speaking of people waiting for you, Loud really want to grab this Herald because it's going to open up the enemy's turrets for them, so they are fighting for it.
And he goes in, and Drake Hero gets stunned up, and now he has to use everything defensively. Magnet Storm down, or rather, Magnet Storm not down, but the Crash down is down, the Flash is down. Makes is going to take the bullet here, puts down the Ignite and gets nothing. Robo grabs himself another kill. Mikau gets one back onto an overextended top laner, but this is no doubt a win for Loud. They should be walking away with this Herald easy as you like.
Allow me to correct you very quickly. Robo did not overextend there. He got overextended right into the enemy's backline, thanks to Pilot being the pilot of the Azure Airlines today, apparently. But yeah, he actually delivered Robo right into like 2 kills, I believe, from the enemy backline. So I believe Robo is pretty fine with the overall exchange.
Yeah, no, well said. That was more Pilot than it was Robo, and just gave Mikau just an airdrop little meal there. Thank you very much. That's 1 kill. Now he's going
Exactly.
lethality here. Oh, okay, we'll talk about that in just a little bit. But you see there, yeah, I mean, Croc, he wanted nothing to do with that Herald, right? You saw as soon as he got into the Herald pig, he started charging up his Q and looked outward.
He looked for something more. He looked for the enemy jungle, and right here you can see this beautiful delivery of Robo right into the enemy's backline with a double kill after the Shurima Shuffle actually happens. A questionable decision there by Pilot, but well, what would you do in that situation, to be honest?
No, you're just gonna, when you know the fight is lost like that, you're just saying, look, I'm gonna try to get something back here, right? Make my TP investment worth it, if nothing else.
Yeah, exactly. He invested a TP to get there onto the fight on the top lane, doesn't have it anymore, which means right now him being on the sidelines means that he is wasting a lot of time with recalling and going back to the lanes and trying to search for more farm, and he needs farm right now. He, I believe, is only sitting on 1 item, yeah, and that is not enough for Azure, even though it's the most important item, it's just the first one. He needs more.
Yeah, exactly. You got more damage per auto, that's wonderful, but you're not going to be the true Emperor Ascended Lord of Shurima. None of that just yet.
Exactly.
And I love what Tinones did right after that Herald fight. Right afterwards, he goes to the other side of the map, invests a TP to get to the other side of the map, and say, look, Dragon's up in 40 seconds. Let's start setting up for that. Let's get our push in 2 lanes going, right? No, I can hold my own in a side lane, and they've got a numbers disadvantage. Loud just going from strength to strength, from objective to objective.
And very good Herald right now for them, especially if nobody pilots it in the different direction. It's going to bonk into the mid lane turret, and Libertary choosing to abandon this turret for good in order to get the Drake.
Well, they're certainly going to try here. Like you said, Pilot, he's not absolutely shredding this thing. Croc actually gets stunned, but not before he buffers the Q right in. There goes the Magnus Storm. Drake Hero looking for the turn. Into the backline goes Croc, trying to lay down the hurt on Pilot. Actually gets enough CC down to where he's got to retreat, and Tinodes grabs himself 2 kills. Robo now grabbing himself 2 more, along with the Dragon. Mikau kites himself backward very nicely, gets a kill onto Redbird, but again, Loud come out on top.
Ah, that's Loud, baby. If they know something, that's how to fight when it's absolutely needed the most. And that was a great team fight for them. Very good Crystal Arrow from Cavallo, but as he rightfully pointed there, it was a little bit too late. Croc had the time to charge it. And Pilot?
Well, hang on a second here. Oh, very good counter-strike from Robo. Negates the auto, sports the flash out of Piloto, but he's just going to ward hop down, but Cavallo grabs the shutdown.
With a thumbs up, he's getting quite a lot of big chunk of gold in his pockets. It's 400 additional gold that he got as the bounty from Robo. A very good kill overall, but Robo, our man, survived for so long in this fight with the enemy mid laner. But you can see with the damage dealt in the previous fight, I believe, Croc has been absolutely the man, especially considering that he started the whole fight being stunned and not being able to do absolutely anything. And we have the replay. Look at Cavallo Hill and look at Croc, because he's going to jump right in the moment that Arrow hates him, and it's going to be more than enough for him to be in the midst of the fight, jumping right onto Piloto afterwards, because that's exactly what Fi needs to do in this situation. Get to the enemy backlane and make sure they get out of the fight, get eliminated.
Did Croc get an assist from the bailout there? I think that's how he survived. Yeah, thank you to our Tinones, just a little solo bolo there onto Makes. Gee, Pantheon, I can't remember the last time Pantheon top actually looked good. This was a surprising pick for me.
Last couple of times I saw Pantheon, it was usually on the mid lane, and it was usually whenever I was going to play, and it was the enemy team, and he was completely destroying everything. So I have bad memories about Pantheon. But I also have a friend who loves Pantheon very much, and you might know the man. He's the Archer, and of course the man, the legend. And he loves Pantheon because this guy is really strong in the early game, and he's really strong in the late game. Well, there is a little bit of this mid-game moment for him where he falls behind a little bit. So I believe right now this might be exactly that moment for Mix. So we might need to wait for 1-2 more items to see that Pantheon in the true glory.
All right, to be a Pantheon truther here, I'm willing to stand corrected. I am not a fan of this champion, but
almost the same.
Look, if Archeron believes, then I believe. I subscribe to Archeron superiority, absolutely.
Same here, yeah.
Cavallo with that shutdown goal, able to grab himself an Umbral Glaive. Meanwhile, on the other side, Redbird grabbed himself a Mikhail's, and with such a CC-heavy team, right? If you get jumped on with the Q stun by Pantheon, all the CC that Rel can provide, get hit by a Chains of Corruption or a 3-second Enchanted Crystal Arrow, that Mikhail's is going to be huge.
Oh yes, absolutely. And I love this on Redbird. I love this on Renata, because you already saw in the previous fight just how strong Renata is right now. And this is going to be massive help for Loud, especially for Rout, because he, due to his short range, is going to get picked by the enemies quite a lot.
Chance of Crystal Arrow point blank there onto Croc. Piloto now going in. He gets a big stream of shuffle, and there's the setup that you need. Cavallo gets the Chains of Corruption down. Easy as you like. 2 kills. Caught Loud napping.
Oh, right. That was so well coordinated by Liberty. I did not expect that at all, to be honest. But can they commit to the Baron right now? Because I believe that is the idea, to clear out the vision around it, to clear out the pit. 2 enemies are down. Redbird is going to resurrect soon, but is it soon enough? Because they're doing it 4x4.
I don't know if it's going to be enough. Yeah, no, I think you're absolutely right. They're certainly posturing around it. They're down. You know, all the ultimates are down for Liberty. That's the only thing you've got going here. And the fact that one of the members on Loud that's dead isn't Croc, isn't your jungle. So you could go for a steal here. Health bars are low. Baron isn't made of paper anymore. Croc is massive. All he needs is a Black Cleaver, and he's going to wreak some havoc. But not if Makes has anything to say about it. Shut down via the Comet Spear. Here comes Redbird. Going to power up Tinones. Gets the handshake out. Tinones going to grab himself a kill. Who's going to walk away with the Baron? It is, in fact, Drake Hero. Stayed alive long enough to grab his team the Baron. But Tinones gets the revenge kill on to the enemy support. Shutdown for Tinones. Traded back and forth. Liberty walk away with 3 members, I believe, with the Baron buff. No, just 2, excuse me.
It's 2. It's only 2. They grabbed the Baron for the team, but how much much of the team is left alive to actually use this Baron to the good, because right now they had to recall urgently, and look at what Loud did in the very same moment. They opened up the top lane and the mid lane, so Loud in the end, even though they don't have the Baron, they are the ones who get the most out of this fight, and this fight was going a lot actually, back and forth with Croc jumping and just tons of damage right there, especially with the help of T-Notes on the backline a little bit, but gets damage back because it's a lot of members of Liberty in this speed. But the moment Redbird is up, the more forces can arrive into the pit, that's when things start turning around for Loud.
And that's what's incredible about Loud, right? Is that's what it's always been. Like you said, when they can fight, when they choose to fight, they are surgical. They are lethal, right?
Yes.
It reminds me of the Champion Select quote. I don't know what it is in other languages, but in English anyway, it is precision is the difference between a butcher and a surgeon. Other teams are butchers, Loud are surgeons, right? And you saw that after that Herald fight, or the Baron fight, excuse me, right? Like you said, you immediately pointed out, and look what Loud are doing. Right? They're not going to have Baron buff, but it's only going to be on 2 enemies, and they're going to make it even tougher. They immediately go. They say, okay, I've got a slight numbers advantage. I'm Redbird. I'm a support. I'm going to go take down mid-tier 1, right? They just make it so difficult for you to play the game. You give them an inch, even from a losing situation, they will take that mile.
And right after that, right now what Loud were doing, they zoned away Liberty, making sure that they cannot enter the river. They're the first ones at the river, which means with their damage, they can take the dragon down quickly. Probably cannot defend this turret, but can fight for it.
Oh, Drake here going in with a Magna Sword, Enchanter Crystal. That was going to miss. Here comes Croc into the backline. Grand Starfall in, makes into the backline. He might be left too far alone here. Rude is just dancing all over his grave. He's going low, short range, but Tinones is there to help him out. Dashes away from the Comet Spear. Rude is too good on this champion, man. Don't hands check this dude. Don't hands check the defending CBLOL champion.
Oh, no, don't do that with Raud, especially when he's playing a champion like Kalista. Jump perfectly around the enemy, even though he went really low in health, so that looked really risky. Just like for Pilot right now, it does look risky because T-Notes is on the hand, but now it looks like Pilot is going to get away again, and he's going to leave for now. But this means that we are at the 14-8 situation between the teams right now. It means that Loud are still pushing in, despite not being the team with the Baron buff. And if you look at your top left corner, the Baron buff is actually negative for Liberty at this moment.
That was going to be the first thing I pointed out if you didn't, but naturally you are on top of it. Yeah, a negative Baron power play. Because again, Loud, they just they're in the right place at the right time. This team is suffocating to play against. You've got Robo and Tinones, right? 2 of the most decorated solo laners, the greatest top laner of all time in Brazil, and one of, if not the greatest top mid laners of all time in Brazil. Tinones, he won his first title at age 17. At Worlds 2014. The first time a Brazilian team was at the World Championship in 2014, almost 10 years ago, there was 17-year-old Tinones. An old man is still doing it. Still, for my money, the best mid laner in CBLOL, the highest floor player in this league. I am a massive fan of the consistency that this player has shown throughout his career. Robo, look, not consistent, but the dude's won 6 titles. Like, you cannot take that away from him.
Exactly, he's the opposite in terms of consistency compared to T-Nones, because T-Nones is so precise it hurts. You just know that he's going to be on top of the game every single time. And even in that exchange that we saw around the mid lane turret, he held his ultimate up until the very last moment, knowing apparently that Max is going to jump right into the backline, and this ultimate is going to be the difference between Loud's backline living or Loud's backline going down.
Yeah, no, well said. Yeah, he knew. He's like, look, I haven't seen, Makes drop that ultimate in a little bit here. He's got the ability haste coming down, so that's went from a 3 at level 1 with no CDR. Grand Starfall is a 3-minute cooldown. That is a tough cooldown to manage. But knew that, look, Liberty, they probably aren't pulling this trigger unless they know they can send the Pantheon ult over the top. Yeah, just incredible awareness by Tinones here. Resetting though, Mikau still not quite has not quite reached his mana moon. Still on the mana, but he's single digit stacks away. He's at 357. That's going to pop into a mana moon in about 3-2-1 here. And he's went straight lethality into this team, which I think it was in game 1 when Fluxu went Jhin into a Rel and an Ornn. Was not a fan of that. This, however, I am a fan of. The part of Varus, what he brings to the Rift is versatility. You can build him a few different ways, but you still got to build him the right way for the team. And even though Liberty are in a precarious position right now, look, they're still even in goal. The momentum's not in their favor, but Mikau's got himself a decent build here, and you've got some scaling in your favor.
However, I'm just looking at Loud, and I'm looking at who in Loud is acting as the front lane right now, and you can see already quite some armor working there for them, especially with Croc, with the Locket of the Eye and Solari. An interesting choice overall as a second item for Vi, but here it makes perfect sense because this virus cannot one-shot you anymore when you're stacking more and more armor on top of everything, not just for yourself, but for your team as well.
Yeah, and your goal, right, is just survive, right? If you're there, like if you are there as the I'm going to slam black cleaver stacks on you and just shred your armor while just surviving, right? There, yes, the magic damage has come in now, and that's the genius third item right there. Get the anathemas. Who else is doing physical damage? Oh, it's just Pilot. Yoink.
Exactly that. I love the itemization of Croc so much in this game, but Liberty, look at these guys. If they have one thing, it is the audacity. These guys have the audacity to pull out really interesting plays from the very first minutes of this game, and they want to pull the second Baron somehow miraculously, but it has to go much better for them this time than the previous one.
Root gets hit by the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, but with no follow-up necessary. There was no cleanse and no Mikhail, still holding on to both of those. Harry Potter and the audacity of Croc to go in immediately because Makes is nowhere to be found. There goes the Shurima shuffle defensively, but they get hit with a hostile takeover over the top. Can Makes make things happen with the Grand Starfall? No, it's too little too late. Loud pull the trigger. They get the 5v4. They get the win. And all Mikhail can do is watch as his teammates are slaughtered. Just kidding. He will be led like a lamb to the slaughter himself. Loud wipe Liberty off the map.
I just want to know how much of that was calculated by Loud beforehand, because this was absolutely ingenious. Yes, the whole jump of Croc right into the enemy's backlane, right into Pilot, who he still has his Shurima shuffle, it really took a lot of audacity. But after that, did you see what Redbird did there? He threw in the hostile takeover onto 3 of the enemy's backlane members, and they were fighting each other while Loud were busy dealing with the front lane. And by the time the hostile takeover was over, Loud were there to kill the rest of them. Oh, it was a brilliant play from Loud, one for the books, and with that, they are going for the books because this is their next victory, 19-8, I believe, in the final score, and it just tells you how good this team was in this game.
Look, Solari, RMC said it in the chat. This game is the Loud experience in a nutshell, right? Like, that's what we kept beating over and over again. This team is very, very difficult to play against. And I want to bring it back to something that we were talking about in draft, was that actually you corrected me, and rightly so, made a finer point out of what I was trying to say, which was, look, this isn't a traditional front-to-back team composition, right? This isn't poke, but yeah, it's like how to execute the composition for Loud. Press all your buttons at the same time. Sounds simple enough, but in practice can be really, really tough. But that last fight, to me, like you said, just juggling the ultimates, the correct one after the correct one, it was like one person with 5 fingers knowing exactly which ultimate to push at the correct time.
No way! That's what a League of Legends player is supposed to look like? Especially a professional League of Legends player who's playing in the best team that CBLOL has to offer right now? I don't believe you, 4x4.
Well, believe what you want. Because that was, no, but it really was incredible, right? I mean, like, and,
yes.
And I don't know what Makes, look, I guess Makes was looking for some sort of flank, right? He was looking for something there. But when you're Pantheon, you don't need to look for a flank. Or at least if you're looking for a flank, you have an ultimate, for crying out loud. You don't need to be in top lane. You could be in your Nexus, for all I care. You could be under the enemy Nexus, for all I care. You have a global ultimate. You don't need to be in some specific place. Like, the fact that you had that at your disposal, I think, I don't know, it felt to me like Liberty, they lost the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, and then they kind of got panicky.
To be honest, it's not just losing the Crystal Arrow. It's losing the Crystal Arrow and then seeing Croc flying right into them and realizing that they just lost one of the best ways to stop him and the whole assault of the enemy team, and not having enough tools on their disposal anymore to do anything about it. So yeah, it did look like a little bit of panic from their side, but again, from the Loud side, it was so clear, I refuse to believe it. I need to see it again. I will be watching the replay after the games today.
Yeah, surgical by Loud. GG's to them. They moved to 2-1, and they next week try to make it a 2-0 week against. They've got Furia, so another spicy little upstart team there. Furia put together a good performance against Pain, but we'll see. Coming up next, though, we're going to take it to a quick break, but when we come back, it is Red versus Los Grandes. Los Grandes again trying to fight their way back into the playoff conversation. Envy and the boys, they look better than I thought personally in week 1. They've got a tough task ahead of them against Red, who have a roster substitution? Well, more about that when we come back. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. Game 5 on the cards in the CBLOL. Week 2, day 1, almost off to a close. And we've got Red versus... Oh, goodness, Brain, why did you do this to me?
It's my favorite team.
Los
You gotta
Grandes.
remember them. Come on. Yes!
Los Grandes. And I
Good
think
job.
you are the only one that might believe in them out of our desk, but we'll get to that later.
Yeah.
Let's talk about probably the most pressing thing here, which is Red. They completely overhauled their roster essentially last offseason, and they grabbed themselves apparently a 6-man roster. Let's get that roster on the screen right now because we've got a change to account for. FNB, Aegis, Grevthar, Brunsey. It's the same roster we saw last week, but Frosty. A holdover from the last, not the last regime, but the last roster, which was Titan and Frosty with Envy, FNB, and Aegis. Yeah, and so Frosty's going to get the start this year. Apparently, this is just, not really about JoJo so much as this was the plan. It's a 6-man roster, and they're going to kind of swap in and out as the administration sees fit. Solari, any thoughts, takes on this?
Well, obviously, we gotta be watching Frosty in this game because you gotta remember that he is. I might be wrong here, but I believe he's the freshest out of everybody on this roster of Red Canis because he has been playing a little bit in the academy. He has then been playing a little bit with Red and with other teams, but he pretty much just started his career a couple of years ago. So he is very fresh, doesn't have as much experience as everybody else on this roster. And with this substitution, there is a lot to expect from him, to be honest, especially since Red are, just like everybody else going into this week, are 1-1, and they need to start getting those wins in.
Yeah, and they've got Kaboom next. So they play the two orange teams. They play Los Grandes today and Kaboom tomorrow. And Kaboom's going to be, on paper at least, a tougher matchup than Los Grandes. But let's see what this Los Grandes roster wants to do here. Let's get that roster on the screen for you. It is super clever. In the top lane, Rookie making his debut this split. C's coming over from Korea. And Envy in the mid lane. Cello in the bot lane. And Cabby at the support position. Now, you've got a soft spot for Cabby, do you not, Solari?
I do, because he's coming from Ultraliga, from the Polish League of Legends, ERL. He has been playing there for a year, last year, and I loved watching him. He was playing in the strongest team that we had in Ultraliga last year, and honestly, he was probably the best support that we had there. He's so team-oriented 4x4. I love it so much. He is the guy that is going to be playing Yuumi, and he's going to be jumping before his AD carry to catch the Maokai roots for him. That is literally what happened.
That's, well, that tells you a lot about a player, I think. Look at the predictions on the screen, because Solari, your optimism about Los Grandes, it does not just extend to Cabby, it extends to the whole roster. What, and I'm asking this not, please don't take this as a flamey way, take it at face value. What makes you think that Los Grandes can take down Red today?
I'm not so sure. It is a situation of, my mind is telling me no, but my body, or rather my heart here, is telling me yes. Because Red Canids look incredibly strong. I wasn't accounting the fact that Frosty is going to be playing in, so it doesn't matter in how I decided to go with my predictions. But in general, I do think that Los Grandes can start taking more games away, even from some of the strongest teams that we have in CBLOL right now. I would love to see what that happen, because they do have some really good players on their roster, not just talking about Cabby, of course, but I'll be looking at mid lane quite a lot, because Envy, to me, is an interesting case. I have a feeling that he can play much better, and I can't wait for this to happen.
Yeah, I think for me, the biggest thing that surprised me in a good way was just how quickly it seemed like, anyway, C's and Cabby were able to integrate into this roster, because that was my trepidation about this roster. I thought it was going to be a little bit more like Kaboom of last split, as opposed to two Koreans that immediately just cinch into the team and, take off running. But like you said, Cabby extremely team-oriented. C's, I like what he did on the Sejuani last week. Again, they, like everybody else, went 1-1. They were taken down by VKS, but beat Fluxu. Now, both those teams solid enough, but they've got a tougher task ahead of them. Here, they're playing against Red, a team that is supposed to be a title favorite, or at least a contender, if nothing else. Tomorrow, they've got INTZ, again, another benchmark team. And INTZ, they're not going to like the fact that they lost to Vivo Cade Stars today. They're going to come back looking angry. But I agree with you. I want to see a little bit more from Envy. I think he's a guy that, ever since his titles in 2019 and 2020, people have been looking for him to get back to his peak form, and they've seen it in splashes. Playoff Envy is absolutely a term that gets thrown around here. This dude seems to turn it on when it matters, but I think me, like the rest of the community, wants to see a little bit more from him, wants to see a little bit more consistency from him. But Red Canids, on the other side, they, to me, are like loud light, right? They like to go, go, go. They know when their power points are, they know when their strengths are, and they fight as a team. They fight as a 5-man unit. And that's, I think, what worries me about this 6-man roster, is because these five players, right, they look to me like a well-oiled machine. And anything that disrupts that, it's not really about Frosty, it's about anyone kind of coming in and just and yucking the yums, if you will.
Care to explain what you mean by that last part?
Yucking the yums. If something was yummy and something else happens to it, then it becomes yucky. It has yucked the yums.
That is the first time I'm hearing that, and I'm kind of hoping that it's gonna be the last.
I can manage that.
Thank you. But yeah, I mean, overall, this match is going to be super interesting to me. And I think out of the two matches that we together have the pleasure to cast today, I think this one has the least chances to be one-sided and sort of a storm. Because the previous game that we have today, it was a quick one. So maybe in this one, we're going to see it going into all the 40 minutes with everybody trying to find some strategic decisions on the map. But at the same time, I have a feeling that it might not actually happen, because if we know something about Red Canids, it's exactly what you said. They love to fight together. They love to act like a pack on the map. And the moment the laning phase kind of stops and we start looking into more fights around the big objectives on the map, I feel like this is where Red Canids shine the most. And if they can be ahead at this moment and can take this moment in their hands, they can snowball from there on really quick.
Yeah, I mean, I come back to that play that we chose to highlight on our socials, right? When Grevthar and Jojo and Aegis and FNB, everyone came up to the top lane to execute a 4-man dive. Jojo, he's got incredible roams as well. He loves to be that secondary jungler. He's part of what makes a snowball happen. Now, roaming for the sake of roaming isn't going to help you, because as a support, that can really hold you back, because you've got to just sit there and soak up EXP like a jungler. You've got to be very efficient in your pathing. And for me, going back to something we saw in game 1, oh my gosh, Flux's support. I'm going to start screaming if I keep doing this. Scamber. There we go. Scamber. I thought his roams on the Nautilus were not fantastic, whereas I think Jojo, he's really got that nailed down. He's got the timings done very correctly. But look, Los Grandes, they're trying to prove that they are a top 6 team. I think for me, there's like a clear-cut top 4. It's Red, Los, Pain, and Kaboom. Or excuse me, Red, Pain, Loud, and Kaboom. Right? That's kind of your top 4 in some order. And then INTZ and Cade Stars. Los Grandes want to punch their way into that top 6, but I think, I could see them getting there eventually. This split, I just don't know if it's going to happen, because I think INTZ and Los Grandes, or INTZ and Cade Stars rather, have more parts that are just kind of matched. They've been matched well together for a while, and I don't see Los Grandes personally breaking into that top 6 this split, but I would love to be wrong.
As much as I want to be a believer, I think I would have to agree with you. It's not about Los Grandes being a bad team, because they're not. They are a pretty good team, and individually, everybody on this team is really good in their own. It's just that everybody in this split of CBLOL is so damn strong that it's really hard to look at somebody and say, yeah, they are going to be weaker, so for sure we're going to be ahead of them, and to keep going like that through the whole school. But no, everybody is super strong. Everybody has a chance to be top 6, maybe even top 4 team of this split. So I really don't know how exactly Los Grandes are going to prove to us that they're better than some other of the teams.
Well, I guess one way to do it is by taking down Red Canids here. They've got a great opportunity here to pounce on the fact that maybe Red Canids aren't going to be as well-oiled, as firing on all cylinders as they usually are. C's and Cabby, right, like you said, very team-oriented players. I love the Sejuani pick from C's. Cabby, I know, like you said, like you said, he's team-oriented. What else can you kind of tell us about Cabby? When you say team-oriented, what exactly do you mean by that?
He doesn't play for himself. I mean, he can play for himself. There have been games last year where he was playing as Ashe support, for example, and he was absorbing all of the kills into his own pockets. But that is because he was pretty much the strongest guy on the map at that moment, and that made sense there. But usually he's the one who's going to sacrifice himself and the golden experience and everything if it helps somebody else on the team. Fine. But we gotta see if he's going to shine right now, because we are at the Chumps Leg, and Red are playing on the blue side, apparently still being favored.
Yeah, Seraphine is what's locked in on the other side. The Senna Seraphine is a nice little combo, but it's going to be separated. So we'll see if it's Frosty or Brunsky. I think it'll be Frosty. We're not seeing really Senna 80 carry quite as much. I think it will be him on that. And I think that's quite the show of confidence to say, Frosty, all right, you're going to be first time in here. Let's get you on the Senna, where you've really got to execute.
Good luck with that, kid. Have fun. Exactly. That is a lot of responsibility. But they have Nila with them on the bot lane for Brunsy, and I love it, because it's really rare that we see Nila. But she's such an interesting champion, because why I love it so much right now is because she's paired with Senna. Senna, who is going to be fasting, so getting in more souls, but with Nila, you also get more experience on your lane. You get to your level 2 faster, and then it continues going like that. And together with that, I feel like Senna can turn into a very big, maybe even carry later on in the game.
And the second part of that passive is, I'm just kind of looking over it right now. You're right about that experience, and something I forgot about. Nila gains increased effectiveness from healing and shielding given to her by allies. So that sustain that Senna can provide, 1 Q, 1 ult potentially, is going to be really, really nice. And we got more poke coming in here. Grevthar going to be piloting the Corki on the other side. And on the other side, of course, it's going to be the Azir. Womp womp.
Yeah, the boring duo on the mid lane. Well, it's probably too much to ask for to see some other champions on the mid lane rather than Corki, Azir, or Rihanna, and that's probably the end of the list, I'm afraid. But yeah, that's going to be it. If it works, why take anything else? Especially if you already have Xin Zhao and Seraphine on your team as Los Grandes right now. The team fight potential for this team, if all the R buttons are pressed correctly in a team fight, there is going to be so much control against Red Canids that I'm not entirely sure how they're going to deal with that, except for the fact that they have Nila, who has this nice ability to neglect some of the damage and control thrown at her.
Yeah, you've got, again, a composition that's going to benefit from pressing all its R buttons at the same time in the Los Grandes, right? In this Los Grandes composition. I know RMC isn't the biggest fan of Xin Zhao, to put it very, very mildly. He does not enjoy this champion, but I don't know. I think it's it's uneventful, right? You're a bit of a one-button Boris. Your ultimate is the main thing you provide, right? You've got incredible early dueling power as well. Pre-6, you can stick it to pretty much anybody that tries to invade you, or if you try to invade the opposing jungler, you can duel with the best of them. But that ultimate, that Crescent Guard, is extremely impactful. Top lane bans now coming out here. Rel going to be taken away as well from Aegis in the jungle. Cassante and Rumble taken away to round it out.
Would be very nice again to see. Vi is already in the bans, actually, in the first part of the bans by Red. That is very lovely because neither of the teams would like to see Vi in the enemy team right now. But Varus is going to be the last ban from Red. So, diverse focus there from both of the teams. Haven't seen this guy. Hello, it's his first appearance in CBLOL this year, and I'm so happy because this bot lane of Los Grandes is screaming at me right now, and I'm ready to scream back at it. It is so much distance that they can cover with their abilities, so much range against Nila and Senna. Oh, that's going to be an interesting one.
Wow, so we've got Hui. They picked Ender, and they're going to stick him in support. Hui Seraphine in the bottom lane. Couple of artistes in the bottom lane. And Udyr will be in the top lane. Think that Nila is going to be a hover. Yeah, there we go. There's the, the jungle. Last pick. Lee Sin, whatever it is, it's not going to be Nami is the point. It's going to be something in the jungle. Ain't no way the Talon
I would love for it to happen.
Boo, Aegis. Yeah. Come on. Now, look, Aegis has been playing Lee Sin and playing it very well for a long, long time now. But it's going to be the first time it's played in CBLOL. Aatrox might be the lock-in on the other side. But tell me more about this bottom lane, why you're so stoked about it, Solari.
There's one thing I don't like about Los Grandes right now, and it is very heavily connected to the bot lane situation, and this is the fact that pretty much the vast majority of the damage from Los Grandes is AP damage right now. So if, for example, that Udyr and that Lee Sin on the side of Red are going to go into more of tankier builds, they're going to have such an easy time to itemize. You just slam this item that I still cannot pronounce, this bow. Yes, thank you very much. I'm gonna just ask you every single time to say it whenever I see it in the game. But it gives you a massive AP shield, and just in general, you see it being built against heavy AP damage dealers. And now Los Grandes, 3 out of 5 of their champions deal pretty much only AP damage. But what I love about Los Grandes is the fact that their bot lane is very dominant right now, not just in the team fights, where they of course are going to shine. And Seraphine, god damn it, their range of this composition is absolutely insane. They can cover so much distance between themselves and the enemies and zone them away so far from the minion waves that it's going to be really hard for Nila, who is, by the way, pretty much a melee champion. It's going to be so hard for her to farm on that lane.
Yeah, very, very short range. I think it's gonna be interesting to see how that composition works, right? I mean, because you've got some poke, right? You've got Nila, or rather Senna, you've got Corki, but then on the other side, there really isn't kind of I want to see how the Udyr is built. I imagine it's going to be more of a straight tank, right? You're not going to be quite as squishy because I think you have to be, right? The rest of the composition is made of paper for Red Canids, and they are not going to survive. Like you said, the range of Los Grandes, it's going to be kind of up to FNB to be the front line and be taking everybody up in, to be tanking on everybody and taking those big hits. The Udyr, do you have any kind of thoughts on how that matchup is going to play out? We've seen the Udyr kind of be an answer into the Aatrox. Yeah, I don't know. Are you the biggest fan of this champion?
I hate Udyr. Okay. I hate Udyr with all my might, with all my heart and soul. I hate it, especially as an R5 pick. Hopefully this weekend, I am blessed to not see that happen ever again. Apparently, I hope so at least. But Udyr is a weird champion. He is exceptionally strong, especially in the early levels. He has so much power. It's really hard to find any other champion that is going to be stronger than him on the first levels. And during the laning phase, he is incredibly strong as well. But later on, so much depends on how you itemize him. And it seems like nobody knows how exactly to do it correctly because he is not tanky enough and he doesn't deal any damage if he's not built into Liandry's and something more to top it with more damage for him. So he falls into this speed of how the hell do you even itemize this? Because he needs all of the things, but he only have money for some. So, I don't like Udyr at all.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like a Kanik, Rookern, Abyssal Mask sort of game, right? If you're going to build him straight tank, which again, I think you kind of have to, because like you said, there is just going to be a lot of magic damage coming out of this team for Los Grandes. Super Clever is the only one that's going to be dealing physical damage. I mean, yes, C's, but like you don't pick Xin Zhao to do damage. You pick him to take up space. You pick him to duel early, and you pick him for, again, early control and being very impactful with that ultimate. But yeah, no, FNB, he's gonna have quite the task on his hands. I think. I'm not the biggest fan of this composition for Red Canids.
Yeah, I'm not trying to like it either, to be honest. They're very short range except for Cork and Wilson in the late game. But yeah, FNB is going to do exactly the other early game things. He's going to proxy a little bit. He's going to invade the enemy as much as possible, but that's what you expect. But Los Grandes are ready for that because you can see that little ward at the red buff actually told C's beforehand that FNB is going to try to see if he can get anything out of it. That's usually how we see Order being used in the very first level. He just goes into the enemy jungle and zones them away from whatever buff they're trying to take.
Yeah, we saw him pulling a super clever. Right, that's what he kind of did in in one of his games last week.
Mm-hmm. Exactly that.
And he and Cello, excuse me, Cappy and Cello, taking a couple of their licks early on, but you can see just with the way the health bars are going, they can dish it as good as they're going to take it in this lane. Like you said, the range in this bottom lane is just so oppressive to deal with early on.
However, if you look at this side of Red Canids on the bot lane, neither of the bot laners are going with a support item into this lane. And it's usually the opposite situation that we see, and quite possibly that on the first recall, both of them are going to buy the support item and they split minions between each other. But right now, they are coming in with more damage to the lane to make sure that they can farm up into Bronzy a little bit and to have some answer into Los Grandes' very oppressive bot lane.
That's interesting. You point that out. That I mean, yeah, neither one of these players in the bot lane for Red have grabbed themselves that World Atlas, that support item. Cabby very much has already grabbed it. He actually already blew his heal as well. I didn't see that, which is unfortunate. But like you said, Rudsy and Frosty, they are just dumping everything into getting push and being able to just shove this lane out. They don't want any part of having to interact with this.
They're grabbing quite a lot of souls already for Frosty. Couldn't grab that last one, unfortunately. But still, that is what they want to be doing. They want to get as much from this lane early on. And later in the game, both of these champions scale incredibly well into the late game. So it's going to be interesting to see how far and how quickly they can get there. I think I lost you far away for. Is it a problem on my side, I wonder? Because I can't hear you anymore. I am not sure, but either way, I can hear you, I think.
Check 1 2.
Yes,
Okay,
I can. Hello,
I didn't know whose end that was on, but I see on my connection, I see red, not green. But we're gonna take advantage of this while we've got it here. Season's in some trouble here, has to flash away. It's a 3v2. Envy, he's not gonna try to defend anything. He knows it's a lost cause, and it's first blood for Aegis.
I believe we're still experiencing some technical issues, unfortunately, and I'm really not sure if it's on my side or not, because I can never be sure.
Yeah, I think this is on me, unfortunately. Can you guys hear me now?
You're back. We're good now.
Yep. Okay. Well, yeah, shoot me a DMs in the production if I keep my internet keeps being stupid, and I'll try to have a fix or something. But for now, look it over. I think I've got a steady connection. Give me positive feedback if you heard everything I just said there.
Yes, absolutely. And it was crystal clear, so we have you back for good. Let's go.
All right. Yeah, let's keep the good vibes rolling. Look, first blood onto Aegis. You invested quite a few summoners onto it. FNB had to blow both his teleport and his flash, and now Grefthar blowing his teleport as well. But first kill onto Aegis here early on.
I can see that the investment, to be honest, I would say that it kind of paid off because you want to get as much from this early game as possible because, again, it's red. And what they want to do right now is that they want to scale into the mid-game fights because they have the early game potential, especially on their top side of the map. They have the late game potential coming from their mid lane and from their bot lane. But if they just start speed running this game, they can get to the point where it is kind of balanced in the early mid game, and Los Grandes are not going to be at the same point at the same time because they're going to fall behind a little bit. So I hope I make any sense right now because it's somehow very hard to speak for me today. But what I mean is Red really are trying to speed run through the early game as quickly as possible to get to the items, to get gold flowing in. If you look at the bot lane, you can actually see those two support items that I was talking about happening for both Nila and the Senna. So the gold is really pouring in for everybody on the map.
And Brunsey going immediately in here. I guess some cooldowns were down, some abilities were missed because that could be a death sentence. Like you said, Brunsey, yes, he's an 80 carry, but on the Nila, he's effectively a melee champion. And into Cello and Cabby, they've got the range advantage, and they can deal damage like nobody's business. 4 members on the bot lane, or on the bot river, means that this is a pretty easy dragon take. So far, so good, man. Look, Aegis, he has been consistently one of the better junglers in Brazil. In his heyday a couple years ago, when Red were the dynasty before Loud established theirs, Aegis was undisputed the best jungler in Brazil. And so far, his early objective control has been phenomenal.
And it has to continue like that, especially right now that the Void Grabs are already on the map. He has to be the one to go and take them, even though Envy is realizing that something might be happening exactly in that part of the map. But when you have so much control over the top lane because you have Udyr on your side, there is really no excuse for you to not go and try to get the first 3 Void Grabs into your pockets.
Now, the double support item has come out on both sides now. Los Grandes, they have come back with the World Atlases of their own. Is it the same sort of deal, same sort of MO?
Yep. Well, it's still patch 14.1b that we're playing in CBLOL this week, so the support item has not been nerfed yet, so it makes sense for the bot laners to go for this item for both of them, and you just need to be very careful about how you're splitting the minions between each other, but since everybody's talking to each other constantly, it shouldn't be a problem at all.
Cabby getting a little bit of damage there onto Frosty. Gonna have that crashing into his wave. It's gonna be full responsibility for that one, Cabby. Man, no, he's starting to hit, man. Ooh, that beat drop. If that landed there and that Q came out over the top, I think Frosty was a dead duckling right there.
Yeah.
Cello and Cabby having a great time. Gonna grab themselves a tower plate. Not allow Frosty to recall.
Nope. Grabbing this plate, grabbing some gold. Yeah, I actually agree with you that 100% would have been a kill for them if only that hit. But it's still some gold happening for Los Grandes bot lane. They're feeling pretty strong. Both of the bot laners of Los Grandes are having a little bit more gold in their pockets compared to Red Canids bot lane. But again, Red Canids, both Neil and Senna, are not about the early game despite the additional experience that they get. They are about scaling later on. That's why it should be okay for them right now, as long as they're not giving away kills to the enemies, to just stay there patiently and wait.
Exactly. That additional experience is a means to an end. That is not the end game, right? It's to accelerate you much quicker towards those power spikes. Level 6 is not like gargantuan, but it's really, really nice for this bottom lane. The Dawning Shadows are just such a nice global ultimate to have in your back pocket, facilitating dives all over the place. That extra little bit of shielding could be the difference between a good and a bad dive. The Apotheosis for Brunsey, right? I mean, it is it's that CC that you get from that AD carry position. I mean, to get it from multiple positions now is just so valuable. And if there's a guy you trust to pilot this kind of high risk, high reward AD carry, it's a guy like Brunsey.
Exactly so. But actually, speaking of the control and of the dive, if there is one thing that Los Grandes bot lane is lacking apart from the damage, it's going to be the possibility to get out of unpleasant situations, because Seraphine doesn't have any sort of escape apart from her shield and her ultimate. Pretty much the same goes for Hui. He doesn't really have too much mobility in his kit, if not any, apart from his movement speed. So if anybody was to jump on top of them and stick to them, there is no way for them to get out.
Yeah, now the W comes down, but Cabby throwing down the CC and the damage over the top of it. Frosty has to blow his ultimate while the ultimate comes down from Cabby as well. Lots of damage traded back and forth for both of these bottom laners. But again, the score remains 0-0-0 for all 4 of them.
Everybody's blowing everything at each other, but nobody gets anything out of that in the end. Brunsey still has the ultimate, by the way. Still, both of the... No, everybody on the bot lane has their flashes available, so not everything actually has been blown away. But Envy might be in danger right now.
He's in a little bit of trouble here. Aegis holding on to the Q, but Envy holds on longer. He wins the game of chicken and is able to flash away. Sees waiting in the wings to try to disrupt anything further at FNB, doing some Udyr things.
Excuse me, but Envy's playing the little chicken right now. Of course he's going to win the game of chickens. What are you even talking about?
You know what? Fair enough there. I walked right into that one. That... The wave clear that FNB, that Udyr can provide, I mean, it's just, it's ridiculous. I mean, it makes sense that that's the strategy. And look at him, in between tier 1 and 2, and in between tier 2 and 3. He's proxy maxing, if you will. I'm sorry.
Take that back. Take that back right now, or else. But that is disgusting, and Udyr is a disgusting champion. He's doing exactly what Udyr should be doing right now, and judging by his items, he is going into more of a tankier build. I really wonder how it's going to pay off later in the game, but again, he's pretty much in a situation where there is no choice for him, unfortunately, but to go into a full tank.
Yeah, and that's what you're seeing here. You got the Sheen coming, but I mean that even a Sheen item in a tank build is not surprising, right? That doesn't drastically change your build. It just makes you a little bit tougher to deal with. And if you're an Udyr, right? Look, this champion's gone through a couple of reworks, looked through a couple different phases here, but he's still an auto attack Annie, right? He can really abuse certain resets and getting Sheen procs and stuff like that. And as long as Sheen is in the game, as long as something can give you an auto reset is in the game as well, Sheen is going to be built on a champion like Udyr.
Yeah, and you can build into really interesting things for him. For example, I would be interested to see like a Triforce or anything of that sort. But Grefter right now, look at Grefter. The guy has a package. The guy has a corgi, and a package, which means right now Red want to be fighting for this dragon because this is the power spike for them to use to get the objective in the hand.
Yeah, if you are contesting any objective against a Corki with a package, you better pray that you set up everything perfectly. Because, especially for a team that really doesn't have a ton... Actually, it's got mediocre backline access. Okay, Grefthar going to blow the package. You've got actually okay backline access here. Aegis, okay, you got to rely on a bit of an insec. But Grefthar can get to the backline. Brunsey, if he can go in as well, right? That's part of what Corki can do, right? Yes, it's the poke. Yes, it's the fact that he scales off a bunch of different stats. But it's the fact that he can reposition himself with that around these crucial late-game objective fights. It's just so much to think about if you're Los Grandes.
And the damage on top of that. The damage from the package is also insane. Yeah. That's why it's really hard to fight with the enemy team if they have a package on the Corgi. But since there is no package anymore in red, and they had to use it quite unfortunately, because once you pick it up, you only have a minute, if I recall correctly, to use the package. But right now, Lost know that is their time to shine.
Cabby running some interference here. The Encore goes down. That's a lot of CC, but C's is going in. Caesar's going to get gobbled up here. The damage isn't there to follow up. And now Aegis going in. Almost got the insect, but instead just takes Cello out of the fight. They lose the Dragon. FNB and Aegis, and Envy, former teammates as recently as last split, watching the fight go on from the other side. And Super Clever, just doing his thing in the top lane.
Exactly that. Not even paying any attention to the bot lane. Frankly, he cannot because he doesn't have the teleport and obviously did not have it when the fight happened. But Los Grandes, at least they have a Drake out of that, and considering that the soul of the game is the Infernal one, which is going to spawn those final little crystals around the map, it is a pretty good dragon to stack on top of each other. So both of the teams should be really happy that they're sitting with a 1-1 score. But here, C's is so relentless in the enemy backlane, but unfortunately there is no possibility for a follow-up because Envy is really far away, completely separated from the rest of the team, and Cello and Kabe had already used their ultimates by that moment, so there is no follow-up possible.
No, really good zoning there by FNB. Took Envy completely out of that fight, and we saw, Cello and Cabby were kind of doing their best, but their ultimates were down, and that was kind of their job, right? The C's went in, created some more room, and it's like, well, where's our damage coming from, right? Envy couldn't get in and make something happen.
Game announcement, something, but yeah, the Void Grabs just died because it's time for the Herald to spawn right about now, and that is the time for both of the teams to start looking at it because nobody really has a lot of Void Grabs. There is one on the side of Rest, the first one that they got, and nothing else has been taken, I believe. So the Herald is the next big objective on the map.
That's just one way bigger Void Grub, I guess, kind of doing the same thing. I guess, I don't know. I'm surprised that, for the amount of priority the teams have placed on Void Grubs early on, to get only one out of the 6 taken down, that is very, very surprising to me. Super Clever and FNB going at it in the bot lane, doing top laner things here, and FNB just going to clear that wave, and he wants nothing else to do, really. Actually, I say that. He goes right back down. Super Clever thinks he might have the damage to do this. Super Clever pops the World Ender here. FNB still wailing away on him, but Super Clever has to retreat to the safety of his tower. We've got a fight going on in the top river. Cabby blows the spiraling despair. I think that's Way's ultimate. It's very dark and very edgy, very art school. It fits him very well. Season Envy looking for flanking from the other side. Aegis going to wrap up this Herald very nicely. Now, do Red want to fight? Doesn't look like it. They are getting the heck out of Dodge.
No, they know that's not the best moment to fight because the ultimate for Tello is back, and that is a really tough ultimate to play around. Plus, they got what they wanted. They didn't come there to have a fight. They came there to grab the Herald and retreat immediately, and they did exactly that because right now they have a lot of push potential. They have Corgi, who goes really fast through the waves. They have FNB, who, as you can see, for the last 15 minutes and a half of this game, he has been doing exactly that, just sitting on the sidelines and proxying them like an absolute madman. And on top of that, they have Herald, which means potentially they can right now threaten all 3 lanes of Los Grandes at the same time.
Yeah, and this is exactly the spot you want to find yourself in the mid game. Right? The mid game is what separates the good teams from the great teams. and Red Canids now have a fantastic opportunity to make something happen here. And you saw what FNB is able to do in the solo lane, right? Literally, all he has is an Iceborne Gauntlet, and he just took it right to a level 11 Aatrox that popped the World Ender and could do absolutely nothing about it. Had to scurry with his tail between his legs back to his tower. Now, he's got a Sundered Sky. That feels really good on the Aatrox. That makes the numbers, the big Q2s and the Q3s. Ooh, it hits hard, man.
Exactly. I love and hate this item at the same time, but I keep saying that everybody who was abusing Gourd Drinker in the previous season is right now building the Sundered Sky, because this item gives you insane stats, but even more insane healing. And for Aatrox, healing is absolutely everything. This is his bread and butter in his case. So for Aatrox to have so much healing that Sundered Sky gives means that he wants to be fighting, and maybe he even wants to be fighting FNB right now, but I'm not sure about that. Oh, he does. Maybe.
Yeah, he had the World Ender if things got hairy there. Aegis was waiting in the wings in that bottom lane. Yeah, no, we haven't seen the trigger pulled there that we were talking about from Aegis. He's still holding on to that Eye of the Herald. They're still waiting, Red Canids, for their opportunity, for something to fight over. And I guess, look, maybe, I bet at this point, the guess is, okay, you drop that Herald in the mid lane before the Infernal Drake comes up. You got 30 seconds until that's the case.
Alternatively, Red can wait a little bit because the package of cookie is going to be a little bit delayed. He got it around 18th minute, if I recall correctly. So he needs to wait 5 minutes after that, which means it's going to be up a little bit. No, it's going to be right before the Drake actually is supposed to spawn. So that means that Red want to be fighting around it, but they really need to clear out the space before they allow for the fight to happen, because otherwise Loss are sitting on all of their ultimates right now. Nothing is going to work if Red get caught in a very good encore and are forced to turn around.
Well, he just goes Tokyo drifting into the lane. Grevthar indeed has the doggy biscuits for his Corgi. He's got the package, and he's up, man. That missile barrage is starting to hurt. You're seeing it right there. Cello and Cabby, they're going to have to use all their little shields, all their art school degree to make sure that their team stays safe. Grevthar running interference, playing bodyguard just a little bit. Frosty healing everyone up. FNB looking for the turn there. That's a lot of damage on his C's. The encore goes down, but Frosty will not be impacted by it. Flashes away, gets the Dawning Shadow down. Super Clever joining in from the wings, from behind, gets the TP down. But everybody else, Brunsey and Frosty are just wailing away on this dragon, and now they've got two of them.
Oh, they know that there is no room for them to fight. Look at their health bars. Look at C's currently. There is no way this man is going to go and try and contest the Drake and try to do anything with the smite he's still sitting on. Red did an excellent job there, knowing that they have more than enough damage to just make Los Grandes turn around and not even think about going into the Drake pit.
Yeah, Udyr is a little silly right now. He just, again, he just bodyguarded, and then Grevthar just said, all right, thank you very much. I'll just press R. And with the Mana Moon completed as well, that's all he's got. Right, it's the Mana Moon and a little bit of AP, and he hurts, man. He's a bit of a threat, bit of an issue in the solo lanes right now.
He is a little bit of an issue. He's going to turn into a very big issue as the game is going to progress, because it's Corki. It doesn't care. He scales really well later on, and he's going to hit like a truck. So for Los Grandes right now, they are in a really tough spot, man. I am not seeing how my prediction is going to come out correct anymore.
I don't either. You are an intelligent person and a very good caster. This prediction might be doomed, though, Solari.
Yeah, thank you very much there. Yeah, exactly. I am the only one who believed, and I'm sad to say I might not be believing anymore at this point, because Los Grandes, look at the damage they're taking from Red. This is so tough for them to fight back. They're falling behind everywhere across the map in terms of the gold, which means they're also falling behind in terms of the items.
Yeah, Red in this mid game is just slowly bleeding them dry, just dotting their I's, crossing their T's, really taking care of their fundamentals, and just going for, just plays on the margins where they can. Super Clever was isolated on the top lane. Bam, that's where we're gonna pounce. We've got an open mid lane now after everyone came too late to defend. Wham, that's a turret played for that's a turret going down for Brunsey.
That's him that knows what exactly they want to be doing on the map. And when they have the opening, they are not hesitant to take it whatsoever. For Los Grandes, however, 3-0 is the score right now between the teams. Los Grandes have managed to take 0 kills so far. Very nicely timed goal difference graph. It's just devastating, to be honest, to look at. This is a mountain that Los Grandes would need to climb if they want to get back into this game. And I ain't seeing any equipment on their side.
No, I see no grappling hook. I see no ice picks. I see very, very few things. You've got a Chemtech soul. That's literally all you've got. That's the difference between you and a perfect game.
It's not even a soul. It's like
just a Drake rather. Yeah,
dragon. Yeah, not good. They would need more dragons. To be honest, though, the Infernal Dragon could be their way out of this unfortunate situation because the soul is really massive, and 3 Infernal Dragons are giving you quite a lot of additional stats and additional scaling damage for your team. But it's so hard to get the dragons when you have no approach to the pit.
Yeah, it gets really, really difficult. I mean, yeah, C's has I feel like he's really struggled to have an impact this game, and not necessarily because it's all been his fault, but the team fights look a little disjointed. I mean, I remember that fight in the bottom river where C's, after Cello and Cabby laid down their ultimates, went in, he popped the Crescent Guard and then just got deleted. And now Cello here, and this is where I'm starting to worry a little bit more. Cello's got himself a Moonstone Renewer, right? I mean, we talked about all the magic damage that's going to be coming out of this composition. Los Grandes are sacrificing a lot of it right now.
I actually like it quite a lot, to be honest. I don't think they need to be going for more damage right now. Yeah, absolutely so. I think they might be... The right choice might be for them to play a little bit more defensively right now, and the Moonstone and Seraphine is a massive tool for them to survive the onslaught coming their way from Red, because Red have a lot of burst damage, but Seraphine can help you survive through it all. And when the ultimates on Red side are burned, this might be the turning point for Los Grandes. But that means that they all need to be on the same page, and all of them need to be playing defensively. No C's jumping right into the enemies like there is no tomorrow.
Okay, you've convinced me. Yeah, no, I see what you're saying, right? Like you said, there's a lot of things coming from Red, a lot of poke, and if you don't have an Ocean Soul, well, you've got a Seraphine with a Moonstone, right? And a Hui, right? You got a lot of healing, you got a lot of shielding. You're going to try to get the most you can out of that and play into your composition strengths, I guess.
Yeah, and plus, when you have 3 AP damage dealers on your team, do you really need all 3 of them to be dealing the damage? You might sacrifice one of them because you don't really need all 3 of them at the same time.
We've got the Oblivion Orb coming in as well from Cabby. He's going to try to, I'd be surprised if we see him complete that, or just sit on the Oblivion Orb, right? Try to make it a little bit more annoying for Brunsey to get the maximum effect out of that healing, and Frosty as well. But right now, we've settled into quite the lull here, but even though there have been no kills in the last few minutes, Red have almost doubled their gold lead. They were at about a 3,000 gold lead, now they're up to 5. And just slowly chipping away at those towers, waiting for that next dragon to come up. And like you said, Solari, Los Grandes, they probably want to prioritize this soul. But the problem is, Red, like you see here, they're ahead to the point where they can set their sights on the Baron. Maybe not to take it, but to definitely play for the turn.
Yeah, and Los Grandes right now, are they still going for the Drake, or are they stopping the Baron from happening? This is a choice they have to make, and it looks like the choice has been made because they are at the pit already, putting in some vision. They've stopped the Baron, but at what cost? It most probably has cost them a dragon already.
Yeah, now FNB wanted to go forward, but a nice bit of CC there from Los Grandes, able to stop him. Now Red say, all right, we're not going to take the Baron. Guess what? We can take a lot quicker. And what you need really badly, it's that soul.
Beautiful play there, just mind games from Red right there, just luring the enemies into the Baron pit and taking the dragon right from their noses.
Frosty pops the Scryer's Bloom. Grevthar's just raining damage. Seas goes forward, and he gets so much health taken out of him. FNB pops the Phoenix stance. He's actually not on the best terms in terms of health. Actually, he's going to get stunned and blown up. Seas pops the Crescent Guard. Grevthar over the top with the package. Lots of CC coming down. The Encore goes down as well, but the members of Red are getting picked apart. Cello and Cavi are staying safe. Super Clever in the backline. He gets a lot of healing from that Sundered Sky, but he will be left alone to die. Cello and Cavi can't quite complete it, but Cello, if he can find a way in here, Frosty might have found himself in a bad spot. Super Clever staying alive still, somehow. Los Grandes, are they going to pull this out? What? They have got themselves a fight win. Frosty doing a lot of work though here. I might have spoken too soon. Cabby finally able to get the CC down, or the damage down. Nice fear. Greftar, he's in trouble, and he goes down. Cabby played it beautifully, and Los Grandes, they've got themselves a fight dub and a dragon.
I don't remember the last time I was so worried watching a team fight. I didn't expect Los Grandes to win this one. Even though they did everything exactly as I predicted they would need to in order to win a fight, but FNB might be here to ruin the day a little bit for them, or maybe not, but that was very close.
I like where his head was at, though, because he would have gotten 2 kills there, I think, but Envy saved the day. Let's take a look at this, because you saw C's get taken out of this fight, and then once FNB gets locked up, that's where it turned for me.
Exactly. The half of health of C's is already gone immediately, and there is still a package on Cook. He hasn't even used it at that point. Right now, he flies in, but look at Los Grandes. The amount of control they can put on top of each other, just the chain of control coming from them, turns out to be a little bit too much for Red to win against, because they have the front line, but it's only FNB, and the moment he's down, nobody else can sustain all the damage flying their way out, except for Frosty, because the fight between him and Shallow and Kabi is ridiculous. Look at the hailing of that Senna. This is not supposed to work like that. But Super Clever he has to be the star of this team fight because the healing and the damage and him just staying in life for so long was incredible. The help Los Grandes, it bought them enough time to turn the fight around.
Solari, I gotta tip my cap to you. That might have been a Moonstone Renewer diff right there.
Quite possibly, but FNB, he's going to go down. But this is the sacrificial lamb, I'm afraid, for the team.
FNB, this is the second time he's done this split, getting picked before a crucial team fight. And now Red at a numbers disadvantage here. He just grabs the Baron, and everybody on Red turns tail and runs. They want no part of this, getting away with their lives right now. Do Los Grandes go for a dive? They don't have a wave. They don't need it. Envy in with the Shurima Shuffle gets everyone away from the tower. And it's easy as you like. Kill traded back and forth, though. Brunty on the board there with the Neela. And actually, Envy does go down, so maybe a little misguided. What a response by Red.
It was a little bit too far that Los Grandes went this time. Just a little bit too much of an overconfidence, and it is a slow and insidious killer, if you remember that, because that could have been a really good fight for Los Grandes if it wasn't a fight for Los Grandes. They should have just retreated from there. They realized way too late what was happening around the Baron pit. Just let Red take the Baron and get away, because you cannot fight if you're not fighting all together. You really need to be grouped up as Los Grandes to make sure that all the healing from the Moonstone is flying your way, to make sure that you can put enough damage onto the enemies. If it doesn't happen, you can be taken apart one by Red.
Los Grandes, I liked what they were doing, though. I liked that ultimate. I actually think, because like I said, there's like no way to dive, but you had a numbers advantage. And so Envy said, all right, hold my Caipirinha. I'm going in, baby. We're going to get them away from the tower so we can fight them. But Red, look, still ahead by 6,000 gold here, and they still got the Baron and enough members alive with it to where they can put together a really healthy push.
And they're pushing in so quickly. So for Lost, it's so hard right now to defend, because look at them. They need to defend their base from pretty much all the sides at the same time, or at least two lanes are getting pushed in really quickly. There is so much wave clear on the side of Red Canids, and they go through the turrets way too quick for Lost to find a good answer on time.
Yeah, Los Grandes right now, you just got to survive this push, right? And hope that Red overextend, because, I mean, we saw it. The way that Los Grandes wants to play these fights is backwards. It's very patient, right?
Yes.
And what helps out with that a lot is towers. If you've got just an extra body raining damage down, that plays into Los Grandes' favor, right? So Red, they want to take a fight in the open field. And they've got a dragon up in a minute and a half. That is just so much shielding. Good Lord.
Very, very, very nice to look at, right? But there is also quite a lot of wave clear on the side of Los Grandes, so you gotta give credit where it's due, and they are clearing out those waves. Could be clearing out the enemies as well, or try at least.
Yeah, they're certainly giving it a shot here, but again, I still see, like, the momentum has definitely shifted in this game, but Red Canids still, you know, the ball's in their court, right? This is still, I think, their game to throw, and I believe with the Mortal Reminder now coming in here actually for Bruncy, they're starting to buy into this anti-heal and see, okay, we cannot allow Cello and Cabby to just be, you know, the heal bots in the back line, right? They can't allow them to just do that, and they're actually going to get a free tier 1 here, or tier 2, excuse me, in the top lane.
Oh, and they're splitting up Los Grandes quite a lot, because look, they're luring Los Grandes into the top part of the map right now, because they need to depush at the top lane. They need to protect the mid lane at the same time, because they cannot afford for this turret to fall. But that means they cannot group towards the dragon. That means they have pretty much lost the control over the river at this moment, and Red are going to be silly if they don't use it to their advantage.
Oh, man. Envy summons a tower, and that is the only thing that made FNB turned around. He was ready to go. He popped the ghost. He wanted blood. He wanted some lean protein. He wanted some chicken for dinner here late into this game. His squad's still up 7,000 gold here. And Solari, that last dragon that Los Grandes took is looking even sweeter right now, because otherwise this would be sole point. Los Grandes would be forced to fight here, but instead it's Red forcing the fight. Encore only gets down onto 1, buying himself a lot of time. FNB in with the Hue ult, excuse me, going in over the top. Ton of damage. Los Grandes fighting well in this choke point, surviving nicely. Lots of healing coming in from Los Grandes. Red pulled the trigger, but Los held strong. They bent, they did not break.
Oh, can they take the dragon away? Oh my god, no! They can't, but that was such a close call, and Red are going to disengage, or are they? Because the teleport is coming in!
Hang on a second, Frosty flashes forward, gets the root down, Big CC coming down from Super Clever, and a shutdown. Bruncy is down. It's a 5v5 now. taken away is super clever. Red going forward again. Can Los Grandes play this well in a pinch point here? FNB, if he can get locked down, we've seen what Los Grandes can do to this Udyr, as threatening as he is. He can get soloed down if they're not careful. Cello in a little bit of trouble. Man, Grevthar, you hit the nail right on the head, Solari. Grevthar's gonna hit like a truck.
He's doing exactly that. But speaking of Udyr, it is starting to become a big problem for Los Grandes, because you gotta help me out. The name of that item.
Kanik Rookern.
Thank you very much. It's already below. Look at the amount of that shield. It is a little bit too big for Los Grandes to do anything about it. And you can see in that fight, he was actually refusing to go down for way too long. But Los Grandes have a super clever on their side. And this guy, as long as he is the one to remain at the front lane, because Season, fortunately, he cannot sustain too much damage flying his way from Red Canids. But super clever can, and he can heal it all up with his own healing and with the help of Seraphine on top of that. And if he's the one to taking the damage is not pretty much flying in, unless he is, of course, completely destroyed by Bronzy. Bronzy is just built different.
Man, they both just went out in a blaze of glory there. And Aegis going in over the top here. But again, these are the fights that Los Grandes want to take. Like, the fact that these fights are going even right now, Los Grandes is down almost 8,000 gold. Let's remember that. The fact that they're going even, Los Grandes, they're just playing out these fights again and again and again, just saying, like, come closer, come closer. I'm going to go backwards, and you're going to keep chasing me. We're going to keep healing. We're going to keep shielding. And there's nothing you can do. And especially when Bruncey's the only one that built anti-heal. When he died, Red Cadid's advantage all of a sudden goes out the window.
Nobody can stop the healing anymore, exactly. And Los Grandes, I love what they were doing there, because they used the terrain to their advantage. They lured Red Canids more into their own jungle, and that was the place where they wanted to fight, because their backline was absolutely safe there in that choke point. But can they do the same in this part of the jungle? I wonder, because the damage is there, but the Baron is there as well for Wave4. It might be the last objective we see in this game if we have a really good fight.
5 towers to 1. If there's one team that is positioned to take advantage of a Baron play, it is Red Canids. If they get a Baron and an Ace, you have to think this one's over. Los Grandes, though, you see how much sustain they have. FNB, proxying early, middle, late game, it doesn't matter. I'm going to make this annoying for you to play. They're doing kind of the prep before the play, right? If you take care of your waves before an objective, what you're going to do afterwards gets so much easier. But the challenge in doing that, of course, is not getting caught out. And FNB and company doing a nice job of staying just out of arm's length from Los Grandes.
But Los Grandes are doing a really good job as well. They're not really spreading up too much, because Envy right now, of course, has to go and clear out the top lane a little bit. But everybody, look at Los Grandes. They're staying so close together, but because you need to be hugging Seraphine at all times right now. And Seas is a little bit more to the back as well. He has that item as well, but is it going to be enough for him this time? Because super clever still needs to be the one to go first in the fights, because otherwise, Red Canids, you saw how much damage they have. And they will not be afraid to use this damage either on Los Grandes or on the Baron, whatever they decide to do right now.
The Malignance has come in along with the Void Staff from Grevthar. He's blown away some armor with the Eclipse. He's blown away the MR with the Void Staff. And Corki, I mean, he is back, and he is as multi-damage threat as ever. Can do a lot of physical and magic damage. So just one of the many things that makes Corki so annoying to deal with is the fact that he is so tough to itemize against. You talked about it earlier, Solari, when Red were making their Baron push after they got their first one, was if they can spread Los Grandes across the map, that is when they are the most vulnerable. Because like you said, they are going to be holding on to Seraphine for dear life.
But they can actually stop this Baron right now. The terrain is still working in their advantage. If Super Clever joins them as soon as possible, and he does exactly that for Red, it is going to be a tough call.
This is going to be tricky. FNB's on the other side of the map. Here he comes. He's going to TP in. This could be for all the marbles here. Los Grandes with Envy, with the Azir damage, could potentially start wailing away on this Baron. Aegis going in. He gets locked up. Cello, he's in some trouble now. They pushed him forward. That was beautiful by Aegis. Red Canids, they take the heal bot away, and that could be all she wrote. They say, thank you for the leash. We're going to take this kill. We're going to yoink a Baron. We're going to come for your lives and your throats and everything. Super clever. So much healing from that Sundered Sky, but it will not be enough. Frosty and company just playing him like Ben Franklin to a kite, just kiting him around, and they get what they came for and more.
Los Grandes were dependent on their position a little bit too much. In the moment that Red found how to disrupt them, how to break their food, how to break their defenses, they did exactly that. And you can see just how immediately the fight turned around the moment Los Grandes were not where they wanted to be physically anymore in that feed. And Red are taking the Baron, Red are taking the Dragon, Red want to take the enemy's base next.
And that was a win condition that you identified potentially for Los Grandes that we were talking about is, look, maybe they can get back into this game with the Infernal Dragons, right? With them stacking those up and getting the soul eventually. But they kind of thought, honestly, like me, look, ooh, Revthar going forward, feeling really spicy. Cello not going to get the beat drop down. But Grevthar, I mean, he's playing like a man possessed right now. He knows that he's got a Baron buff. He's got 4.5 items. He's like, what are you going to do to me? No, like, answer me the question. He's just chasing Cello down. He's like, the kid, oh my goodness, Grevthar actually might be in a little bit of trouble here. But again, Red pulling Los Grandes apart. He's like, Grevthar to me is like, right now, he's like that meme of the kid, like the boy with the trumpet chasing the girl down the road, and she's like got her hands over here, right? He's like, no, what are you gonna do? I'm Corky. What are you gonna do? I want you to answer my question. Los Grandes, come here. Answer my question. What are you gonna do to me?
Oh, well, the answer is to try to heal as much as possible, but is just healing going to be enough for Los Grandes right now? Because their base is not just open, it is going down, because FNB wants to make sure that is exactly what's going to happen. This might just be, this might just be the last stand for Los Grandes, because Red still having the Baron buff of them. All they need is just another medium wave going right their way through the bot lane, and then they might have enough to push through Los Grandes defenses, especially with FNB on the top lane doing still those other things. Do Los have enough to withstand that last stand?
It's going to come down to this. Super Clever versus FNB in the top lane. Super Clever playing the defense here, but FNB, he's not taking the bait here. He's making sure that he is not going to land a single bit of damage onto Super Clever while he's under that tower range. He is exclusively focusing on the objectives. He's not going to take the bait into Super Clever. Meanwhile, it's a 4v4 in the bottom lane. Red Canids, they're playing this out very methodically, very slowly. That mid inhib is down, and that's kind of what you're hoping for, right? That lane is going to push itself in, so focus on the other ones.
And they're focusing on all of them at the same time, and both of them, I mean, but FNB is actually taking some damage because he's not exactly itemized against Super Clever that well, but the shielding of that order is unholy. He still doesn't care. He's going to break down the turret. He doesn't care whatsoever. He's like, yeah, damage, never heard of that. Thank you very much. I just want your waves down, and I just want your objectives down as well.
If I'm Super Clever, I'm so tilted right now. It's like, what am I supposed to do here? Like, I am hitting you with everything I have at FNB. Just like, finally, what do you think? You've got something on him. You say, actually, no, I'm going to go back in here. Finally, Cello is going to help out Super Clever. There goes the Encore, just gets him with the edge of it. Beat drop into Q, and Cello grabs the kill. Now a 5v4. Los Grandes have an advantage. If nothing else, they might survive this push, but that might be about it.
But just for how long they have been surviving this push, man, it might just be enough for them, actually, if you think about it. Because, yes, the soul has been taken down, and it's a huge advantage for Red, don't get me wrong. But at the same time, it means that in 3 minutes, we're not just seeing any dragon, we're seeing the Elder Dragon. If there is any objective that single-handedly or wingedly is going to get Los Grandes back into the game and give them suddenly a winning chance, it is going to be the Elder Dragon. But, oh boy, with all 3 lanes still pushing into the base of Los Grandes, with the threat of FNB sitting on a teleport, just coming in and proxying his way all the way to their nexus, it's going to be so hard for them to find their path towards the dragon, basically.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough because, like, right now, it's just Los Grandes have just settled into, all right, you're going to have to beat us by, death by 1,000 cuts here. Or rather, Los Grandes, they're trying to play the death by 1,000 cuts game because if you fight into their base, right? Los Grandes are like, look, we have sustain and we've got healing, we've got the towers on our side. Yep. You might have poke and you might have a Baron buff, but what has that done for you the last 2 pushes? Really not much. Like you said, they've survived 2 really Herculean pushes, and even when they play the fights correctly in open terrain, right? In pinch points and stuff like that, around objectives, Los Grandes comes out on top, right? But they need to stay together because we've seen Red Canids, when they can spread them apart, when they can take the fight on their terms, there's no stopping them. Look, this is an 11,000 gold advantage.
Yeah, but I gotta remember that we're slowly but surely getting to the point where the gold advantage is going to mean less and less, because everybody's soon going to be full build. And what do you do with your gold advantage when everybody in this game is already full build? You can't really do much, except if you're...
Elixirs. No, I'm just kidding. No.
Yeah, no, that's not what I was thinking about. I was thinking about Senna, because she's pretty much the person who benefits the most from getting this game into a super late state, because she doesn't stop scaling. The more souls she has, the happier she is, and the more range she has.
Yep, no, she's feeling really, really good and can provide some okay sustain in her own right? Healing herself and her allies with that Q, of course. But yeah, we're going to be right back at it with another objective fight. And again, Red Canids just trying to push their lanes out beforehand. And Los Grandes have done an admirable job, especially considering their mid lane inhibitor has been down for so long that there hasn't been any sort of increased push from that lane. FN being super clever, going at it. It just feels like it doesn't matter. Like they're just every time we pan over to them, it's like the kids are fighting again. Like,
yeah, exactly. Boys are just having fun.
Yeah,
Leave them alone.
just let them keep hitting each other. They'll tire themselves out and then they'll come back.
Exactly. Exactly. Sooner or later their cooldown is going to hit, or the team is gonna call them over for supper or something. But right now we have 2 objectives. Actually, one of them is already on the map. Oh my god, these guys are just having fun. But super clever actually. No, don't,
No,
doesn't matter.
I also thought so for a second. Then that all that he healed for like 500 health. I'm like, okay, that's cool.
Yeah, no. But the Baron is up. The Dragon is coming up very soon as well. Corgi should have the package right now, which means Red want to be fighting. And look at that. Yes, he has the package. Oh, that's Corgi.
And now they separate from themselves just long enough to both TP into the fight. Grevthar has the package, like you were saying. Oh, just kidding. Wait, FNB is staying. FNB staying. Sees! Oh, he gets so much taken out of him, and he just jumps in, and he gets the Baron back, and now it's a 5v3. Red Canids outgunned, outmanned, but are they out macroed? They might not be. Baron for Nexus trade. Is it happening, Solari?
There is only one teleport on the side of Los Grandes right now. Red might have outplayed them mentally, if not physically, because look at FNB. He's destroying their base, and it's only Tello who had the teleport available. Can he single-handedly save the base from the Baron push of Corgi and of Udyr? Okay, wait, super clever is here, so maybe it's not going to end here. I'm going crazy with this game. What's going on?
43 minutes in, and we are still only marginally closer to deciding a winner than we were at the 25-minute mark. That is just the way that this game has been going. Poor C's, man. He stopped scaling like last week. He has been just an alt-bot at this point.
Just leave him alone, Bronzy. Come on. It's like beating a kid at this point in the game. Please just let him get away.
He's just bounce housing back and forth. Ooh. Hang on a second here. Elder Sneak, Grevthar, not going to grab it. Envy grabs the Elder Dragon. And now here's an interesting bit. Because Los Grandes, they have 3 inhibitors down and 1 Nexus Tower down as well. Red Canids, they can say, all right, look, we're just going to poke you to death. We're not going to take a fight while this Elder buff is up.
But Red don't have any teleports anymore. They cannot pull off the same thing that they tried to do after the Baron buff. That was their moment when they were supposed to end this game for good, and they couldn't do it. And now with Los Grandes, they have the Elder buff. It's going to burn off someone soon, but before that, it's going to be so hard for Red to fight with them because Grevthar and Bronzy have the chance of going down immediately in a fight because of that buff on Los Grandes.
See if Red kind of wait out this Baron buff or wait out this Elder buff, right? Maybe they just say, all right, hands off the keyboard, everyone in the lane, right? Don't do anything stupid.
Yeah,
because they do have the Baron, right? To be fair,
yeah.
It's not that you can't do anything here, right? But again, you're still 10,000 gold ahead. But like you said, Solari, the diminishing returns are kicking in here, so this 10,000 gold lead does not mean as much as it did even last fight.
Exactly. And I don't like the idea of waiting out the Elder buff because it means that Red are pretty much wasting their own Baron buff at the very same time. So is it a really good play if you cannot open, finally, the enemy's base for good? I am not so sure about that.
Man, this bot lane, man, I was a little bummed for the Seraphine when it looked like they had split up, right? It was Senna B1, and then it was Cello grabbed himself the Seraphine immediately afterwards. FNB, not going to get chased down here. But this Senna Hui, man, this Hui support, this is really just a pain in the butt to deal with. And Cello, he's gone, I mean, Archangels and then just straight support.
Exactly. He doesn't need any damaging items because he's not there to deal damage, even though he still is, to be fair, when he has everybody around, because his nodes that depend on how many teammates he has around are still going to hit quite a lot to the enemies. But he is actually the one who is a support right now, even though Kabi just grabbed himself a Crypto Bloom, the second one in the team. So it's going to be a lot of additional healing for Los Grandes, like if they needed even more, to be fair. But he is the one who is the carry from the bot lane, because with the Malignance, with the Leandri, he hits a lot into the enemy. But we will see that very soon because they still have the remains of the Elder buff on them. And look at Red, they're waiting it out. They have waited it out. I believe it should be over already. Is it going to be the chance for them to fight?
Yeah, it should be over pretty quick here, right? I think, yeah, like you said, they've still kind of got it on them. The Baron buff is down. That's all well and decided. They've got the Infernal Soul due Red, right? We established that a little bit before, and it looks like maybe Red finally running out of patience here. They look like they might want to go in for the kill here. Again, 3 dead inhibitors. It's going to be 1 minute and 20 seconds until all 3 of them come back up. They all went down within a few seconds of each other. See who
Speaking of things dying, if anybody dies right now, the game is going to be physically quite possibly over for them, because Los Grandes, their death time is and 45 minutes in the game are going to be insane. So everybody needs to choose their fighting ground very carefully.
Elder buff should be down at this point. So, again, you just got to pick a wave and fight on it. Or do you? Maybe you run it back. You say, nope, we're going to take this fight around Baron this time around. We are not going home yet, Solari. The CBLOL is holding us hostage.
Oh, no, I don't want to be home right now. There is no other place that I want to be right now. I really don't care even anymore who's going to win. I just want for this game to keep going, because 46.5 minutes in and it still keeps delivering. But it's so interesting how everybody has slowed down. And this is actually helping Los Grandes quite a lot, because look at them. They're having the last items going in, pouring into their inventories, which means in the next big team fight, we might have everybody on pretty much the same grounds, and it's going to depend solely on everybody's skill how the fight is going to turn out for them.
And this is where, I mean, we didn't really talk about this in draft as much, but again, a weakness of Red Canids' composition, you do not have reliable engage. You got CC, but you don't have any kind of, you know, an Ornalt, a Vialt, right? Even a Nautilus ult, right? Where you can just point and click, get some CC down. It's really nothing you can do to start a fight, which makes it so much easier to, again, like we said, Red Canids, they want to start fights on their own terms, because Los Grandes, they're happy to have these long, drawn-out fights. And, yeah, and force Red Canids into uncomfortable positions. All 3 inhibitors back up, so it's back to just FNB and his minions. Not to beat an old joke here, but it looks like with the Baron up here, look, Los Grandes, they're still on the back foot, and it looks like Red are going to be able to smoke this Baron just easy cheesy.
Yeah, very quickly. They don't even need to rotate FNB and Greftar, even though they both have the teleports. And actually, there was one word at the base of Los Grandes. I believe it is gone right now, which is good for loss, because otherwise it could have been a double teleport right into the end of the game. But the Baron is there for Red. 45 seconds before the Elder is going to spawn, and Lost have to grab it. And this time, it cannot be another waiting game, brother. It cannot be another waiting game for anybody. Everybody needs to fight, because I believe Red really want to finish the game. But surprisingly enough, even with the Baron buff, they have not been able to do so.
No, but I think it is going to be a waiting game here. That gold lead on the top of your screen, it means nothing. Everyone is on 6 items, right? Or 5.5, 4.5, what have you.
Yeah.
The only thing we're waiting on, really, I mean, it's like Cabby. Is he going to, like, Cabby and Super Clever, right? They've got heal cut items in their inventory, but it's the item that gives the actual heal cut, and that's about it. Oh, Greftar?
He's tired of waiting.
Oh, my
He
goodness.
can finish the game. He has the package.
They
He can
have
disengage
no
really quickly.
idea. They have no idea that he's there. And now, finally, when they get that notification down, they say, hang on a second here. They're baiting them into the pit. Yeah, Red Canids, they're doing kind of what they did last time, which is I'm going to bait you into what you think is a fight.
No,
and then FNB and Greftar are just going to take the game over, and they're just going to delay their recalls. With all that rage, Brunsey and Frosty and Aegis are going to end the game like this. Greftar and FNB, XD, we win.
You can't teleport onto this turret when it's going down like that. No! It was so smart from Red. Just this very last push. When I saw those teleports available for both Greftar and FNB, I was really wondering whether they were going to try to pull out something like that. And we didn't even need to have the camera into the Dragon Pit. Exactly what was happening there. It was Red just trying, as you said, to delay the teleports for as long as possible, to delay the recalls, and with no Baron buff, the recalls would either waiting so long that poor Los Grandes would never have a chance to go back and defend their base. But that was their mistake, frankly, leaving their base just completely open with no defenses, trying to commit all into this Elder Dragon when the Baron buff was just taken. That very last misstep from them, but can you really judge them after almost, what, a 50-minute game? It is so easy because your nerves are just up there.
You know, look, they held out an impressive amount of time. Very, hats off to Los Grandes, but
yeah,
at the end of the day, look, the result is the result, and they did not get it. Red Canids, they take the win. Not the cleanest at all. And again, give credit where credit is due to Los Grandes, but Red Canids, they found a way. What are the positives you're taking away from Los Grandes here, though?
They had it well, to be honest. If only the early game wasn't going, I don't want to say that bad for them, but if only they weren't in a disadvantage in terms of gold, in terms of the positioning on the map, it could have been a completely different game, to be honest, because they needed to scale up, while Red, I already talked about a couple of times, but they really want to be snowballing as much as possible. Even though they have pretty well scaling composition, they still want to ensure that the early game goes well for them, the mid game goes well for them, and then the late game either never happens, or they are still in a very big advantage when it goes into there. And it was happening for them for quite a long time until Los Grandes finally got in all their healing, all their shielding, and started throwing it back at the enemies.
Yeah, it felt like Red Canids, they kind of realized, look, unless we get a perfect fight here, right, unless we fight them not as 5, we're not going to win any sort of fight. So Red wasn't trying to start any sort of fights. They were just trying to out macro and just trying to push, and wait for a slip up from Los Grandes. And when they did, bam, that's exactly what they did. They pounced on them.
Exactly, that's the thing. They weren't winning the fights.
No.
Los Grandes were, in the majority of the times, much stronger in the fights because of all their sustain. But the mind games from Red in this game were on some completely different level. And it's because Los Grandes bought into them. It is why they lost this game. Not because they were bad players, not because they had bad fights or anything, but just because Red played them a little bit too well.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, even though Los Grandes dragged out the game for another 30 minutes, they weren't making advances on the map in those 30 minutes. It was a 3-1 tower advantage, and then 5-1, 7-1, 10-1, 11-1, and then it was a win, right? So it felt like unless Los Grandes got a perfect 5-for-0 ace and then got like a Baron on the back of that, or, you know, in some order, it had to go so well for them. Then maybe with the death timers, they were going to get a win. But other than that, there was no chance.
That is the problem with the compositions that want enemies to be engaging onto them, because they realize that this is when they can win the fights. But the problem is Red realized the same thing, and that moment when Lost snatched away the Elder Dragon was beautiful. It could have been a winning ticket for them, but they had no ways of starting the fights with Red Canids on their own terms. They had always to wait for their step, and Red just knew it way too well. They were not buying into that.
No, well, that'll end an eventful, interesting, and another great and fun day here in the CBLOL. Y'all, thank you so much for being here. If you like what you saw, tell your mom, tell your dad, tell your friends, tell your brother, tell your sister, everybody. We'd love to have as many of you in here as possible, enjoying the greatest region in the world. That's going to do it for us. I have been 4x4. Solari has been my color caster today. Big thank you to Sofchan and Axeman for holding it down for the first 3 games. And, of course, our producer, Rose, for holding it down for all 5, the entire split long. We're extremely grateful to them and what they do. For all those people, again, I've been 4x4. This has been CBLOL Week 2 Day. We are back at it tomorrow. Same time, same place. So, be here. See you then. Bye.